Test. Well, welcome along everybody to the 2024 Otago Rowing Championships, mainly sponsored by Meridian Energy with a numerous number of other sponsorships. Good to see such a huge crowd so early this morning. Remember the old story, the early bird catches the early worm. You've got to be careful though, because it's the early worm that gets caught. First race up this morning, starting off, is the girls under 18 4. Looks like it's a straight race. We've got Oamaru, Rangiruru, St Andrews, Rangiruru's 2, Timaru and Nelson. Now, the big thing is, yep. CNR Insurance, of course, are the main sponsors of the first race up for the day. Of course, they are based in Alexandra, of course, and they give commercial rural brokers. They were founded in 1996 by Russell and Irene Smith, of course. They were providing the reliable insurance broker service to the residents and businesses around Central Otago, so we appreciate their sponsorship. All starts coming out of the 2,000 metre peg. The novices will be coming from the 1,000 metre peg. Don't forget, if you have a dog, it has got to be on a lead. Also, they will not wait for anybody at the start, a race every 4 minutes. If they get behind time, they will try and make up time. They will not wait for any crew. So don't go on the time because it's 10 minutes behind. We'll be 10 minutes later getting on the water. The guys that should know all that, of course, are not out here hearing the PA system. The commentary tower for the first few races this morning will be looking straight into the sun, so you won't get any indication of who's out in front or who's doing who until you get through to about the 1,000 metre peg. We welcome everybody along and wish that they have a good regatta. I would imagine this may be the second regatta for an awful lot of crews. The novices will get huge benefit because it looks like the two monsters are down on the bottom of the lake. Don't forget, you pack it in, you pack it out. So if you've got any rubbish and you're eating around the course, make sure you put it in a bag and take it with you at the end of the day. We don't want any rubbish left around, and we don't want to be going around the grass verges looking and picking up other people's rubbish. The canteen will be open later on. Of course, the food vans will be open up, and Mr. Whippy will be there. Morning, Steve. And of course, the ladies that jack up the canteen, they will be all support them, and the row shop. All proceeds of those go back into South Island Rowing. Just the 6 crews going to the starter down there at the 1,000 metre peg. That's going to be immediately followed up by event number 2, which is the men's open single sculls. We have huge entries for the men's open single sculls this year. There's something like about 3 heats, I think. So it's going to be cutthroat to get into the final, into that top final for the men's open single sculls. Dunstanam with a huge number there. I think they've got about 8 to 10 crews entered in the men's open single sculls. A big squad coming out of the Dunstanam rowing sheds. Not a great deal separating them as they head towards the 1,000-metre peg. Still can just see the sun glistening on into the outside crews going exceptionally well. That's the crew from Nelson. Welcome along from Nelson. A long way to come down to the Otago champs. We appreciate it. So it looks like Nelson on the outside, and the left-hand shoulder of them is Timaru. And that's the Timaru crew. Rangiruru's 2 crew right in the middle of the course with St Andrews and Rangiruru's number 1 crew. And Oamaru down on the inside. Not a great deal separating all crews as they head towards the 1,000-metre peg. Nobody really dropped off at this stage. It looks like Nelson's still on the outside. They've got about a 2-length advantage over the crew from Timaru. Timaru in turn locked up. They're completely locked up with the crew on their left-hand shoulder, which is Rangiruru's number 2 crew. And then we go to the middle, St Andrews, nothing between the 2 Rangiruru crews. Just back off ever so slightly is the Rangiruru number 1 crew. Oamaru ahead of them. They're about 1,200 out from home. Nelson in front. Close racing for the very first race of the day at the 2024 Otago Rowing Championships. CNR sponsors, CNR insurance sponsors. Nelson, very, very little between Nelson on the left-hand shoulder, Timaru, Nelson, Timaru together, and then we go to, well, it looks like Rangi 1. It's St Andrews that are back off the pace a little bit. Rangi 1's right up there with those 2 outside crews. Then we see a little bit of a gap now. We go back to St Andrews, Rangiruru's number 2 crew, and Oamaru down on the inside. Through that 1,000-metre peg they go. Nelson's had the lead taken off them. So the second 100, the second 1,000, they want to push it through. The second 1,000 is coming out of the Timaru rowing sheds. There's still very little between the 2 of them. Maybe Timaru might have been in front going through the 1,000. But it's also coming out of that second lane. Rangiruru number 1. There's nothing separating these 3 crews. Rangiruru number 1 outside. Looks like Timaru's got the advantage over Nelson. We're getting a better look at it now, but it's Rangiruru. Rangiruru's number 1 crew down here out of lane number 4. They've got an advantage of about 1.5 lengths only over the crew from Timaru. Timaru with about 1.5 lengths over Nelson. There's the first 3. Then we come down to Rangi's number 2 crew, St Andrews. And then Oamaru down on the inside. Heading towards that 500-metre to go mark, and it is, oh, there's some real urgency going on from the Rangiruru number 1 crew. Stalker, Abbott, Nelson, Harper, and O'Connor in the coxswain seat. Coaching team out of Rangiruru wants to make you think that we are going to be one of the top schools again this year. They've got about that 1.5 lengths advantage still over Timaru. Timaru 1.5 over Nelson. Then we come back to Rangiruru's number 2 crew. A wee way back to St Andrews and also Oamaru. Nelson can't pick up for the second. Timaru holding second. Rangiruru. So Rangiruru looked as if they were really starting to get into it just about 400 metres out. That's what you got to do. You've got to be able to race it and race it hard. Rangiruru sitting in front over the rest of the field. Only that 1.5 length advantage though. They haven't opened up the gap yet. They look as if they've done a couple of pieces to sort things out. It's Rangiruru. Rangiruru's number 1 crew. Timaru. Then from Timaru we go outside them. Nelson's been nothing between a length and a half and a length and a half. Then we go to Rangi's number 2 crew and nothing between Oamaru. Just Oamaru slightly ahead of St Andrews. There's the first regatta out of the way, guys, on brilliant water here on Lake Ruataniwha. Rangiru will just coast around to the boat park. Right, your second race comes up. It's the first heat of 4 heats. It's going to be 1, 2, and 3 go straight through to the final. And the first next fastest will go through to the A final as well. It looks like they're going to use 10 lanes in the final, so we should have 3 heats with 1, 2, and 3 from each heat, and then the next fastest out of those 3 heats will go through the final. Down in lane number 1, we should have Dunstan 7, that's Josh Barrett. Lane 2, Cure Boating Club, Lewis Meets. Lane 3 is Dunstan Arm 4, which is Henry Clotworthy. That's where the action will come from. Avon 1, Sam Wilson. Lane 5 is Cure's number 2, Alex Fletcher. Good to see you back in the boat, Alex. Dunstan Arm 10 out of 6, Jed McIntosh. Wairau, Finn Ellison for Wairau. Dunstan Arm 6, Jack Pearson. There'll be the action come from there as well. And Canterbury's number 2, Tim Chapman. One, two, three, and from the outside, 1, 2, 3 is Wairau. Wairau, there's not a great deal between Wairau. Dunstan 6 on the outside, but the crew's down on the inside. That's what we're looking for. Cure Dunstan Arm 4, Dunstan Arm 4 and Avon locked together down there in lanes 3 and 4. And then trying to stick in between the two of them is Cure Boating Club. That's Alex from Cure Boating Club. And then the Dunstan Arm number 10 Cure crew is right alongside him. We go out to Wairau. It's coming from the inside. And then on Wairau's right-hand shoulder, real pressure coming from Dunstan 6. Jack Pearson and Canterbury's number 2 crew just back a couple of lengths. Not a great deal separating the full field. We come back down to the inside. Dunstan 5, that's Josh. And then another couple of lengths back to Cure Boating Club 4, Lewis. So it's out there in 3. It's Henry Clotworthy from Dunstan Arm, out of the Dunstan Arm rowing hub on the Dunstan Arm course. He's only got about a half a length only, but we've got to go right out wide. We've got to be careful out wide to Dunstan Arm 6, Jack Pearson, out of this very strong premier squad that comes out of the Dunstan Arm hub. There's absolutely nothing between them down the inside. Dunstan and Avon together. Dunstan, Avon and Dunstan across the far side. Then we go back to the crew from Wairau. Wairau wide out wide might even have the advantage. Oh, there's very little between it. It's Dunstan Arm 6 right out wide. Dunstan Arm 6. He's just starting to put some big ones in with about 150 metres to go. I think he's got the lead. He's definitely got the lead outside. It is Jack Pearson from Dunstan Arm 6. Got the lead now over the Avon Sculler. Avon Sam Wilson in the middle, and he's trying to bring with him Dunstan Arm 4, Henry Clotworthy. Then we go Wairau, Canterbury 2. In the middle of the course, we go Cure Boating Club. Just in behind him is Dunstan Arm 10, Jed McIntosh. And down on the inside, Dunstan Arm 7 and Cure Boating Club 4 down towards the line, and it's definitely up wide. It's Jack Pearson for Dunstan. Avon Sculler now, Wilson for Avon Sculler. Then we have Henry, and then what a queue up we've got for the rest of the field. Don't forget a race every 4 minutes today, guys. There won't be any mucking around. Make sure your coxswains have got life jackets. Make sure you got numbers on. Make sure your boat's compliant. And make sure when you race out there, race hard. That second heat's got Canterbury 1, Cure Boating Club 2, Avon 5, Dunstan Arm 2, Dunstan Arm 9, 5, Avon 4 and 6, Wakatipu 2 and 7, Wairau 3 and 8, Dunstan Arm 8 and 9. So we're looking at Angus Cole for Canterbury, Justin Leota Butler for Cure Boating, Sam Cleland for Avon, Matt King for Dunstan Arm, Matthew O'Meara for Dunstan Arm, Joshua Clark for Avon, Wakatip's Henry Lightfoot, Wairau's Ashley James Fitzgerald, and Dunstan right out wide Angus Lowe. And again, we go out wide, but we go to Wairau 3, just down on the inside him is Wakatip. That's Harry Lightfoot for Wakatip, and then just slightly ahead of him is the crew from Avon. So Avon going well, but coming down here on one of the inside lanes, out in front, watching all the rest, trying to see if they can fill the gap up. Coming out of lane 4 in Dunstan Arm colours, it's young Matt King. He's not much more than about 17 years of age. He's been really strong since he's come to the Dunstan Arm. He's originally out of the Cromwell Club. And here he is sitting out here in the open. So Matt King, Dunstan Arm. Then we have to go across the far side to Wairau. That's Wairau across the far side. He's up into second place. And then all on his left-hand shoulder, all vying for third, fourth and fifth. So, and that is Wairau is Wakatip, Avon and Dunstan Arm 9, all going for third, fourth and fifth. And then we go back out wide to Dunstan Arm 8. Down on the inside, we have in lane number 1, Canterbury 1 and Cure Boating Club. So down inside that Golden Boys, we've got the Golden Boys. You know, we've only got 250 to go. He's just pushing it a little bit harder, Matters, to work it through. That's exactly how they're all coached. They race all the time when they're training, and they know how to race the Dunstan Arm colours. You go up the gorge between Alexandra and Clyde, and you could see 15 to 20 boats coming down every morning. We hear it coming from the public, how impressive it is to see all the boats on the lake training out of the Dunstan Hub. Good work, Matt. Going out wide, it's going to take the second buzzer. It's right out wide. It's going to be the... Oh, we'll just check the colours out wide. Yeah, it's Wairau. It's going to be Wairau out wide, Dunstan Arm in the middle. Right inside them is Avon. Right down the inside, Canterbury, out wide to Wakatipu. And back down to lane number 3, which is the Avon 5 sculler. I didn't see Cure amongst that. We'll try and get the results and some times up when we can, just sorting one or two wee problems out. So we immediately go to the third heat. Again, it's 1, 2 and 3 go through to the final, plus the first fastest. And, of course, we're very privileged to have the sponsorship for the Otago Community Trust. And we all know how good the Otago Community Trust is. Bendigo Valley Sports and Charitable Foundation, the Lions Foundation, the Aotearoa Gaming Trust, Meridian Energy and NZCT. All of Otago Community Trust. I'd like to thank the following foundation, trusts and sponsors for their continued support of rowing in Otago. Right, we're looking for another 3 to go through into that final. Again, we're going to go out wide. You wait until he gets to the finals. We'll look at the centre lanes all the time. They see them. If you're a novice spectator, when it comes to the finals, you'll see that they will seed the fast crews, and so they can come down in a narrow effect to go out to the lanes 1 they will be slower times, and out to lanes 8, there'll be slower times. So 5 will generally be your fastest time, then it will go to 4, then it will go to 6. So when they come down the lake, you have an arrow effect. It looks like Dunstan showing the colours again. Looks like Dunstan are going 1 and 2 at this stage. That's the crews out wide again. So it's Dunstan out there, which is Angus Kenny. We know how good Angus is, originally out of the Otago rowing sheds, I think. Now rowing out of the Dunstan hub, and he's sitting out in front. Very experienced sculler, and on his right shoulder is Wakatipu's Sebastian Watson out of Lake Hayes. And then on his right-hand shoulder, we have got Wakatipu's number 3. So it's Dunstan 1 or Dunstan 2 it is. So it's Dunstan 1 over Dunstan 3. And then we go out Wakatip and Wakatip. And in the middle of the course, we have a Cure crew. And then we go Avon, Cure, there's Union, and there's another Dunstan crew and Wairau down on the inside. So great racing, and most likely first time I've ever seen so many entries in the men's open single sculls. Generally, it's just a straight race, so congratulations, clubs, for having to be able to produce, and they have to race to get into that final. So Dunstan Arm over Dunstan Arm, and a big push from the third Dunstan Arm down the inside, but it looks like it's gone to the Union sculler. That's how close it is in the old open single sculls. Women's coxless pair. This is the elite class at club rowing. The women's coxless pair. This has been kindly sponsored by New Zealand Community Trust. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to the final. 2 heats. This is where the selectors, this is the event the selectors look at, the coxless pairs. If you can move a coxless pair, you've got a pretty good chance of the selectors having a wee look at you. A highly sought after event, especially some of the school crews. Coming out of lane number 7 by the look of it, so it's Avon 6. Coming out of lane number 7, they've got a commanding lead as they've gone through that. We're in that third 500. And it is Avon 6 sitting out in front over actually Avon. It looks like Avon 3. Jessica Tivendale and Moana Butler out wide there, but they are a good 3 or 4 lengths down. The crew in the middle of the course too, and from there is Nelson. Robinson and Madeline and Collis from Nelson going along pretty well. Then right down on the inside should be Avon. Guys will just back off the pace a little bit. Avon getting along very nicely out of lane number 2. We're just going to get a clock on Avon for you. Gosh, they're swinging off huge oars. The choppers are just about hitting the buoy line on both sides, and the boat's right in the middle of the course. That's how long their oars are. They're like a couple of wings on an albatross. I've only got them on 31, so there's plenty of room for them to crank it up, but they don't need to. They don't have to be in the first 5. It's right out wide. That's the crew from Avon. So Avon at this stage look as if they might be going to go 1, 2, and 3. Sitting out in front under no pressure whatsoever. Doing it very comfortable indeed. But again, they look as if they're racing. They're not coasting. They're sitting out. They want to open it up again from the Avon crew down on the inside that we clocked up just a minute ago. And then we go out. There's a chance Avon could go 1, 2, 3, but the party might be spoiled by Nelson in the middle. So we've got Avon, and Nelson. Nothing between Nelson and Avon for third and fourth. And then we come back on the inside of Nelson as Avon 7. And we just haven't seen the Twizel crew. Oh, there they go now. We see Twizel now. So down towards the buzzer they go, and they'll get the buzzer, which is the Avon number 6 combination. I thought over down on the Avon combination down the inside. That's the number 1 combination. And then we go out Avon 3. They will get the third buzzer, and the fourth qualifier will be Nelson. We're looking for one more to qualify, and it looks like the colours of Avon again, out of lane 4. So Avon qualifying 4 crews out of the 5 to go through to the final. Right, your second heat is Avon 2, Columba College, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Avon 4, Avon 5, and Christchurch Girls High School 1. Looks like a very strong squad coming out of the Avon for the premieres this season. Well done, Avon. All those kilometres up and down the little creek up there in Christchurch. We welcome along anyone that's just come in from away. Don't forget, if you've brought any rubbish along with you, take it away with you. All dogs must be on a lead. Get in behind and support your siblings or your club members. And of course, like I say, later on, you'll find the canteen and the Mr. Whippy and everything will all be going later. I think this is going to be about the last regatta that you'll be able to use a barbecue. You can only use a barbecue if you have a fire extinguisher. And then regattas from then on, I think you'll find that you will not be allowed to use a barbecue. Fire risk in the Mackenzie country, of course. Fire risk over the whole of New Zealand. Right, that second heat's well down through the course now. And we're looking at lane number 5, which is Avon 4, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. They've got a commanding lead as well, so it's going to be a real Avon outfit when it comes, because Avon's up in second place out of lane number 2. That's Stewart and Gardner out of lane 2, so Avon's going to have 5 crews in that final, and there's also a chance they'll get another one through, and they will as well. So we might as well just put all Avon crews in the final of the Women's Open Coxless Pair tomorrow. And out wide, right on the outside, is the crew from Christchurch Girls. I think you'll find that's the qualifiers. 5. The only crew to miss out is out there in the 4. Which is Avon 4, I think. We'll just check that for you. Looks like Avon 4 will go in. On their right-hand shoulder, which is Avon 5. So down inside the gold buoys. Beautiful pick up as they go through inside this last 100 metres. 2 ladies sitting in front. They're under no pressure whatsoever. And they'll go down and take the second heat. Women's Open Coxless Pairs. New Zealand Community Trust sponsored over Avon. Avon down on the inside. Stewart and Gardner for Avon. They will take the second buzzer. Then we go to Columba College. Oh gosh, that's a good row from the 2 girls out of Columba College. A very successful regatta at the St. Otago Rowing Championships. And then we go out wide to Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls number 1 crew, Columba College number 1 crew. That's Nicholson and Patterson, and of course Emily and Isabel that do the coaching out of Columba College have really got their squad firing. They have for years. And then the final qualifier will be that crew from Avon. So Avon with 6 crews in the final, and then we go back to the second Christchurch Girls crew. started doing a great job moving the program around. We've got, if you've just come in off the highway, you're at the 2024 Otago Rowing Championships. And you'll see a race every 4 minutes going right through till 5:30 tonight. So the entries are pretty big for all rowing regattas that we have here on Lake Ruataniwha. And of course, we appreciate the sponsorship of Meridian Energy and New Zealand Community Trust. The boys under 16 double scull, 1, 2 and 3 to the final out of each heat. So it tells us there's 3 heats, and the next fastest time out of those 3 heats will go through as well. Starting in lane 1, we have St. Bede's 2, Otago 2, Wanaka 1, Wakatipu 3, Otago Boys High 3, St. Andrews 3, Oamaru 2, Christchurch Boys 2, St. Thomas of Canterbury 2, and St. Andrews 1. That's the crew that's sitting, St. Andrews 1, it's the crew inside St. Andrews 1. Can't see any colours. It's coming out of lane number 8. I think it's Christchurch Boys. It's coming out of 9. It's St. Thomas of Canterbury. So St. Thomas of Canterbury quite clearly out in front, and this the boys under 16 double sculls. Very, very competitive class, always very big entries. Some of these under 16 crews can go as quick as the under 17 crews, but St. Thomas of Canterbury done some great work on the Avon River. See who's under the guidance of, it's Daniel Ryan that's doing the coaching out of St. Andrew, well, certainly of this crew anyway. So up into second place looking for a qualifier. There's Otago Boys, who had an absolute brilliant regatta in the Central Otago Rowing Champs with a huge squad of novices. I think they had 3 novice 8s on the water at the Dunstan Arm Regatta 2 weekends ago. So Otago is showing to come back into form. So Otago up into the second qualifier, and they're actually bringing along with them, they're bringing St. Andrews. So they're your 3 qualifiers out wide. St. Thomas of Canterbury, Otago Boys, and then St. Andrews 3. And then looking for the quickest time, which generally if you want to have the quickest time, you've got to be right in behind the 3rd place getter, but it's coming out of lane 2, which is the Otago number 2 crew. Also had a very good regatta. This is John McGlashan rowing in the Otago colours. Just on the inside of them, St. Bede's 2. Right out wide we go to St. Andrews. In the middle of the course, we go back to the gold of Oamaru and then the gold boat of Wakatipu's. And they're in the 16 double scull, and Wanaka, Mount Aspiring, or Wanaka, just back off the pace ever so slightly. So we've got the 3 qualifiers, and I don't know that the 4th crew would be close enough to get into the fastest time. Great racing though. So like I say, Otago Boys, huge number of novices this year. I don't know whether they'll have them here at the Otago Championships. But they certainly went well at the Central Otago Champs, along with Wakatipu. And of course we talked to Columba College, who do an absolute brilliant job, the Columba College coaches, with their crews down there and off the Dunedin Harbour. Right, your second heat has got Christchurch Boys 3, St. Bede's 1, Cromwell 1, Timaru 3, Oamaru Corporate, Wakatipu's 2, Otago Boys 1, St. Andrews 5, St. Andrews 6, out there facing each other in the outside lanes, and Shirley Boys High School, also off the Avon River in Christchurch. Oh, she's a little bit closer this time. Coming out of lane number 7. Then we go out to 9. So lane number 7 is Otago Boys 1. We go out to 9, St. Andrews 6. Then Shirley Boys on the outside of that. They're just off the pace ever so slightly. But it's Otago Boys, and then 2 out from Otago Boys. Looks very much like it is. Could be Oamaru. We'll just check the colours if we can see them for you. Parker boys just lugging a little bit. It looks like they're working quite hard, trying to keep their nose in front. We go out wide to Shirley Boys. I think it's Shirley Boys. Colours right out wide. There's a crew right out off lane number 10, which is just coming down through the course. So the composite crew, the Oamaru composite crew, they're going well as well. They're up in the qualifying position. Up towards the Gold Boys they come. We go Otago Boys. They're bringing St Andrews with them, and also Shirley Boys out wide. Oamaru trying to get into it. Stroke Boy has a look around to the left. His shoulders are dropping on one side. They drop. Now he looks out to the right. Oh, if you keep to your task, guys, put your head down and row, you might qualify. Every time you turn that head, that's for any novice rowers out there that are listening. Every time you turn your head, you upset the balance of the boat. It's a movement that doesn't need to be there. You just got to get your discipline to make sure that you're looking straight down the lake. Otago Boys look as if they want to get their second crew through, which is a great effort from Otago Boys. I think it's. I think Tommy's doing the coaching there. Yeah, Thomas Ryan's doing the coaching out of Otago Boys, and he has them firing. Otago Boys sitting out in front. The Oamaru composite crew with Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton and Jacob Rebrack from Oamaru. Look as if they're up into second place. They're not looking around now. They know that they can qualify. And then the third qualifier is right out wide, Shirley Boys. And then right on their left-hand shoulder is St Andrews. And that's where you've got to be if you want to be the next fastest time. And unfortunately, we can't give you the times. We will get our machine going. Then we come to the yellow boat of Wakatapoos. Back down to the second St Andrews crew. Lane number 4, which is Timaru. And there should be another crew somewhere right out wide. Boys Under 16 double, of course, has been kindly sponsored by Mackenzie Foursquare. That's the Foursquare that you need to go to get your groceries when it comes to staying for the weekend. I'm sure everybody does that. Mackenzie Foursquare. Greg and Susan Roberts, established it in 2008, have been providing Mackenzie District with fresh produce for the last 15 years. They've got an extensive food-to-go section there at Foursquare and Mackenzie Base in Mackenzie, in the heart of the mall there in Twizel. Third heat just about going through the 1,000-metre peg now. Wakatip down on the inside, then we go Otago Boys 2, North End, Burnside, Otago 1, St Bede's 3, Christchurch Boys 1, St Bede's 4, St Andrews 4, St Thomas Canterbury 1. Now, under 16, North End, I would imagine it's one of the schools. It could be either Kings, Logan Park or Bayfield. Somebody will tap me on the shoulder and let me know, but there's no use doing that because I'll only forget. Just going through that 1,000-metre peg now, and we do have a crew that look as if they've gone clearly to the front. We'll try, and we're still getting quite a glisten on the water to try and pick up for you. Coming out of lane number 4. So it's Burnside off the Avon River in Christchurch. Thomas and Riley, these two guys sitting out in front watching everyone grunt from there. It's coming from right down on the very inside. It'll be the Wakatip combination down on the inside. That's the crew that is, and they're bringing along with them Otago Boys number 2 crew. So they're the first three, but we can't forget about going out wide. We've got to go right out the very outside. St. Thomas of Canterbury's number 1 crew. So a good squad of under 16s coming out of St. Thomas of Canterbury. We've already seen the number 2 crew win, and they look as if they could actually be. We've got to favour the outside, and they're going through the 500 to go mark, and they look as if they could be sitting in front. It's pretty hard to pick up when you've got one spread right out. We go down to the inside. Wakatipu. Wakatipu trying to bring Otago Boys 2 with them. In the middle of the course, Burnside. And then on 2 out from Burnside, we go to St. Bede's 3. Then we go to Christchurch. Right out wide, we go to St. Andrew's 4. And inside them, St. Bede's number 4. And there's another one back further. I think it's the Otago crew. But the action's out wide and down on the inside. They're bringing them with them. There's no gap. They're really just starting to move down in the inside. The Otago Boys number 2 crew. They're trying to get their 3rd crew into the final. They're doing a good job on it, but they're going to have to sprint now, guys. You're going to have to go now. Either that or you need to look for a faster time. So Thomas will have the stopwatch ready to take a look at it. It's still out wide at St. Thomas of Canterbury. Beautiful rowing conditions here on Lake Ruatanapa, the lake of the 2 monsters. They are chained to the bottom. It's way out wide at St. Thomas of Canterbury. They've got the lead over the Wakatipu's yellow skiff down on the inside. Who's going to get that 3rd qualifier? It's right in the middle. The urgency's coming from. It's coming from Burnside. Burnside really putting pressure on the Otago Boys number 2 crew. Otago Boys need to be closer to Burnside. Burnside coming home really quickly on Wakatip as well. So those 3 crews have sorted themselves out. We go out wide, St. Thomas of Canterbury. We come on the inside. So it's inside, outside. We go to Wakatipu. In the middle, Burnside. And then Otago Boys. We're going to have to look for time. Then we go to 7, and just inside them is 6, which is Christchurch Boys and St. Bede's locked together. Go back out to St. Andrews, back again a little bit further to St. Andrews, and a crew in the middle of the course showing the Otago colours, and crew out of lane number 3, which is North End. That's the 3 heats of the boys under 16 double sculls. Well done, guys. You've got the advantage of 4 commentators here at the Otago Rowing Champs this weekend, so you'll only get short shifts from each one of them. I think you'll most likely only get an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon for some of them, so you appreciate that all the commentators, the 4 of them that they've got here, have all got different styles, which is really good for the public. You get an idea of what one is good at and what one is good at some other section of the racing. I'll change over for Will's coming on at 8:30. So just again, another plug for anyone that's got their dog here. Make sure it's on a lead. Again, pack it in, pack it out, the saying goes. Be fair to everybody, and if the sun comes out, slip, slop and slap and take on water. Mackenzie country over the last couple of weeks has been very, very hot. The girls under 15 Coxed Octo. Wow. When they first brought this program into the Māori Cup, there would only have been about 3 crews raced in it. Now we've got a full field of 10. Columba College, Wakatipu, North End's 2, Christchurch Girls, North End, Marion College, first call for you this morning, Marion. St. Andrews, Timaru, Villa Maria, Rangiruru. They will be away. I think their start time is about 10 minutes past 8, so we'll see them come down through the course. The Octos, if you're a novice spectator out there, is an 8 that has sculling oars. They're a wee bit heavier than a sweeperwood 8. Their times are generally slower than a sweeperwood 8 because they're such a heavy unit with 16 blades and 16 riggers. Fairly tight out there again for this third heat of the boys under 16. The racing's right in the middle of the course this time. 4 and 5, they're eyeballing each other as they come down at St. Bede's 1 and Timaru. Nothing between them but the crew in front of them right down on the very inside. That's Wakatip's number 2 crew. I think that's Max and McKellar there. It is too. Max McKellar had a good regatta at the St. Otago Rowing Championships as well. And they are swinging along there. I think John Morrison should be coaching them. John's coaching them. And while we're talking about Wakatip Rowing Club, of course, our condolences go out to one of the stalwart coaches out of the Hopi rowing sheds and later on in life out of the Wakatipu rowing sheds of Mr. Everett. So our condolences go out to his family, Amanda and the girls. So that's where it comes from, Wakatipu 2 down on the inside. Then we go right out wide again in the colour of, oh my goodness, what colour is that? Oh, Timaru. Timaru, and then we go back in the middle of the course. We go to a second Timaru crew. And alongside them, St. Bede's. There's your first 4. Then we have to go right out wide to St. Thomas of Canterbury's got another crew out there. Inside them is Christchurch Boys, Nelson as well. But down here to the yellow boat as they go. These two young lads are just coasting. They're away down on about 27 strokes per minute as they head down towards the buzzer. Well done, guys. You won't be able to coast in the final. She's going to be cutthroat out there. So they're the first of the third heat qualifiers. Timaru out wide. Second qualifier and third qualifier is the crew out of lane number 4, which is the crew from St. Bede's. Then sitting back and looking for time, we should be looking at Nelson out wide, St. Thomas of Canterbury. In the middle of the course, Christchurch Boys, second Timaru crew. And down the inside is Cromwell. Connor and James for Cromwell. Starting to build up a couple of seasons of rowing now under the guidance, I think, with Maud or Brendan that's doing them. And unfortunately, there's a crew right out the back. And I think it's showing the colours of Otago. Or it's Shirley Boys. They've let the big octos go. They have to row very short on their seats going out of the start, and they call what they call a racing start for any novice spectators out there. They do a racing start, which is they keep their bodies completely upright and they shorten their slides and they get more strokes in per minute. You've got to get these big 8-packers up out of the water and they've got to get them moving. In some cases, you'll have some coaches will only do a racing start of 10 or 15 before they start to swing the body over, slow the slide down a bit and come right to the front of the slide and reach out. Some coaches, when it comes to Mardi Cup, if you've got to hang on to your racing start for 50 to 100 metres, if what, you're never going to get a biscuit around your neck if you don't do something like that. So these big 8-packers, once they get them up out of the water, they go along quite nicely, but you've got to keep them clipped along. If you're any lower than 36 strokes per minute, they drop down in the water And it is so hard to get them up and running again, so most coaches will aim at about 30 odds, 36 to 37 strokes per minute to keep them chipped along, to make sure they don't drop. Gone through that first 500 metres. It doesn't look like anybody at this stage has stuck their hand up to say we've got the best octo in the country, or in Otago anyway. We go out wide, the two crews out wide, which is Villa Maria and Rangiruru. There's not a great deal between those two. Villa Maria's got a slight advantage on them, so they're there. Then we go back inside them, the crew inside them, which is Timaru. They're just about 2 lengths back from there, and St Andrews back further again. And then we come into the middle of the course. There's 1, 2, 3 crews all locking horns together, coming out of lanes 3, which is now North End. Then we go to North End again, and we go to Meridian College in the middle of the course. Those North End crews are out of St Hilda's, of course. Then we come down to the very inside lanes, which is lanes 2, which is Wakatipu, Columba College, just back from there a little bit. So all crews are in the firing line. There's 1 or 2 just dropped out the end, but they've only dropped out the end by 2 or 3 lengths. So this is well good coaching at this time of the year. And this is under 15 grade, so you'll have rowers out there that have most likely had a season, but you'll also have novice rowers out there as well. So we go right out to that outside, still Villa Maria. They're not at that 1,000 metre peg yet, so it can change in the second 1,000. Give the coxswains a bit of a push. The Villa Maria coxswain is, Alicia Clark. Phoebe and Kelvin are doing the coaching at Villa Maria this year, and they look as though it's hard to tell whether they're in front. We'll try and get it a bit closer. The crew in the middle of the course, just on the left-hand shoulder of Villa Maria, is right there, just back about 1.25 lengths. There's still the crew on the right-hand shoulder of Villa, which is Rangi 1. Still not a great deal between them. Would only be 3/4 of a length between Villa Maria and Rangi 1. I can't see colours, so I take it. I hope Mr. Barry Clydesdale's put them in the right lanes. Otherwise, we've got it wrong. That comes quite common anyway. Lane number 6 is in the firing line as well, which is Marion's College. First call for them, and they've got their boat sitting out there as well. Then we come to the inside, Wakatipu. Alongside Wakatipu on the right-hand shoulder is the crew from Christchurch Girls. Where's North End? I think that's lane 4, which is Christchurch Girls. North End just back off the pace a little bit with one of their crews, and Columba College out of lane number 1, just struggling a little bit out the back now in the second 1,000 metres. We go back to the leading 2, still Villa Maria. Villa Maria, Rangi trying to put some pressure on them. Oh gosh, that's 2 beautifully balanced boats. I tell you what, you could put a spirit level across the top of their heads from the stroke to the bow, and the little bubble would be dead centre, and that's coming from both those crews, especially the Villa Maria crew. It's beautifully balanced. As they head down inside the last 500 metres, left-hand shoulder from them. Oh, how are you, mate? Good. Still the crew down on the inside. We're not looking at a heats here, so they'll all come back and do it again tomorrow. They're looking for fast lanes. That's all they're looking for. Out of lane number 2, Wakatipu. We saw Wakatipu's novices go a couple of weeks ago at the Central Otago Championships, and they are right in the firing line. And because of the inside, the outside, it's difficult to pick us up. We still go nothing between Villa Maria and the inside crew. Out of lane 2, Wakatipu. Off Lake Hayes in the Lakes area. Out wide, Rangi. Look, oh, there's a break in the Rangi crew. Something's happened in the Rangi crew. Oh, somebody's lost an oar. Yep. We've got it back again now. Now, can they close that gap up again? Oh, this is a nice, tidy crew from Villa. Coaches have done a really good job on them. They're not up around 36, though. So they've got room to move those hands and keep that boat up there. We don't want it sucked down in the water. They're big, heavy boats, so we've got to keep them clipped along. We just see it with Wakatip. You can just see how they're a wee bit quicker on the slide through to the catch. And hence, there's very little between the two crews. They go down and they'll race it again tomorrow. I got one more event, and we're bringing Will in for you guys. And he'll take it through for an hour, I think, and Clive's coming on at 9:30 and Frank's coming on at 10:30. You lucky people, you've got 4 commentators to get an idea of it. It is Wakatip. It is Wakatip that is ahead of Villa Maria. So Wakatip will go down, take the title. Good work, John. They just keep going. They just go up through the channeling system and will get home if they do that tomorrow. Villa Maria will get in the second fastest lane. They'll take Rangi with them. Christchurch girls. Then we go St Andrews, North End. That's St Hilda's. And there should be another St Hilda's crew there somewhere. Jazz, you've got 2 crews out there. St Hilda's and Marion College, and a couple of more crews down on the inside, Columba College. Right, one more event, and then Will's coming on. So we're well down through the course for the boys under 18-4. The progression is 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the final. The rest to the B final, which tells us there's only 2 heats. It looks like we're going to row 10 lanes in the final. Christ College has got a scratching out of lane number 3. If Oamaru in 1, Christchurch boys 3 and 4, St Thomas at Canterbury's 2 and 5, Christ College in 6. First call to you this morning, Christ College. I love your new sheds here on Twizel. Christchurch boys number 2 and 7, St Bede's 2 and 8, and St Andrews 1 and 9. And kind sponsors have come for Sharon Bennett Photography. So we appreciate your sponsorship. She's pretty tight out there in the centre lanes. Coming out of lane 6 in the white, it is the crew from Christ College. Sitting nice and comfortably by a length and a half on the left-hand shoulder, St Thomas at Canterbury's 2 crew. And then we come down into lane number 2 and brilliant rowing conditions out there on the lake, which is the crew from Oamaru off the little harbour. And off the lake here, so they'll know the shortcuts along like Twizel do, know the shortcuts over 2,000 metres. Sitting out there nice and comfortably is the tandem rig boat, and if you're a novice spectator and want to know what Millsy's talking about, you'll take a look at the 2 members in the middle of the boat locked together. Stroke man, and then the bow man swinging off a stroke oar as well. So the tandem rig boat of Christ College is going down towards the buzzer. They'll go straight through and take first to go straight through into the final. They've dragged along with them, they've dragged the crew from St Thomas Canterbury, number 2 crew. There's your second buzzer, Oamaru down on the inside. Great work being done by Ivan and Shane out of Oamaru again this season. Good to see you back again, guys. And then we go out wide for the fourth qualifier, which is the crew from St. Bede's 2. And then in the middle of the course, it looks like Christchurch Boys. Out wide, St. Andrews. We hope you got another event, guys. And the second heat. Your second heat has got St. Bede's down the inside, Christ College's 4. Christchurch Boys 1, Shirley Boys 1, St. Andrews 2, St. Andrews 3, St. Thomas of Canterbury, and Christ College 3. Again, we're looking at the same qualification, only the 2 heats. This is immediately Wills coming on, and race 14 is the men's club double sculls. Again, 2 heats in the first 5 going through, rest to the B final. We appreciate the sponsorship, Sharon Bennett, photography. It looks in the centre of the course. Lane number 4. That's where the action's coming from. So we go to our program. Lane number 4 is Christchurch Boys. They would only have a half a length advantage of the crew on their left-hand shoulder out of lane 2, which is Christ College's number 4 crew. It's not Christ College's colour. It's St. Bede's. The St. Bede's have almost got about a canvas advantage now over the Christchurch Boys in the middle of the course. Christchurch Boys, I don't think, are quite content to just leave it there. They know they're in qualifying position, may have a wee bit of racing to do today. And then we go out wide. Do we go to St. Thomas of Canterbury, who have already qualified 2 crews through their double scull this morning. So it looks like a big build coming from St. Thomas of Canterbury. Off the Avon River in Christchurch, these 2 crews sitting in front are doing it pretty easy. They both know they've got qualified. They're just doing a bit of a push down the inside now, the St. Bede's crew. Just want to open up that gap a little bit. They've opened it up to 3/4 of a length as they go down to get the buzzer. The third qualifier is going to be St. Thomas of Canterbury. And then it's all on between Christ College. It looks like Christ College across the far side and Christ College down the inside, and then we go back to Shirley Boys, and that's about the field. Okay, guys, we'll change over. Plenty of time for it.
Next up, we have the men's club double sculls. So this is 2 heats, first 5 through to A final, rest through to B final. In lane 1, we have Wakatipu, Harry Lightfoot, Charlie Manser. Lane 2, Otago, Alexander Hatchell and Brendan Ailes. Lane 3, Canterbury number 2, Sam Clark, Noah Vizzer. Lane 4, Avon number 1, Jacob Yule and Will Thomas. Lane 5, Dunstanarm, Oliver Hamilton, Harrison Thode. Lane 6, St Andrews College number 1, Theo Thomas and Jackson Evans. Lane 7, Nelson number 1, Ethan Steele and Ollie Hawkins. Lane 8, Dunstanarm number 2, Roland Ozan and Jed Tisdall. And lane 9, Oamaru number 1, Patrick Spillane and Cody Marshall. So they're just coming down into that last 500 metres now. Looks to be lane 1 performing well. That's the crew out of Whakatipu, Harry Lightfoot, Charlie Manser. Those boys won the 17 quad last year, so they'll be looking in pretty good form to start off the season. Also on the outside, I think that's Oamaru number 1, Patrick Spillane and Cody Marshall performing well, coming to the last 350 metres. Just seeing a wee bit further back is the crew's Dunstan Arm number 2 and Nelson number 1, but still definitely in this to get into the A final. There's a clear 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 coming through here. Also looks to be a good performance coming from Dunstan Arm number 1, Oliver Hamilton and Harrison Thode. So looking like a pretty close lineup for first here. I think we're going to see that inside crew performing well. That's lane number 1, Whakatipu, Harry Lightfoot and Charlie Manser, just making sure they're not hitting those buoy lines. They're looking to be pretty close to that inside buoy line there. The outside crew, Patrick Spillane and Cody Marshall, looking to challenge them as they come down into the last 100 metres of the race. Looks to be the crew from Whakatipu leading by a boat length. Then we go actually to Dunstan Arm number 1, have got up for second here so far, but they're being challenged on the outside from Oamaru number 1. Then we go back inside to Dunstan Arm number 2 and inside to Nelson number 1. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Go back to Canterbury number 2 for that 6th place. Back to Avon number 1, Jacob Yule and Will Thomas for the 7th. And then rounding out the field will be St Andrews College and Otago. That's heat 1 of the men's club double sculls. Heat 2 coming down now in the second 1,000 metres. So this event is sponsored by Foursquare Mackenzie, so good job sponsoring them. Looks to be in the middle this time. The crews in this race is lane 1, Dunstan Arm number 3, lane 2, Cure Boating Club number 1, lane 3, Timaru, lane 4, Wanaka number 1, lane 5, Dunstan Arm number 4, lane 6, Waihopai number 1, lane 7, Nelson number 2, lane 8, Twizel number 1, and lane 9, Canterbury number 3. So these Otago champs, we have 10 lane A finals, so always a bit more competition for that, always good. Looks to be, I think that might be lane 6, Cure Boating Club number 4. Sorry, no, I've got that wrong. Lane 6 might be Waihopai number 1, Matthew Jenkins and Nathan Burt. That's a blue boat. That'll be Nelson number 2, Thomas Good and Ted Callahan. They look to be sitting pretty comfortable. I'd say the next crew would be just outside of them. That might be Twizel number 1, Luca Mains Upson and Ralph Henderson. Then we go right on the outside. That is Canterbury number 3. Then going back inside to Dunstan Arm number 4. And then right on the inside, Dunstan Arm number 3, Max Smith and Jed Stolt also look to be performing pretty well here. They look to be sitting in 2nd or 3rd, but it will be this Nelson crew sitting out in front. I'd say they've got a length up on this crew from Twizel. Twizel looks to have that rating quite high. They look to be moving the hands away pretty quick, trying to walk up on this Nelson crew. I don't think they're going to get them with 100 metres left. So that's your 1, 2. Then we go back onto the inside. Right on the inside, that Dunstan Arm number 3 takes it 3rd spot so far. But they're also being challenged by their fellow Dunstan Arm counterparts, Dunstan Arm number 4 in lane 5. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like a bit of a challenge for that last and 5th spot into that A final. We go to lane number 2, Cure Boating Club, versus right on the outside, that Waihopai number crew might challenge it. I think it will be that Cure Boating Club crew that's going to make it through by about half a length, no, full length. Going through the line there. We go to Canterbury number 3, actually. Then lane 3, Timaru, and then rounding out the field will be Waihopai and Wanaka. So that's your men's club double sculls finishing off. Next up, we have the women's club single sculls. The progression for this is 1, 2, 3 into the A final, plus the next fastest. then 4, 5, 6, and the next 2 fastest into the B final. So we'll have about 3 heats of this. Bit more competition for these smaller boats, bit tough to get into the A final. In lane 1, Dunstanarm number 5, Dana Leishman. Lane 2, Avon number 1, Katie Mitchell. Lane 3, Cure Boating Club number 3, Annabelle Hurst. Lane 4, Timaru, Scout Fiske. Lane 5, Burnside High School number 1, Jessica Rankin. Lane 6, Cure Boating Club number 4, Jojo Baldwin. Lane 7, Wanaka number 1, Meg Ritchie. Lane 8, Canterbury number 1, Stella Cook. And lane 9, Dunstanarm number 1, India Nichols. So they'll just be entering the second 1,000 right about now, and it looks to be right on the outside. Dunstanarm number 1, India Nichols, looks to be well clear of the rest of the field here. I'd say she's about 2 or 3 lengths up. And then the next closest is right inside of her, Canterbury number 1, Stella Cook. These smaller boats, there's a bit more variation in boat speed. You can start a bit down and be able to work your way up compared to the 8s where you need to start hard and work your way from there. But right now, performing brilliantly is that rower from Dunstanarm, India Nichols. She's got herself right up, and there looks to be no one challenging her in Heat 1 of this Women's Club single sculls. We're looking at the 1, 2, 3 to make it through the A final, and then maybe the next fastest if they can get up for it. Looking for that third spot, we'll be looking into those middle lanes, maybe lanes 4 and lanes 5. That's Burnside High School, Jessica Rankin in lane 5, and lane 4 is Scout Fiske from Timaru. Sorry, I messed up my counting there. I think it's Burnside High School number 1 and actually lane 6, Cure Boating Club number 4, Jojo Baldwin. That will be challenging for that third spot. Currently, I think it might be Burnside High School with the slight advantage, but I think it's anyone's game, but it's definitely not a game for first and second. Looking right to the outside, Dunstanarm number 1, India Nichols leading by 2 or 3 lengths over the Canterbury number 1, Stella Cook. She's sitting relatively comfortable, but we're also looking on the inside. Dunstanarm number 5, Dana Leishman, looks to be performing well. She might actually have gotten herself up to that third spot, looking to challenge for second there. Then we go to the rowers from Burnside High School and Cure Boating Club. They're in a bit of a tussle right now for that 4th spot, but it is definitely India Nichols out in front, 2 or 3 lengths up on the rest of the field. Just seeing a bit of a crosswind come across. I've heard a lot of people talk about the weather today, and it looks to be slightly picking up throughout the day. Hopefully no white caps. Touch wood on that, but it will be India Nichols leading the way through here. Sitting in second, Stella Cook from Canterbury number 1. But India Nichols has clearly dominated the rest of the field. And on the inside, we're looking at Dunstanarm number 5. Dana Leishman has clearly got herself into that third position. Seeing about a length and a half up on the rower from Burnside High School, Jessica Rankin, and Cure Boating Club, Jojo Baldwin. They'll be looking to try and battle their way for that next fastest position. They might do it. Nice crosswind coming across here, so that it will make these conditions a bit more challenging to row in. But winning by about 2 or 3 lengths will be India Nichols. Then we go to Stella Cook, right on the inside to Dana Leishman. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3. Burnside High School will be looking to give themselves a chance to get into that 4th spot and maybe make it through the A final. It's looking to be close between Cure Boating Club and Burnside. So Jessica Rankin and Jojo Baldwin in a bit of a battle right now. I think we're going to see the rower from Burnside take it by about half a length. Go back to the rower from Cure. Then we go inside to Timaru number 2, Scout Fiske. Then we go to Avon number 1, Cure number 3. And rounding out the field will be Wanaka number 1, Meg Ritchie. So that's your Heat 1. All right, so heat 2 coming down now. Lane 1, Meridian College, Charlotte Peterson. Lane 2, Invercargill number 2, Maddie Maelstrom. Lane 3, Whakatipu number 1, Annika Arlett. Lane 4, Timaru, Ella Inch. Lane 5, Dunstanarm number 3, Charlotte McKenzie. Lane 6, Waihopai number 1, Thea Hoyle. Lane 7, Cure Boating Club number 2, Ella Barnes. Lane 8, Avonside Girls High School, Sari Webley. And lane 9, Ashburn number 1, Isla Moffat. And, looks to be 2 crews right now sitting pretty comfortably in front. That third spot might be a bit interesting, but it's definitely lane number 1, Marion College, Charlotte Peterson performing well here. And then I think that's the row from Twizel. It might be from Avonside Girls, Sarah Webley in lane 8 performing well there. Green and the yellow, that actually might be from Ashburn number 1. So we're seeing a bit of a battle for that first place. It's Marion College number 1, Charlotte Peterson, and Ashburn number 1, Isla Moffat. They're into the last 250, last 100 metres actually. They're comfortably going to make it through into the A final tomorrow. Then we go into lane 2. That is Invercargill number 2 performing well as in the middle. That will be... It's a row from Waihopai, Thea Hoyle. She performed well in the R2K the other weekend. But taking that first place will be the row from Ashburn number 1, Isla Moffat, coached by Justin Wall. Then we see the row from Marion just a length behind her. Then looking to take out that third spot, it will be Maddie Maelstrom from Invercargill number 2. Trying to get that next fastest position will be the row from Waihopai. Go back to lane number 3, that's Whakatipu number 1, Annika Arlett. She's being challenged by lane number 7, Cure Boating Club, Ella Barnes. Outside of her, the row from Avonside Girls, as well as the row from Timaru. Those guys are all going to finish in a group together. And then rounding out the field will be Charlotte McKenzie in lane number 5. This should be the final heat coming down now. Heat number 3, lane 2, Waihopai number 2, Caitlin Whitaker. Lane 3, Whakatipu number 2, Emma Andrew. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club number 1, Alexandra Bidwell. Lane 5, Dunstanarm number 4, Kate Spriggs. Lane 6, Burnside High School number 2, Julia Mitchell. Lane 7, Dunstanarm number 2, Neve Odachurti. In lane 8, Invercargill number 1, Mia Brown. In lane 9, Canterbury number 2, Lauren Thompson. And in lane 10, Avon number 2, Thea Wayman. So action looks to be coming out from the middle of the field this time. That's 1, 2, 3 in. We're looking at Dunstanarm number 2, lane 7, Neve Odachurti. Performing well. She's got herself clear from the rest of the field pretty well here. Then you've got to watch out for these inside crews. They always seem to be hiding behind the poles for me. So look to lane 2, Waihopai number 2. Caitlin Whitaker looks to be performing well as well. Right on the inside there. Looking to challenge potentially that row from Dunstanarm number 2, Neve Odachurti. Those look to be the 2 I'm seeing for the 1-2. Then we'd probably be looking at lane 4 as well. Looks to be performing well as lane 8. So that is Cure Boating Club and Invercargill number 1 respectively. So depending on your position here, you might not be putting in full beans and wasting all your energy. Maybe save a bit for finals day where you know you're versing the best of the competition. Maybe you've got some races ahead. Stakes for this regatta aren't too high though, so hopefully everyone will just be racing to their max, putting out their best. And right now I think we're seeing that happen from lane number 7. That's Dunstanarm number 2, Neve Odachurti, performing well out there. And it's definitely that row in lane number 2, sitting comfortable in second. Not well clear of that third spot, but definitely in second is that row from Waihopai, Caitlin Whitaker. She's performing well there. Just keeping in your own space. It'll be quiet in these singles races. In fact, I think that row from Waihopai number 2 might actually be challenging for that third spot. I think she is. So then we have Dunstanarm number 2, Neve Otago. I want to catch this one. Looks to be close between that first and second spot. These inside lanes, you think they're far away, and then they end up being right up into the mix. So it is a close race between this first and second here. We're watching lane 2. That's Waihopai number 2, Caitlin Whitaker versus the rower from Dunstanarm, Neve Otago. Let's see who takes this. I think it's going to be the rower from Caitlin Whitaker. Well, the rower from Waihopai, Caitlin Whitaker. Third spot's looking pretty comfortable in that lane 4. That's going to be Cure Boating Club, Alexander Bidrill. Go back to lane number 8 is Invercargill number 1. Then we go the rower from lane 5, Dunstanarm, Kate Spriggs. But shaking out that first spot looks to be pretty close. I think leading by about 3/4 of a length will be the rower from Waihopai. She's going to take out this final heat, followed by the rower from Dunstanarm, lane number 7, Neve Otago. And then sitting comfortable in that third spot is the rower from Cure. She's going to make it through that A final as well, Alexander Bidrill. Then just challenging for that next fastest spot. Not sure that any of these rowers are going to get it. They look to be a bit off the pace, but still a good performance coming from Dunstanarm number 4. She's moved up into that 4th position. Just dropping it back a bit is that rower from lane number 8, Invercargill number 1, Mia Brown. And performing well in the last 100 metres was that rower from Whakatipu, Emma Andrew. I think she just might have rolled over for that 5th position. Go back to the rower from Burnside. That's Julia Mitchell. She's sitting comfortable of the rowers from Avon. That's Fair Wayman. And then rounding out the field will be Canterbury number 2, Lauren Thompson. And that will finish off the women's club single sculls. So next up we have the men's novice double sculls. This is the same progression, so we're seeing 1, 2, 3 through to A final, as well as the next fastest out of these 3 heats, and then 4, 5, 6, and the 2 next fastest will go through to the B final. So pretty good conditions so far, just a slight crosswind, but I was definitely expecting worse seeing the weather conditions for today. Hopefully it doesn't pick up too much in the afternoon. Some rowers might have not done the best preparation the day before. Thinking racing might have been cancelled, but oh well. We're seeing heat number 1 here coming down. In fact, it just looks like this is going to be a 1,000 metre race, because I'm seeing a lot of crews line up at the K. Anyways, lane 2, Whakatipu number 2, Flynn Weber, Baker Schmitz. Lane 3, Timaru 31, Bradley Champion, Stacey Mills. Lane 4, North End number 1, Ashton McNee, Ethan Shirley. Lane 5, Wanaka number 1, Lachlan Hay, Douglas Weiss. Lane 6, St Bede's College number 4, Oliver Chum, Oscar McCulloch. Lane 7, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Marcus Fisher, Kyden Barrow. Lane 8, Otago Boys High School number 1, Sam Glover, Hunter Knox. And then lane 9, Avon, will be Fergus. That can't be right. Fergus Johnson and Finnegan Elam. Maybe a rower of the same name. They haven't started yet. So in these novice events, you'll see a lot of variation, and I think they might be underway now. So we're seeing that first heat come down now in the men's novice double sculls. But these guys wouldn't have quite mastered the technique at this point. So you see a lot of variation in terms of their starts, in terms of their boat speed. Leads for some good walks. You can walk about 2 or 3 lengths in these novice boats very quickly. Right now, it looks to be a good performance coming one on from the inside, from the outside actually. Otago Boys High number 1, Sam Glover and Hunter Knox look to be performing well. I'd also say on the inside, Whakatipu number 2, Flynn Weber and Baker Schmitz. They'll be due to the coaching of Ashton White, I'm sure. He's an old rower from Whakatipu who'll be looking to get these boys up, and they look to be performing well right on the inside. Whakatipu number 2. So 2 crews look to be breaking away pretty clear here. Just on the outside, I see a crew that might not quite have their steering in check, but I'm sure they'll get that sorted out coming into that last part of the race. And it actually looks to be one of the middle lanes performing well now. I think that is lane 6, St. Bede's College number 4, Oliver Chum, Oscar McCulloch. Have a look at the colours there. Yep, it is the red boat of St. Bede's performing well in the double. We see St. Bede's perform very well in the sweeping boats, but it will be pretty cool to see them perform well in the sculling boats as well with this men's novice double. But still on the inside, watch that Whakatipu crew. They're performing pretty well out there. I'd say they've got the lead by a length right now. Also go to Otago Boys High School number 1 to try and get into the A final. They look to be sitting in the 3rd position right now. Just trying to challenge that St. Bede's College number 4 crew of Oliver Chum and Oscar McCulloch in lane 6, but it will be the rowers from Whakatipu who are currently in the lead right now. They've got about 350 metres to go. It is a 1K race, so a lot more variation, lot can change in these novice boats, but it will be the rowers from Whakatipu who are definitely in the lead right now. Just trying to get into the last 250 metres, just trying to finish that race. They look to be rating pretty high as a novice crew. They look to be up at about 34, 35. Really quick with the hands away, finishing well. Morning. It also looks to be Otago. It might be St. Thomas as well, performing well on the inside. I think we're just seeing a bit of mix up with lanes with the steering there, but Whakatipu definitely in the lead there. Those boys have stayed right dead centre in their lanes. They're performing well there. St. Bede's look to have dropped back a bit, and I think we're looking at the rows from St. Thomas have got themselves up into a 2nd position, so they're performing well. Also the crews from, that might be North End number 1, Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley, who have got themselves up for a 3rd to take out this A final. So a lot of variation in boat speed there. We see Whakatipu take it out pretty clearly. Those boys are rowing pretty well as novices. Then we go to St. Thomas on the outside, and then we go to North End. You can see they're really sending it through with the bodies there, and we've seen the tippage. That North End crew have decided to celebrate that making into the A final by tipping their boat. Then we'll see Avon take out that 4th position, go back to Otago Boys, then to Timaru, and that might be St. Bede's there. So North End, even though you've tipped that boat, you've made it through the A final, so something to celebrate. Going to have a look at Heat 2 now. In lane 2, Wanaka number 2. In lane 3, St. Andrews College number 1. In lane 4, Otago Boys number 2. In lane 5, Cromwell number 1. Lane 6, Timaru. In lane 7, St. Bede's College number 3. In lane 8, Otago number 2. And in lane 9, Whakatipu number 1. Oh, and it looks to be the crew from St. Andrews College, so this was to be expected. St. Andrews College have got themselves right up. Just really watch that accelerated drive there as they enter that last 250 metres of the race. They absolutely smoked the competition here, St. Andrews College. Then we go onto the outside. It's Whakatipu number 1. Ashton White and Mayor Pagan have got those guys up to get 2 crews into the A final for tomorrow. But it is definitely St. Andrews College. They're sitting about 2 or 3 lengths clear. Really good length coming from those boys. Then we go to Whakatipu. They're on the outside. They're going to take out that 2nd position. And then I think we'll be looking at the crew from Timaru. Pretty comfortable 1, 2, 3 here. Gotta love those Timaru row suits. The blue cross on the back. They're sitting about 2 lengths comfortable of this crew from St. Bede's number 3. Might have had a lane change, or maybe they've just decided to swap there, because that does look like the Timaru row suits. They do appear to be in a different lane to what they're assigned. Good performance there coming from Timaru. They get the 3rd, St. Bede's for the 4th, and then we go to, I think that's Otago number 2 in lane 8. I think we've just had a few lane changes because I'm trying to work out these crews, and they've got lane 8 on their bow ball, but they're in lane 4 as a position, but that's to be expected. As long as you're getting down the course, I consider that a win. Lane number 2, Wanaka number 2, rounding out the field there. Heat 3 coming down now in the last stages. I won't call out all crews because I've left this one a bit late, but it looks to be lane 5, Oamaru. Those boys seem to be performing well there to take the first spot. Looking for that second spot, I'd say we're looking at lane 2 will be the rise from Timaru. So Timaru's looking to try and get 2 crews into the A final. Then another good performance coming from the Whakatipu crew, but this third spot looks to be close between Otago number 1 and Whakatipu number 3. So Whakatipu number 3, lane 7, and Otago's just had a bit of a mishap there. They're going to tip in. That's 2 gone in this men's novice double. They're going to be joining North End. Oamaru is going to take out that first position. Then we'll go back to Timaru. So that's going to be your 1-2. And then we're going to see Whakatipu get 3 crews into the A final. Lane number 7, Henry Monia and Kaito Nakazawa. And then we see Whakatipu also take that 4th spot, so they could get the next fastest position. So potentially 4 crews into the A final for Whakatipu. That would be a great performance. Then we go to Burnside High School. Sean Gilman, Tyler Rogers, also a good performance. Look at these lane numbers for this novice boats because you just don't know what can happen in terms of lanes. So there is lane number 4. They're in the correct lane. Dunstan Arm number 1. Jimmy Naylor, Boston Irving, Dowling performing well out there. Then rounding out the field will be St. Bede's College number 1, Eddie Robertson and Henry Robertson. So a bit of a duo there. So exciting racing in this men's novice doubles. As I said, anything could happen. You can catch a crab, you can tip a boat, you can still qualify. You guys have just got wrong there. So anyway, next up we have the men's Masters single sculls. So this will be a race starting from the K as well. The way it works with these Masters racing is that they're triaged based on age. So not sure whether they'll release them at the same time and then give them a time penalty based off that, or they'll release them in different times. Anyway, in lane 4 we have Twizel number 1 in the F grade, so that's a 33 second handicap. We have Calvin Maker. Then in lane 5 we have Arua Boating Club, and that is 33 second handicap as well. Frank Dean. Lane 6, Dunstan Arm number 1, 33 second handicap, Quentin Annan. And then in lane 7, Arua Boating Club number 2 is that's John Wilson. So they'll be starting on go. 79 years of age, so very impressive to get in a boat there. They're waiting their start there, they haven't quite gone off. Look to be lining up. So this men's Masters single sculled is sponsored by Aotearoa Gaming Trust. That men's novice double was sponsored by Otago Community Trust, so thank you to the sponsors. Without that, we couldn't get this great racing that we're seeing. Okay, and they've just released that first rower, so John Wilson's away. The other three will have a big handicap to try and catch up to him. Looks to be rowing actually pretty well there. These masters, they don't rate too high, but they've got that technique down, and the others are away now. Looks like that rower from lane 5 just might have been a bit tough getting onto that start there. But all good otherwise. We are away in the men's masters single sculls. Only the one race. Actually, that's a lie. We've got 2 divisions of this. So John Wilson will just be looking to try and keep that distance. He probably won't walk any further away, but he is doing well here to try and hold it up. So if this race goes to expectations, after the handicaps, they should all finish on the line together. But of course, we know that's not what's going to happen exactly. It's coming into the last 500 meters now, I'd say. I think we'll be looking at Twizel number 1 and Dunstanarm number 1. They look to be walking up quick on lane number 7. It's going to be a battle between those two. Just sitting a bit further back is Aroa Boating Club number 1, Frank Dean. But he'll be looking to fight his way back up there as well. About 400 metres left to go, I'd say, in this race. John Wilson just looks to be getting a bit of pressure applied. Calvin Maker and Quentin Annan look to be working their way up there, and I think we'd be looking particularly right on the inside. Calvin Maker in lane number 4 looks to have the lead over everyone else, but he'll need to get a big lead if he wants to watch charge coming from Quentin Annan in lane number 6. Frank Dean will just be looking to try and roll over John Wilson there in lane number 7. John Wilson performing well. Again, these masters, they don't rate too high, but they've got that technique down to a T. And in saying that, Twizel number 1, Calvin Maker, looks to be getting the hands away quite quickly. Quite sharp on the catch, just a bit shorter on the length than maybe some of the younger rowers. Under 18s will be looking to get a bit more length than that, but still a good performance, and I think we're seeing that wind start to pick up now. They'll be hit hard by it coming into this last 250, but I'm sure these masters will know how to handle it. Twizel performing well, then we go to Quentin Annan, Dunstanarm, then John Wilson in lane number 7 performing well as well. Just hearing that whistle of the wind, looks to be headwind as well. So it will be Twizel, about a length and a half up on Dunstanarm number 1, Quentin Annan. Just on a wind here, just on a watch the charge. Calvin Maker's going to take this out in Division 1. Division 2 is just going away now. Then it will be John Wilson trying to finish it off, and then we go back to Frank Dean. So that wind's definitely picked up. You can see it in the last 250. It's going to come down into the earlier parts of the race. And in Division 2 of the men's masters single sculls, lane 2, Union number 1, Stuart Wade starting on go. Lane 3, North End number 1, David Hannon also starting on go. Lane 4, Dunstan, number 2, Khan Court, 12-second handicap. Lane 5, Ashburn, number 1, 5-second handicap, Peter Armstrong. Lane 6, Union, number 3, 5-second handicap, Chess, Todd Hunter. Lane 7, Oamaru, number 1, starting on go is Stephen Craig Pearson. And in lane 8, Union, number 2, starting on go is Chris Brooks. And then rounding out the field in lane number 9, Avon 51, 30-second handicap is Adam Jenkins at 29. So I've just been alerted that we need some volunteers at the kitchen, so just 1 or 2 hours of your time. So come to the McRae Lounge to help out at the kitchen and make some food for the volunteers who have been working hard all day. So that's heading to the McRae Lounge to help out for 1 or 2 hours just with the kitchen. Look at this race, lane number 8, it's Union number 2, Chris Brooks, who has absolutely put a demolition out here on the rest of the competition. He's got about, I want to say, 5 or 6 lengths at least on the rest of the field. Then would be going to lane number 2, which is Union number 1, Stuart Wade. He's trying to hold off the charge coming from lane number 4 and lane number 5, I think that is. Lane number 6 and lane number 5. So it's Ashburn number 1 and Union number 3. They're going to finish bow ball to bow ball. Let's see who's going to take it. And watch this on the line. That will be barely Ashburn number 1. Peter Armstrong taking it out over Chaz Todd Hunter. That was about a bow ball. Not going to get too excited about this because it is Heats Day. We'll be waiting for the big race on finals. Then who's going to finish is Dunstan number 2, Khan Court. Then we go to Oamaru number 1, Stephen Craig Peterson. And then it's going to be Avon 51, Adam Jenkins. So that last race from the Men's Masters was sponsored by Aotearoa Gaming Trust. And next race up is the Women's Masters Coxed Quadruple Sculls. These guys are both in the same division, so there's no time handicaps. And lane number 5 is Wanaka number 1, Victoria Shute, Sandra Reed, Kirsty Moran, and Elizabeth Ritchie. And then lane 6, we have a Union composite of Jill Carruth, Sarah Midlachich, Amanda Richards, and Tanja McDonald. Looks to be pretty close, this one, coming into the last 250 metres. So just seeing that composite crew, I think it's going to be bow ball to bow ball at this point. It looks to be very close. I think maybe that composite crew might be head by canvas, but it's looking pretty close between these two crews. No handicap, so they'll finish on the line together. Or there'll be no time penalties. Going in the last 100, this will be a good point to line it up for me. And it looks to be the composite crew leading by half a length over this crew from Wanaka. So the composite crew performing well, and they're just starting to get a bit of a charge on, starting to wind it up, and they're really moving past this crew from Wanaka. Good performance coming from Wanaka. It's going to be about Just a canvas so far, just a canvas. Wanaka's starting to move up again. Looks to be closing a half a canvas. Line it up. Oh, half a canvas to that composite crew. Very exciting in the women's Masters Coxed quads. What? No, is it Cox? Coxless quads. Next up, back to 2 kilometre races. We have the girls under 18 Coxless pairs. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through to A final, rest through to B final. So we've got 2 heats of this. Lane 1 is Nelson number 1, Millie Treader and Gracie Ames. Lane 2, Avon 51, Caitlin White and Bridget Moore. Lane 3, Rangiruru girls. School number 3, Isabel Wilson and Lucy Houghton. Lane 4, North End number 1, Bonnie Turner, Georgia Graham. Lane 5, St Andrews College number 3, Isabel Cody and Lucia Apps. Lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School number 4, Izzy Parsons, Ella Tucker. Lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Emerson Lowe, Hadissa Timo. Lane 8, Rangiruru Girls School 2, Samantha Parks, Izzy Jones. And in Lane 9, Timaru 12, Kate Kidd and Isla Crawford. So I'll be looking at Lane 9 to do some damage here. I think they won the 17 pair last year. 18 pair, it's just a different level of competition though coming through here. So looking to perform will be the crew from lane number 9, Timaru 12, but on the inside of them, lane 8, Rangiruru Girls School number 2 also looks to be performing well. I think they might have the lead so far. So it's lane 8, lane 9, right on the outside looks to be performing well here. But we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to make it through the A final. I think also good performance coming from lane number 2, Avon 51, Caitlin White and Bridget Moore. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Then I'd say you go back on the inside to Nelson number 1, Millie Treader and Gracie Ames. And then back into the middle. Won't be able to see the lane numbers just yet, but it looks to be maybe Rangiruru Girls School number 3, Isabel Wilson and Lucy Houghton. So tough things with this pair. It's very hard boat to steer, and you can also get a bit of a mismatch in terms of power, and it can cause the bow to swing round. So sometimes it's not your top 2 athletes that form the best pair. It can be the best combination. Sometimes you have very good rowers that can't row a pair well, and vice versa. Just coming down, I think we're seeing that crew from, it might be lane number 3 or 4 that actually looks to be trying to take out the lead. They've got a pretty aggressive rate there. So that will be potentially North End number 1 or maybe Rangiruru number 3. One of those two. I can't see the colours quite yet, and it looks like we might have a scratching. I am seeing a crew that's just dropped a bit far back there. So I think that might be North in there in lane number 4. That's performing well there. They're trying to take out the lead, but look on the inside as well. That's Nelson number 1 of Millie Treader and Gracie Ames also doing well. I think it will still be North End number 1 that's performing well. They're about 2 or 3 lengths up. No, that's the Rangi crew. I can see the Rangi boat now. So it's Rangiruru Girls School number 3, lane 3. That's doing the best so far. They've got about a length lead. Then I'd say we actually go back to Rangiruru Girls number 2, lane 8, Samantha Parker and Izzy Jones. Then we go outside to that Timaru crew. And then also performing well is that St Andrews crew trying to make the A final here. So they're currently sitting in that 5th spot. Nelson looking to challenge for that 3rd spot. Nelson number 1, Millie Treader, Gracie Ames. Look to be in a bit of a tussle between that crew from Timaru, Kate Kidd and Isla Crawford. But currently it's 2 Rangi crews battling out for a 1-2. So very good look for Rangi here. I'm sure the new sheds will be helping out with their performances. But is lane 3 right now, Rangiruru Girls School number 3, Isabel Wilson, Lucy Houghton. They're sitting about a length up on that number 2 crew. So that number 2 crew will be trying to fight against them for bragging rights. But they're going to take that second position in lane 8. Then we'll go the crew inside from Nelson, just a little close to the buoy line there. So they're going to take that third spot. Millie Trudy, Gracie Ames. Then we'll go that Timaru crew, Kate Kidd, Isla Crawford, and then rounding out the field will be St Andrews College number 3, Isabel Cody and Lucia Apps. So good performance from those guys. And that's lane 4 coming down now. North End number 1, Bonnie Turner, Georgia Graham. And then lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Emerson Lowe, Hedison Timo. And I think that might be just Avon rounding out the field right at the end. And then there's also Christchurch Girls a bit ahead of them. That's Christchurch Girls High School number 4. So apologies for any lanes or schools that I've called out wrong so far. We have heat 2 coming down now. So we've got lane 1 is Timaru number 1, Neve Gordon, Abby Hurst. Lane 2, St Andrews College number 1, Jasmine Christie and Sophia Drury. Lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Greer Bowman, Abby McPherson. Lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Molly Sevier and Caitlin Mercer. Lane 5, Timaru 11, Emily Kidd and Lily Grant. Lane 6, St Andrews College number 2, Charlotte Galvin, Molly Thomas. Lane 7, Ringaroo Girls School number 4, Sophia Harris, Tyler Gilbert. Lane 8, Oamaru number 1, Sophie Spittle, Hannah Strawn. And lane 9, Ringaroo Girls School number 1, Talulu Nelson and Brooke Harper. So apologies for that. This lane 5 crew from Timaru coming down now, we're actually the winners of the 17 pair. Let's see who's performing well out there. It looks to be the outside crews again. Right in the outside. I think that is the Ringaroo Girls School number 1 crew, so lane number 9. So can Ringy take out both heats here in the girls under 18 pair. Good sign for their 4 as well. I think they took that out today. That will be Rain leading this field down. Then I'm seeing the yellow colours of Oamaru, lane number 8. Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strawn also look to be performing well. They look to be in second right now, but I'm also seeing a crew in the middle perform quite well. That's lane number 5. That might be Timaru 11, Emily Kidd and Lily Grant, who took out the 17 pair last year at Marty, so that would make sense. They look to be trying to roll through this Oamaru crew of Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strawn. But it is definitely Rangi Ruru in lane number 9, leading this field home. In heat number 2, this is the final heat. We'll look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to make it through the A final. So I think we're also seeing that Rangi number 4 crew in that 4th position, so they'll be looking to take it out that and through that A final as well. Then we'd go to lane number 2 and lane number 3, and a bit of a battle for that 5th position so far, as well as lane number 6. So those 3 crews are trying to battle for that 5th position. I think we're seeing lane 2 just drop back a bit now. Lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School, have made a move, and St Andrews College in lane number 6, St Andrews College number 2, that's Charlotte Galvin and Molly Thomas, will need to try and to respond to that, and they're going to need to go soon, because I think that Christchurch Girls crew just has about 2 lengths on them now. But as Rangi Ruru, number 1, leading this field home, they're sitting about 2 or 3 lengths up on that Timaru pair, who have just moved into second. So Timaru doing some good final strokes in the last 100 metres of this race to move into that second place. Go back onto the outside, we're seeing the crew from Oamaru number 1 currently sitting in that 3rd position. Go back into the middle, Ringaroo number 4 currently sitting in that 4th position. So going to see Ringaroo have 4 crews in this A final on Sunday. And now I think Christchurch Girls have just been able to fight off these 2 St Andrews crews, flanking them on either side. I think just had a tough stroke there, but they'll take out this final place to make it through the A final on Sunday. St Andrews in lane number 2 trying to put in some big strokes at the end though. They're trying to wind it up. Don't think they're going to quite catch them in time. So it will be a length and a half to that not St Andrews, that Christchurch Girls number 1 crew. And we have the 2 St Andrews crews, and then go back to Christchurch Girls High School number 2 in lane 4. And then Timaru number 1 finishing off the field there. So next up we got the men's open double sculls. This is 2 heats again, so no B final in this one. It's just first 5 through to A final. Lane 2 is Cure Boating Club number 1, Jostian Leota Butler and Alex Fletcher. Lane 3, Dunstan Arm number 1, Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny. Lane 4, Wakatipu number 1, Sebastian Watson and Harry Lightfoot. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm number 4, Hamish Yeatman and Sam Barnett. Lane 6, Nelson number 1, Flynn Mercer, Sam Johnson. Lane 7, Ainvin number 1, Jimmy Midlachich, Scott Shackleton. And in lane number 8, Dunstan Arm number 5, and that will be Josh Bartlett and Jim McIntosh. So seeing some big names in here so far, I'd say we are looking to lane number 3, that is Dunstan Arm number 1, Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny. Then it might be that Nelson crew currently seeing a length up on the rest of the field for second place. That's Flynn Mercer and Sam Johnson. Then we go to lane number 5, Hamish Yeatman and Sam Barnett. That's your 1, 2, 3. Then we go to that Whakatipu crew. They won the under-17 double at Māori last year, so they will be looking to try and challenge in this much higher grade of the men's open double sculls. They're looking to take it out and get into this A final on Sunday. Then I'd say we're looking to between that Cure Boating Club and that Dunstan Arm crew on the outside. So it's between Dunstan Arm number 5 and Cure Boating Club in lane number 2 for that final spot. Looks to be pretty close. We'll try and line it up here. Good one coming from Cure at the end. I think they might take it out here. It's going to be Cure, or is it Dunstan Arm? Cure is going to take it out by just half a canvas over that Dunstan Arm crew on the outside. And then rounding out the field will be lane number 7, Avon number 1, Jimmy Midlachich and Scott Shackleton. So that was a very fast finish there in the men's open double sculls for Heat 1. Now we go to Heat 2. I'll try and name these off quite quickly so I can catch a bit more of the race. In lane 2 we have Wairo number 1, Finn Ellison, Ashley James Fitzgerald. And then in lane 3, Canterbury number 2, Sam Clark and Noah Visser. Lane 4, Dunstan Arm number 2, Henry Clatworthy, Matthew King. In lane 5, Dunstan Arm number 3, Matt O'Meara and Angus Lowe. Lane 6, Avon number 2, Sam Cleland and Joshua Clark. And in lane 7, Canterbury number 2, Angus Cool and Tim Chapman. So this looks to be a bit more spread out. This will be a bit easier for me to call. That was a very close race before. Looks to be one of the Dunstan Arm crews on the inside. I think that's lane number 4, Dunstan Arm number 2, Henry Clatworthy and Matthew King. Got some experienced scullers in that boat. But we are looking for the top 5, so we're going to see all but one crew make it through the A final here on Sunday. It is definitely that lane 4 crew. There's Dunstan Arm number 2, Henry Clatworthy and Matthew King. Then we go to the outside, that's Canterbury number 1 in a tight battle with Dunstan Arm number 3, Matt O'Meara and Angus Lowe. So those two won the under-18 double, so they'll surely be looking to contend here. And they look to be quite clearly in second place. And then we are also going to have a look at that lane number 2 crew, that's Wairo. Putting in some big strokes at the end, and then I'd say in that 5th position we'd be looking at lane number 6, Sam Cleland and Joshua Clark. So this heat, bit friendlier than the last heat, bit less crews entered, bit more space. But it's the 2 Dunstan Arm crews in the lead. I'd say that Dunstan Arm number 2 crew, Henry Clatworthy and Matthew King, just sitting about 2 or 3 lengths up on their fellow Dunstan Arm counterparts, Dunstan Arm number 3. Then that 3rd spot might actually be a bit interesting between this Wairo crew and Canterbury number 1. So let's see who challenges for that 3rd spot there. Very close. It looks to be done. Wairo actually. Wairo might be the ones to take it out here. It looks to be a wind on the line. They'll be looking at each other, eyeing each other up. Wairo's just taking a march here, and they're going to steal this third place by about a canvas. Then in lane 7, Canterbury number 1 will finish up in 4th, and then just taking out that final position for the A final will be lane 6, Avon number 2, Sam Cleveland and Joshua Clark. And then we go back to Canterbury number 2, Sam Clark and Noah Visser.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Great to be back here down in Twizel at Lake Ruataniwha. A big shout out and thank you to William Tavendale, Will Tav. Great to have him working as part of the team. And he brings a lot of rowing experience to this, and great to have his insight, and I'll be working with him later. So let's have a look at what we've got here. Race number 29, the Women's Intermediate Coxed 8 over 2,000 metres. We've got 3 crews in this. Canterbury 1 in lane 4, Dunstan Arm in lane 5, and Waihopai in lane 6. So they're well into the course now as I get my new binoculars, which I have to say I'm very happy with. Autofocus. Thank you, Burnsco. Here we go. So we can see it is the Dunstan Arm crew in lane 5. They've got a couple of lengths over the crew outside them, which is Waihopai. And then down on the inside is the Canterbury 1 crew. So as we say, this is the intermediate crew. Just looking down on the inside here, we can see there's a boat that's been picked up and just being brought to the shore. So hopefully and that was a composite crew there. So understandable that they may have a few challenges just rowing together for the first time. So as we see them heading down just past the 1750 mark, coming to that last 250, they haven't hit the yellow buoys yet. It is this intermediate Dunstan Arm crew who are making their way down. We should obviously acknowledge some of our sponsors, so I'll quickly get a message in here to the High Country Motel and Backpackers. Thank you for your continued support. As we know, it was built in the 1960s to house the dam workers, and they are still very much involved in the local community and supporting all of our rowing parents and a lot of crews. We've also got the rowing active wear here for rowing suits, rowing singles and off-water apparel. That's via Cloudy Bay Rowing, so that's absolutely fantastic. And Foursquare Mackenzie. So just bringing it down to the line, we have the intermediate crew here from Dunstan in the Vincent Holdings Limited boat. That looks absolutely magnificent. They're coming over the line. They've got about 3-4 lengths over the crew in lane number 6, Waihopai. So well done to all of those rowers there. Very important that we get the intermediates coming through. There they go over the line. Unfortunately, we don't have any times for you today up in the commentary box. I'm afraid we've got an early season glitch. Holding on to second place is the Waihopai crew in lane number 6. They're going to take second place. And then we have the Canterbury crew Lane 4, they're over the line now. Well done to all of those crews. So, picking up the next race, we'll be going through to about 4:40 tonight. I think the last race is due to be 4:36, but let's hope the weather plays ball and we get through all the races. So race number 30, it's on the water now. It's girls under 16, coxed 4. Let's have a look through the cruise rowing. Lane 1, Christchurch Girls High School. Lane 2, Wakatipu. 3, Oamaru. 4, Wakatipu 2. Lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School 3. Lane 6, St Andrews College 1. Lane 7, Columba College 1. Lane 8 is Avonside Girls High School 1. Lane 9, Christchurch Girls High School 1. And last but not least, in lane 10 is Ashburton 1. So we always know that the under 16 categories, competitive category, the rowers have got that first year of school rowing under the boat, and they've obviously had coaching. They've gone through the experience of being on the water and rowing different venues, and now they've got the bug and they're back into it. So we're seeing a little bit of spread over the field, but this is going to be a good race. As always with Ruataniwha, you've got to keep an eye on that lane 1. It can be a bit of a sleeper lane, and it creeps up on you, and you sometimes miss it them. So they're having a good battle there in lane 1. That's Christchurch Girls High School 2. They're just following down Wakatipu and Oamaru. There's our first 3 lanes there. Then in the middle, we look at lane 4 and 5. 4 and 5 is Wakatipu 2 with Christchurch High School 3. Over on the far side, let's come out, and it looks like they're leading their way down, is actually Ashburton, if I'm not mistaken, out there in lane 10. Yes, there they are. They've gone away from lane 9, which is Christchurch Girls High School 1. So let's quickly look at this Ashburton crew. We've got Tegan Marriott, Zara McGillan, Georgia Scammell, Isla Moffat, and Isabel Wall is coxing and coached by Justin Wall. Saw him earlier today, as always, getting himself organised for those starter duties. And it's that golden yellow boat of Ashburton. It would look wonderful on the lake down there in the sun shining. It'd be absolutely glistening. It'd be a sight to behold as they're making the way. So they've done their work. They're doing well out there. Let's have a quick look at them. They have gone away from the crew, the Christchurch Girls High School crew. They've kept just stepping away and stepping away. Come back into the middle of the field, and we can see St Andrews there. They're having a good battle with, I'm calling that as Columba. Yes, they are. Columba. Again, have got that wonderful black cross on their yellow rowing suits. They're having a great race with Wakatipu. Wakatipu, they're coming down. They're chasing after Columba. St Andrews are trying to get involved. There was a quick look across there from one of the bow seats. They're coming across at them. As we know, as I said earlier, this under 16 is always competitive, but it is the Ashburton crew. They are out on the far side, lane number 10. They hit the yellow boys now, so they know they've got 250 to go. It's all to play for second and third. We're looking at lane 9, Christchurch Girls High School. St Andrews College are battling for third place. Second place, Columba at the moment. They're holding on to second, but they've not got it all their own way, with Wakatipu chasing them down in lane 2. And over on the far side, lane number 9 is that Christchurch Girls High School 1 crew. But out front, Clearwater, lane 0, lane 10, is the green and gold of Ashburton. They're going to take this. Columba in lane 3. Let's have a look at those rowers there. Oh, apologies, sorry, lane 3 is Oamaru. That's Jones, Hogan, Wainwright, Spittle, Wright, and Quinn Anderson. Ashburton go over the line. Lane number 3 takes second. That is Oamaru. Next over the line is lane number 2. That'll be Wakatipu. That's Eve Pagan, Eve Brewer, Caitlin Purdue, Zara Small, and Bella Noton is coxswain, coached by Scott Arlett. There was some nice racing there. That all closed up. So well done to all those crews. That's the girls under 16, coxed 4. On the water coming down now. And as I say, unfortunately, I can't give you any times. But this is always a great hit out early season as we see the last of the crews coming over. We've got the girls under 17 coxed 4. Race number 31. So they'll all be going through. This is the preliminary heat. But we always have to remember that with rowing, if the weather blows up, then today's results will obviously count. So the Cox 4, we always have at this time of the year, we have a lot of new parents. So the Cox 4, basically they have a coxswain in the boat, and each rower has 1 oar. So 4 oars in the boat as they make their way down the course. Let's have a look who's rowing in this. Lane 1, St Andrews College 2. Lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School 1. Lane 3, Columba College 1. Lane 4, St Andrew College 1. 5, Columba College 2. Lane 6, Rangiruru Girls School 2. Lane 7, Marion College 1. 8, Rangiruru Girls School 1. And lane number 9 is Timaru 11. So, you'll notice as well that the crews making their way down to the start line, they essentially use the lane just on the inside of the course, and it's very important that they obviously keep away from all that inside lane. It is a little bit of a concern, particularly when we have early season and rowers here for the first time. So we always try and get that through to the coaches to make sure they're mentioned to the crews, to using that transit lane, as they call it, before they head into the bay. And you'll notice if you take a walk down to the 1,000-metre mark, which is definitely a great place to watch some rowing with a pair of binoculars. Again, if you're new to rowing, what you'll need is you'll need a hat, you'll need a excellent pair of binoculars, and you need your walking shoes to get down there and you can see a different perspective. And it really is great to see those boats come out the start and charge past the island, and then they hit that 1,000-metre mark, and there's a lot of moves and a lot of direction being given from the coxswains there. So let's pick this race up because we love the under 17 coxed 4. Good racing here. The boat down on the inside, which is St Andrews 2, have dropped away. That's in lane number 1. They are following down the Christchurch Girls High School 1 crew, who are just behind the Columba College crew. Columba College are leading St Andrews College 1 by about a length and a bit. But over on the far side, again, when we get so many crews, it's that Rangiruru crew out on the lane number 8. This is Ashley Brooks, Toa Sheed, Chloe King, Amelia Jones, and Charlie Ward is the coxswain. And they are absolutely bringing this home. They're into the yellows. There's going to be a great race for second and third between the lane 3 and the lane 2 crews. That's Christchurch Girls High School and Columba. But out in lane 8, it is Rangiruru. They've got the lead, but it's just closed up slightly. Oh, great move here from Columba. Sorry, Christchurch Girls have put a great move on Columba, and they've closed it right up. It's down to a canvas. They've both closed up Rangi, but Rangi is still going to take it. Columba are holding on. Yes, Rangi over the line. Columba over the line, and Christchurch Girls over the line. Well done. Coming in fourth is St Andrews College in lane number 4. St Andrews College come over the line now. Down on the inside in lane 1 is St Andrews crew number 2. They're making their way down. They're leading down the lane 6 Rangi crew. So there's St Andrews going over. Rangi second crew coming over now. Then we look out to the other side, just further out in lane number 7. That's Marion College. So everyone getting through the race here, which is great to see. Everyone getting a good blowout. With a little bit of luck tomorrow, we'll have the timing screen back up so I can give you all that additional information. We also want to put a big shout out today to all the new volunteers. We've got a heap of new volunteers who got involved, and we obviously want to thank all those and all ages, but there's a younger vibe, and that is great to see. People who've been involved with rowing, obviously through their school time, and they want to give back. So whether they're on a safety boat or they've done their umpire training, I know we've got a number of new umpires, so yeah, if you get a chance today and you see one of the volunteers, maybe just a little quiet shout out and say, hey, thanks for your time, because they do put a lot of time in and they do care about doing the best job that they possibly can. So don't be afraid of saying a quick, hey, thanks for doing your bit, because obviously our sport wouldn't survive without volunteers. So, race number 32, Men's Intermediate Double Sculls, Heat 1. Let me just check here. I think we've got 2 heats. Oh, some good racing here. Still in the red, boys. It's Shirley. I'll make sure I get this right for you. Yeah, it's Shirley Boys High School. Brennan Keane and Jack Stewart. They've got their noses in front over. That is looking like a Nelson crew F1. Let me just check F1. That is Nelson. Harry Booker and Thomas Goody. Out on the far side there in the yellow boat for Wakatipu, Mike Perry and Cameron Hall. Coached by John Morrison. Hi there, John. I hope you're well. So, lane number 3. Young crew, intermediate double sculls, Shirley Boys High School, Brennan and Jack. They'll be very pleased with this row down here. They've got about a boat length over the crew in lane number 7. That's Otago 11, Alexander Hattrell and Brendan Isles, coached by Gareth Vaughan. They're going to take a second place. So there's our winners over the line. Well done. A quick high five. Over on the far side in lane 9. There we go. Team over second. Third place is Wakatipu. Down on the inside. Lane number 1 is Nelson, Harry and Thomas. They're over the line. There's our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, a close finish next. Lane number 6 come over the line. That is Burnside High School over the Cure Boating Club. Ethan McGareth and Liam Barrett. So, that's our first heat of the men's intermediate double sculls, heat number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 go through to the A final. The rest go through to the B final. So, heat number 2. We've got Otago Boys High in 1. Wanaka in lane 2. Canterbury in lane 3. North End in lane 4, Burnside High School in 5, Waihopai in 6, Omaru in 7, Otago Boys High in 8, Canterbury 2 in 9, and Avon 1 in lane 10. So the weather is playing its part at the moment. It's absolutely magnificent to be back down here looking at these hills. There was a lot of wind that came through last night, but pleased to say I woke up this morning. There was just a gentle ripple just wafting across the lake there, and it was a little bit overcast, but I'm pleased to say that bacon and eggs were being prepared. So obviously 2 cups of coffee, a little bit of breakfast, getting into the day along with all the other volunteers. Great to see. So let's have a look at these boats coming down. Lane number 3 here. Let's pick up lane number 3. That's Canterbury 1, Mark McDermott and Liam Collins, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that's lane number 3. They've gone away from Otago Boys High and Wanaka. Now further out, we have that looks like Burnside to me. That's Thomas Carey and Riley McMorran. They're sitting in 2nd place. Through the middle for Burnside. He's having a quick look around there. That's Thomas and Riley. So that's our 1, 2, 3. Canterbury crew in lane number 3, Mark McDermott and Liam Collins. They've got a bit of clear water. They seem to be controlling that quite comfortably. They've gone away from Burnside by a couple, 2, 3 lengths. Burnside have gone away from the Oamaru crew, who are sitting in 4th at the moment. Oamaru are in 4th. 5th, actually. Apologies, 5th. It is lane 3 who are bringing this down. Canterbury 1. In 2nd place is the lane 8 crew, Otago Boys High, Toby and Zach. So Toby and Zach are in 2nd. They're coming under pressure. There's a rating increase there from lane 5. That's Burnside High School, Thomas Carey and Riley McMorran. They're trying to charge them down. They've got a bit of flow on that boat. There we go. Over the line is our winners. That's the Canterbury crew. They're clear. 2 lengths. Oh, they've really closed it up. Oh, no. 2nd place is going to lane 8. Otago Boys High. 3rd place obviously comes in for the crew from lane 5, which is Burnside High School. Picking up 4th is the lane 9 crew of Canterbury, and 5th is the Waihopai crew in lane 6. They'll all go through to the A final. Some nice racing there, and I think I'd look out for that race tomorrow, because I think it's going to be pretty close. As I say, I didn't have the times, but all of those were pretty much together, not too far away, all over about 4 lengths, 5 lengths. Now, race 34. 9:46, so we're only running a few minutes behind, but just a couple. I think the crews always need to remember they're not being called to the water anymore. It's the crew's own responsibility. So I think that's a really good change, that different crews like to go down quickly, or some take it easy and whatever. So you get to control your own time as you're coming down. The boys under 15, double schools. Heat number 1. Let's see how many heats we got in this. Oh, there's 2 heats. So, heat number 1. St. Thomas of Canterbury, Wakatipu, Avon 51, Otago 2, Shirley Boys High School 1, and Wakatipu. So they've gone past the island. Hit the 1,000-meter mark. They've heard the call from the coaches. There's a bit of a spread over this. It looks like we've only got 4 boats. Ah, I see. Further down the field, we've had a little tip out. Great to see the safety boat is in there. They've got their hands on that boat. They'll be obviously making sure that they secure the rowers first of all. Always like to count the heads that are in the water and make sure they're okay. and then they'll work on the boat and get that to the shore, and somebody might have a bit of a walk back to the boat park. But so they did start with 5 boats, but we've only got 4 on the water now. It's the boat out on the outside there. Let's have a quick look, see who that is. That's Wakatipu I'm picking. Looks like Wakatipu. Down on the inside, going together is the other Wakatipu crew with the crew from St. Thomas of Canterbury. And it might be Otago who just gone for a swim, shall we say? But I'll confirm that later for you. So race 34, boys under 15 double sculls. Over on the outside in their yellow boat is Wakatipu 1. That's Flynn Webber and Henry Munier, coached by Ashton White and Mia Pagan. They've got their noses in front, but it's going to be closing up with the St. Thomas of Canterbury crew in lane 3. That's Finn Sorensen and Connor Frost, coached by Jack Vassell and Xavier Ainsey. The second Wakatipu crew, Ruben Davis and Zebby Jarvis, they're keeping them honest, dropping into 4th place. Is looking, is that Shirley? Trying to make sure I get them correct. No, I think that's actually Otago, Ollie O'Connell and Henry Mackay or Mackay. But it is the boat from Wakatipu in lane number 8. These young lads under 15, Flynn Webber and Henry Munier, they'll be pleased with this row. This is a good workout. They're actually going quite long. That's good. St. Thomas of Canterbury. There's some strength in that boat as well. Maybe they're just happy with their position and holding it in lane 3. Wakatipu in lane 4. I've closed them up. That's Ruben Davis and Zebby Jarvis. So it is Wakatipu who take the win. St. Thomas of Canterbury take 2nd. And the second Wakatipu crew come in 3rd. I see what's happened there. Lane number 7, Shirley Boys High School, are actually rowing down in about lane number 4. They've obviously put them in a different spot. So that did help provide some confusion for me there, which is why I kept looking at them thinking that's not the lane they're supposed to be in. But well done, everyone. They've got down. And they'll be going through to the final. And they'll be coming up against the under 15 double sculls heat 2, St. Thomas of Canterbury, Timaru, Dunstanarm, Wakatipu and Otago. Frank's just come back into the tower. He's had a wonderful race. No, he's shaking his head. Apparently it wasn't a wonderful race. It was quite hard, but rowing for who are you rowing for? Ararua Boating Club. Yeah, Bluff, down in Bluff, sponsored by Bluff Oysters. They're absolutely beautiful. He only eats Bluff oysters. It's an unusual diet for breakfast, but anyway, he has them with milk in the morning on toast. Yeah, you've got to have them. Here we go. Coming through here. Just give me a second. So let's have a quick look who we've got rowing here. We've got St. Thomas of Canterbury, Kieran Ash and Ryder Horgan. For Timaru 31, we've got Bradley Champion and Stacey Mills. Dunstanarm 1, we've got Kiowa O'Neill and Boston Irvin Dowling. Wakatipu 3, Kyoto Nakazawa and Baxter Kingan. And Otago 1, we've got Ryan Cleghorn and Gus Carr. So they're on the water. They're hitting the 1,000-meter mark. We'll be looking forward later in the season to get the HD drones out, which really provide magnificent coverage. And if you're not down here, but you're listening in, when we do get that wonderful coverage, it's great to watch. We do have as well the in-house system, which is great and has really improved in the last few years. And you can see it there, just catching some of the boats making their way through. That's picking up, I think, the 1,000-meter mark. And there's the starting images. You can see the big eights getting in there, and Justin will be talking to them, getting them all nice and straight. It's the women's Novi, so there'll be all kinds of confusion reigning there. The heartbeats will be elevated at about 180 already before they even start. So he'll have his work cut out there, but well done to all those novices getting on the water. So, coming back to this race, which is Heat 2, boys under 15, double sculls. See if anyone's standing out. We've got a couple of boats have dropped off. In third place, down on the inside, is St. Thomas of Canterbury. That's Kian and Ryder. Second place is the Wakatipu crew of Kato and Baxter. And out front, that's looking like is that Otago? I think it's Otago. Yes, it's Otago. Ryan Cleghorn and Gus Carr. As always with these first races in the double sculls, time isn't so much the concern. You'll find that with most coaches, early season, they're just happy for them to have a clean race, get the experience, get through. And whether they've had the experience of leading and just watching those other boats come, or trying to chase down and close that gap, all good race experience, all the rowing, all the practice in the world, it's not the same as a race. So as we see there, these young lads making their way down, both having a little look. The blue and white of Otago, Ryan Cleghorn and Gus Carr. They've got 3 lengths of clear water. Should have a look at the other boat out there as well. That is actually Ryan and Gus. Let me try and get the number on these boats. Oh, okay. They've got lane 7, but they're in the middle. So it is Ryan and Gus. I think they've moved all the crews around. Let me see who that number is. That's lane number 6. That is Kyoto and Baxter. Okay, so they're in second. It is Ryan and Gus. Yes, it is Ryan and Gus. They've got the lead. In third place that's lane number 6. Yeah, they've definitely done me on the numbers on this one. Coming to lane 5, that is the Dunstan Arm crew of Kiowa and Boston. So they're going to come in at 4th. There's our leaders going over the line, and they've definitely got an I7 on them. I7 is Ryan and Gus. Second place is going to go to I6, which is Wakatipu, Kyoto and Baxter. Over on the far side is H6. That's Ollie and Henry, so maybe they might be on the outside. And down on the inside we have I5, which is Dunstan Arm. So a little bit of mayhem with the numbers there, but we got there in the end, I think. Hopefully you have a full race tomorrow with those. The big boats are on the water now. Women's Novice Coxed 8. Let's see who we've got rowing here. We've got Columba College, Christchurch Girls High School, Wakatipu, Invercargill, Timaru 11, Oamaru 1, St Andrews College 2, St Andrews College 1, Rangi Ruru Girls School 1, and Avonside Girls School. I've got Frank here as well. He's looking through binoculars. There's the last of our crews coming across. Oh, one of the crews a bit further outside there. I don't know quite what's happened with that crew. They're well outside there. They could be late. They could have been sent back the other way. But the race is underway. Down on the inside, the Columba College crew, Frank, am I picking those up correctly? Columba College are in the mix. In the middle in yellow, that'd have to be Oamaru. They seem to be doing well. That's Evie, Sasha, Isabel, Laura, Gemma, Summer, Peyton, and Bailey, with Quinn Anderson coxing. So I think it's Oamaru out in front, and Frank is just going to confirm that for me. Yeah, that's what we're picking. There's definitely a boat way on the outside. They might have been sent back. Down on the inside lane, it is. Oh, there's a little bit of breeze picking up now. You're starting to see a bit of splash in the water. So for those who haven't been to Ruataniwha before, when the wind picks up, obviously depending on which way it's blowing, but it's generally that 1,000 meters from the start to the 1,000 meter mark that actually is our biggest concern. There's a little bit more shelter down the second 1,000 meters. And it is Oamaru who've got a good lead. Down on the inside, we're picking Columba College, sitting in second. They've got Christchurch Girls outside them. They've gone away from Wakatipu are in the mix, as are Invercargill. And that's Invercargill, yeah. Everyone's chasing down the yellow boat, the yellow row suits for Oamaru in lane number 6. Lane number 4, that's Invercargill. I think that might be why Frank's come up, just to keep an eye on this crew. Yeah, is that a Timaru crew there, or is that St Andrews College? That's St Andrews College. They've just looking like they've just got a little. They're coming back together. They've got to get those blades in the water a little bit longer there. That breeze, I can feel that breeze picking up now. So St Andrews College sitting in about 5th out front. Yellow of Oamaru. Yes, Timaru in 3rd. Yeah, Timaru in 3rd. Timaru in lane number 5. That's Angel, Lee, Juliet, Heidi, Ama, Greta, Ella, Mackenzie, and Tessa Westgarth is coxing. It's closed up here. That's what this lane number 1 has had a nice row through here, and that is the. Is that Christchurch Girls High School? It looks like Christchurch Girls High School. Yeah, yeah, they're in lane 2. Yeah, they're in lane 2. It's Christchurch Girls High School. They might have moved some of these boats around again on me, which causes all kinds of havoc. So, Wakatipu are having a great race with Invercargill. Oh, and there's that breeze coming up. Oh, it's on its way. But we'll get through this with the 8s. Lane number 6 is the Oamaru crew. They've got a little bit of clear water, but it's absolutely closed up with this crew in lane 2. They're looking across. The number 8 seat there, looking right across, and they've closed right up. They've taken 2 seats out of them. As we come down to the last part, they've taken 3 seats. They've taken 4. It's closing up, but have they left it too late? They've taken another seat. They're taking a seat with each stroke. They're up to 6 seats now. It's just going to be a bit late. Oh, I tell you what, there was one call there for 2 of them. That's right close. Third place is Timaru in lane 5. Timaru in lane 5 are going to do third. They've got third place here. Lane number, what's that? Lane number 3, that's Wakatipu. They're going to come in 4th with Invercargill in lane 4, 5th. I tell you what, I'm really interested to see who won that race because it was right down between Christchurch Girls High School and Oamaru. You think Oamaru got it, but Christchurch Girls High School really closed it up. Yeah. Oh, you against that mark there? Yeah. Yeah. You've got it. You got the mark. Good rowing there from the women's novice coxed 8. Great to see the big boats on the water. Now we've got the boys under 18 quadruple schools. Quadruple schools. Let's see who we got rowing here. Lane 3, Christ College 2. 4 is Christchurch Boys High School. 5 is St. Bede's College. 6, St. Thomas of Canterbury. 7 is Oamaru 1. And lane 8, St. Bede's College. There's been a real change in the weather here. We can see that wind is swirling around now, causing a bit of issue. Oh, yeah, and we can see the orange cap, so there's an 8 on the outside. But let's pick this race up. And St. Thomas of Canterbury are having a good race with Oamaru 1. There's 1 and 2. In third place is lane number 4, Christchurch Boys High School. So Christchurch Boys High School are sitting in third. Fourth place, that's looking like St. Bede's. 5th is the second St. Bede's crew. Further back, that is Christ College. But up front, and looking quite strong, lane number 6 is the St. Thomas of Canterbury crew. Carter Baxter, Darby Renata, Luca Damiani, Andre Simpson, Jack Dunn is their coxswain. And they have got a quarter of a boat length, half a boat length of clear water. As this weather has changed, good job they're in bigger boats. They're going to take out in lane number 6, that's St. Thomas of Canterbury. They're going to take the win. Well done. Second place in lane 7 is Oamaru. Third place in lane 4 is the Christchurch Boys High School crew, Jamie Villamamu, William, Ben and Blake Robson. Over the line now comes the St. Bede's crew, and further back again is the lane 8 St. Bede's crew, and Christ College coming over the wall further back again. That's the boys under 18 coxed quadruple schools. That was heat 1. This is heat 2. So race number 38. Boys under 18, coxed quadruple schools. I love the quads. Top 5 progress through to the A final. The rest are eliminated. In this heat, we have St. Bede's College, Christ College, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Otago Boys High 1, Wakatipu 1, and St. Andrew's College 1. That wind is absolutely blowing now, and it looks like we're going to get some weather coming through. Yes, there's been a marked change here. Not sure I can see anything happening further down now, although it is the big boat, it is the 8s. So if anyone can row, it'll be the 8s. Let's see what we have here as we get back on the course. I can see St. Bede's sitting in third place. Second place, that looks like Otago to me. And out in front, a little bit of haze comes across the water. It is the Wakatipu crew. Jasper, McKellar, Max, Charlie, and Amelia D. coxing. We're just starting to see the odd splash from the oar as the water's changing from different wind patterns as it's coming across and swirling on that lake. But St. Bede's there in lane number 3. They're starting to put that Otago crew under a bit of pressure for second place. So St. Bede's are sitting in third, but they're looking strong actually. Wakatipu, they've still got the lead there in lane number 7. Wakatipu looking good. Second place at the moment is Otago in lane number 6, but they are under a lot of pressure. All this, that's a Dale Mar boat there. Look how they're going. Look at that snap at the end. They've got into second. They've pulled back about a boat length in about 10 strokes, and they are coming through to second. Wakatipu take the win. St. Bede's come in second. Otago take third. Good battle for fourth. Christ College, I should say, have just got their noses in front of the St. Oh, there's an oar issue there for St. Andrews, lane 8. I think they just caught a crab there. It stopped them pretty dead in the water. They've got going again. It does get difficult in those outer lanes. They've definitely been impacted by that weather, by that wave there. Lane number 5, that's Christchurch Boys School. Boys High, I should say. So, there's another crew coming down. Boys under 16, coxed 8. Looking across these, this is a preliminary race, so they're all going through. They'll all come back and do this tomorrow. Again, the under 16 is a large number of rowers in this category. They've gone through the first year, those who really love it, want to be involved. Big numbers come into this under 16. If someone's going to medal, this is the hardest category to do it in because there's so many rowers. Lane 1, Christchurch Boys High School. 2, Shirley Boys High School. 3, Christ College 3. 4, Christchurch Boys High School. 5, Timaru. 6, St. Bede's College. 7, Christ College. 8, Christ College 2. 9, St. Thomas of Canterbury. So we can see there's a significant change in the weather here. The crowds are moving away in large numbers. This could well be the last race coming down. Although there is 8s, the race number 40 is lined up, which is the Women's Club Coxed 8. So there should be experienced rowers. They're not like we're putting novice out there. So they'll be making the call. But on the water at the moment, the boys under 16 coxed 8, this should be competitive and should be close racing. And indeed it is. They're all pretty much together. Down on the inside, lane 1's dropped off. That's Christchurch Boys High School 2. Shirley Boys have gone away from them by many lengths. And they're having a good race with Christ College 3. So they've got their own race going on there in lane 2 and 3. Lane 4, 5, 6 and 7. 4, 5, 6 and 7, that's Christchurch Boys High School, Timaru, St. Bede's and Christ College. That's where the race is going to come as we see that wind really picking up now. There's some dust blowing over from the car park and we've got massive white caps down the other end of the course. So I think we're in for some carnage and damage here. But hopefully we can get these through. They are big boats, which is good news. St. Bede's in the red. Wyatt, James, Isaac, Brody, Alex, Carter, Cooper, Ryan and Matthew Casey Coxing. They have got their noses in front. They're being put under pressure by the Christ College crew just outside them, which is Henry, Fletcher, Arthur, Freddie, Alex, George, Jay, Harry, and Jono Simpson. There's definitely a little bit of chaos coming here. The weather's really changed. The water pattern is significantly different, and those crews further out will have a hard time of it. In fact, I can't see us getting another race going here, but maybe they have started it. I'll try and see if I can, what they're doing. Yeah, they've got the next one away, which, to be fair, is the Women's Club Cox State. So, let's pick this up as we're on the way down. St. Bede's. They're really battling through this, but they're doing well. That's lane number 6. That's the St. Bede's crew. They've looked like they've gone slightly further. A big splash there from Christ College. They've looked like they've run into a little bit of issue, and they've been caught up by the Timaru crew and also Wakatipu. There's a definitely steering issue here for St. Bede. Where are they going? They're going way out. I don't quite know what they are. Lane 6, but they're going to have to. The safety boats after them. They're going completely the wrong way. I'm a little bit perturbed by that, but they're going out into open water there. So need to go and get them back. Meanwhile, lane number 4 is coming through, and that is Christchurch Boys High School. St. Bede's have been told to stop rowing because they were simply going the wrong way. Maybe they had a steering issue, but it's lane number 4 they're going to come through. That is Christchurch Boys High. They've got their self in front of Timaru, and outside of them is the Christ College crew. So it is going to be Boys High in lane 4. Christchurch Boys High are going to take the win. Timaru are going to take second place. Wow, there you go. Shirley are closing up, but they're going to come in 4th. Christ College in lane 7 take 3rd. Shirley take 4th. Don't quite know what happened to St. Bede's there. They were heading way out into open water. They were going deep sea ocean fishing there. There's another couple of Christ College crews, lane number 8 and lane number 3 coming over the line. And lane 9, that is St. Thomas of Canterbury. There's a bit of splashing here in lane number 1. That's Christchurch Boys High School. I think everyone's off the water now. Good to see St. Bede's are heading back inland. There's a bit of splashing there. I'm not quite sure what happened, but they're safe, and that's the main thing. They're safe. They're over water as they all come over the line, and definitely some chaos there. Let me look back down the course, and I'm pretty sure everyone's off the water now because that wind coming through there was absolutely brutal. So just a quick shout out to some sponsors here. C&R Insurance, Commercial and Rural Insurance Brokers Limited, founded in 1996 by Russell and Irene Smith. So thank you for their continued support. Their office is centrally located in Alexandra, and they're obviously dedicated to the industry and combined with their affiliation with the NZ Broker Group. So they really work hard for their clients, and we thank them for their continued support. High Country Motel and Backpackers, Kapuna Rowing Activewear, New Zealand Made, Foursquare Supermarket Mackenzie, I'll be there later, Promo X, 257 Hillside Road, South Dunedin, screen printing, embroidery, apparel supplier and promotional gifts. Thank you for their support. City Podiatry, they're the foot specialists. That's Lauren Fondon, thank you. Treatment and management of all foot and lower limb conditions. That's at City Podiatry. And NK New Zealand, rugged, waterproof sports performance equipment for all things rowing related. The Nielsen Kellerman NZ range of durable rowing and coxing accessories has you covered. They provide the best and reliable equipment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a bit of a break here because clearly the weather has turned. It might be time for a cup of tea. I always like a Lady Grey around this time, mid-morning. Lady Grey's the way to go. And I might even have a cheeky little Afghan square. Who knows? Afghan biscuit, tan square. Anyway, hope you've enjoyed the morning. We'll hopefully see you later. We got up to race number 39 of the program. And we'll be coming back hopefully later with the Women's Club Coxed 8. See you soon. Bye.
no mai haere mai ki te ki ngā tangata katoa, ki te whakataita raketa o Otipoti, rua manu rua te kao mā whā. I ngā wai mako hakoha o te roto o rua tanawha, ko Frank toku ingama. Welcome everyone to Otago 2024 Rowing Championships on the pristine waters of Lake Ruataniwha, which of course you know that because you're here, although it does appear for a brief moment there one of the Tanawhas sneezed. Looks like everything's settled back down, but we will let you know once racing resumes and that, although of course you'll probably, if you're out there along the foreshore there, will see the boats go up. So while we've got a little interlude, I thought maybe it's nice to always just mention the sponsors, because without events like this, without the sponsors helping meet some of the financial commitments, and without the volunteers who run these things, we wouldn't be here today. So who have we got? So we've got CNR Insurance. They're a member of New Zealand Brokers. They're insurance advisors since 1996, run out of Alexandra in Central Otago there. They provide insurance brokerages to residents and businesses of Central Otago and Southland. That's formed by Russell and Irene Smith. They're a key sponsor up this way, so we really appreciate their work. Just a moment. Rightio, so we've just had just a couple of announcements here. So there's boats still down at the other end, at the starting end. I believe it's the Women's Club Cox 8, the Men's Club Coxless 4, and the Men's Novice Cox 4. That's race 40, 41 and 42. They're going to race them from the 1,000. So race 40, 41 and 42, they're going to race them from the 1,000 and see how things go. And if you're wanting to know who's in what races and what time and everything, the day sheet, what we call the day sheet for those who are new to the sport of rowing, which put out and details the races, the lanes, the crews, sometimes the coaches. You can buy one of these for $2. You can buy these from the $2 from the, oh, good question. I think it's from the shop booth at the end of the end of the infrastructure here. Or you can actually buy a really cool rowing booklet, which quite a good souvenir, and it covers off a lot of the events and the sponsors. It covers off things like who the umpires are and the safety officers. Peter Midgley and Michelle Hawke turn that around. Umpire Michelle Hawke and Peter Midgley, safety officers, and all the boat drivers and all those that volunteer. But then it also has the races, it's details about the course, has some rules of racing there. A lot of really useful information. So I would recommend you fork out $5, get a rowing booklet, and also get the day sheet for the day, so you can follow the events that are on. I can't see any boats lining up yet at 1,000, so I might let's cover off a couple of other sponsors. So we've got, who have we got here? We've talked about the insurance guys, Smiths. We've got High Country Motel and Backpackers. It was built in the 60s to house the dam workers. Oh, very cool. It now offers a unique and backpacking accommodation in the heart of Twizel. Centrally located, sunny, spacious grounds. They offer a variety of accommodation. So bear that one in mind if you're up this way. Twizel's a beautiful place, as we know. And we like our rowers to be dressed well in the good old rowing suits and singlets and even off-water apparel. So Cloudy Bay. Cloudy Bay. Kapanui. So you can place your order to info at Kapanui.com. That's KIPINUA.com. Or go to www.kapanui.com. They're from Leven, New Zealand made rowing kit. And if you're one of the parents and your kids have got the rowing kit, but you'd like to have some off-water apparel, then I reckon consider that. And if you're hungry, Foursquare Mackenzie, which is a local supermarket owned and operated by Greg and Smith Roberts up here up in Twizel. I'll probably be heading there later. I've got to get a few items. They also have extensive food to go section. Great variety of butchery, bakery, produce, groceries, and they are really great supporters up here. So Foursquare Mackenzie. Then we've got Promo X. So those in Dunedin, Promo X 257 Hillstride Road, South Dunedin. Oh yeah, okay, they do promotional stuff, screen printing, embroidery, apparel supplier, promotional gifts. You got anything like that planned, or you're involved in some other organisation, or you want to put some kit together, or even for your kids and your crews, or fun things like that, then that's the place to go to. You could probably do it. You probably don't have to be in Dunedin. I suspect you can probably do it online. That's Promo X, 357 Hillstride Road, South Dunedin, 021 703 332. Who else? Geez, the Otago Champs have got some good sponsors here. City Podiatry, Foot Specialist, Lauren Fund. That's also 237 Murray Place, opposite the Public Library. Email admin at City Podiatry, CITP, at citypodiatry.nz. It's an ACC provider as well, so if you or your kids have hurt your feet, sometimes I do in the single, I get a bit of cramp and stuff, so maybe that's something I should consider. Although I do live in Invercargill, might be a bit far to travel. Oh, yes, and then the wonderful NK New Zealand, or Nielsen Kellerman New Zealand. They make, well, it's an American firm, but this is the New Zealand arm. They make all that rugged equipment that we like to use in our boats, our stroke coaches, our Empower Oarlocks, Cox boxes, all those kinds of things. But they don't just do it for rowing. They do, I know that they do some of these devices for, what do you call it? Those stand-up paddle boards and canoeing and all those kinds of things. NK New Zealand. BCLEAL. Barry Clee. Still doing it, at extra.co.nz. So that's email BCLEAL at extra.co.nz. Or you can phone him on 0274 980 896. He's based in Auckland. And also for those who've got stroke coaches and things, they do have battery issues after a while. He's the, you can actually send them through and get your replacement battery. It's probably a bit cheaper than buying a new one. They make some good stuff. I like their gear. I do indeed. Right. Excuse me for coughing. I can see eights coming up. Eights lining themselves up at the 1,000 there. Moving themselves across. So this will be the women's Coxed Club Coxed 8. Women's Club Coxed 8. Let's go and check out a few things. Race 40. Race 40. No, that's not. Yeah, so it actually looks like it's race 41. The men's club coxless fours are getting themselves lined up at the 1,000 there. So who have we got in this race? We've got, 5 Avon Crews. So in lane 3, assuming they keep the same lanes, lane 3, 4, 5, 7 and 8 are Avon Crews, and in lane 6, Nelson. Lane 3, we've got Jack, Scott, Sam and Luke. In lane 4, we've got Sam, Lachlan, James and Lawrence. In lane 5, we've got Kobe, B, Charles and Luke. In lane 6 from Nelson, we've got Ted, Athan, Sam and Flynn. In lane 7 from Avon again, Avon 1, Benjamin, George and Danny. In Avon 4, William, Jacob, Jackson and Jake. So there'll probably be a bit of jockeying here for line honours. Oh, I can see an 8 going across. Definitely got the 4s lined up, I think. Unless, because while it's calm, they decided to move the novice 4s in there. So I can't actually tell down here. Because it would make sense, perhaps, if it's calm, to put the novice 4s in and get them rode through. Except they've got 2 heats of those before the next one. So let's just have no idea what's going on. Started, lined up, but they're not started. So it's either event 25 or event 26. Incidentally, event 25 is sponsored by Foursquare Mackenzie, who I read to you before. So if you just heard the announcement now that they're carrying on all the racing from 1,000. So the word's gone out to the coaches and the volunteer coaches and crews in the boat park to get the boats on the water and head on up the row from 1,000. So it's probably still a bit choppy up there at the 2,000, I'd say. So, oh, hold on. What we got going on here? My glasses and eyes are wobbling a bit, so I'm trying to figure out if this is an 8 or a... Right, and it's actually, yes, the call's gone out to get the boats on the water, and they will actually may move them back up to the 2,000. They'll make the call, but it actually is the 8s that are racing this. So there's a lot of, quite difficult with these boats mixed up down there, but the 8s are racing. The Women's Club Cox Day. In lane 3, we've got St Andrew College. In lane 4, Avon. In lane 5, Dunstan Arms. Lane 6, Cure. And lane 7, Canterbury. This is the Women's Club Cox Day. So these guys have probably have been rowing a few years. They'll be experienced. Maybe the odd novice or something mixed in there, depending how the cruise has evolved over time. It's fairly even at the moment here as they're coming down the straight. I'm thinking that maybe it's be Cure in lane 6, potentially, if Cure in lane 6, because these will be adult crews as well in many cases. Cure in lane 6 might have a touch on the lanes. Oh no, what's this? Lane 2, Avon. Julie, Kara, Jessica, Sienna, Isabel, Katie, Kate, 2 Kates. That's Katie Riley and Kate Smith, with Alan Hanson as the cock. So they got a bit of lead there in lane 2. No, when I say lane 2, I mean lane 4. Well, no, I'm picking at this stage that looks like Cure of Sophie, Macy, Alexandra, Jojo, Hannah, Annabelle, Ella, Perry and Cox by Annabelle Scott. Just seeing as I cross some boys here. No, I think yes, so them. So at this stage we've got Avon and Cure, probably slightly in the lead, but really not much in it at all. I would say there's only a canvas at the very most on the inside lane, which is St Andrew's College of Isabel, Katie, Molly, Chloe, Charlotte, Galvin, Lucia, Jasmine, Sophie, Robbie. Miller's the Cox, and their coach is Marion Hardwick. They're on this inside lane here as they're coming down through. They're coming up through to the, gone through the 500. Like they're into the red boys, so actually maybe they're at the 250. This stage, there's quite takes some move to move our boat up in the distance, and it looks like that Dunstan and Canterbury on the far side and in the middle there are dropping back a bit. They're about behind the rest, but in the meantime, it seems to me that Avon there have just put on a little. Avon and Cure with St Andrew's College on the inside lane here with a sniff. Are they picking it up? Yes, St Andrews have definitely picked it up. Good long quick strokes there. Avon looked pretty set. No, Avon's now gone up a gear. They've picked it up. A Cure going to respond. Cure have been maintained a pretty steady stroke rate there. Ooh, just about caught a crab there, Cure. One like that. And now it looks like it's Cure. Cure and Avon. Cure and Avon coming down through together as Avon head. I've got a wee line on the mirror on the window here, which I use to line up across the far side. And at this stage, I would say that Cure, but Avon going to come through and take it. Little more, yes, Avon now. I would pick Avon, have just pipped Cure. So Avon through now, Cure, followed by St Andrews in third place. With Dunstan in fourth, and we come back to Canterbury in fifth. And even as we speak, they've set off the men's Coxless Club Coxless 4, set off from the 1,000. Sponsored by the High Country Lodge. So just think about that. They built in the 1960s to house the workers here. Who have we got in this race? So I went through this one before. This has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Avon crews and Nelson in lane 6. And Nelson going to take the glory away from Avon. Seemed to me that Avon 5 in the inside lane here, probably back a little bit, maybe about a length. Coming through, it looks like it's 1, 2, 3 in. So that would be Avon 2. Kobe Good, Bede, Gira, Charles Beale, and Luke Tompkins. I'm picking them. That would be Avon 2. So where's Avon 1? That would, you'd think, if they were numbered that way, that would be the top crew. But no, it looks like Avon 2. Going back to, now this is where it gets tricky, is it? Nelson, Avon 1, and Avon 4, the 3 outside lanes. I was thinking maybe it's Avon 1, then Avon 4 and Nelson together. Is anything happening on the inside? No, Avon 3 and Avon 5 are back a bit. Oh, actually Avon 3 there. Coming up. I see they look like, do they put on a little bit? No. They've got a higher stroke rate than the Avon 5 in the inside lane here. But Avon 2, they've got this well, I think, in hand. They'll be in a really good spot. They're in the head of the arrow, right in the middle. They can look back into the sides without moving the heads, without moving the wobbling the boat a bit by moving your body or heads. They can keep an eye on all the other crews and respond accordingly. So it's a good spot, good lane to be in. And they're definitely picking it up. You can see the stroke rate's gone up a little bit. If I had my stroke thing out, I would tell you how far, but I don't know yet. I'll get that sorted for the next race. Well, stroke rate's not everything in rowing. You've got to think about the push in that as well, the power you deliver, the watts. Watts count as well. So we've got Avon 2 coming through here nicely. That looks like they're going to take it. They go each stroke. It looks like they're pulling away a little bit faster. On the far side, Avon 4, William Thomas, Jacob Yule, Jackson Drake, and Jake Luthi. I would say them and Avon 3, Sam Evans, Lachlan Nicholas, James Tavendale, and Lawrence Bircher. They are going to fight for second. Maybe it could be very close. I'm thinking it's Avon 3 are going to take it. Is Avon 2 come across the line just about now? Avon 3, are they holding off Avon 4 on the far side? Yes. And it will be Avon 4, closely followed by Avon 1 and Nelson 1 back to this Avon 5 crew. Right, and I don't see any more boats out there. I can't see any of the 1,000, so perhaps there were no... Thought maybe there were... Oh no, I can see now. I see the nose of a boat coming out, so they're going to let it go. That would be... This is the next race, is race 42, the men's novice coxed. Men's novice coxed 4. We don't let novices row uncoxed. 2 heats in this, heat 1 and heat 2. Race 42. So let's check my book. Much going on at the moment. I can see back to the boat park. Are there boats going on the water? Yes, I can see boats being loaded here. I can just see a little distance. There's stuff going on. Well, actually, no, they might be the 8s coming in. Oh no, so yeah. Here we go. Now we can see an 8 coming round the corner. See it shortly heading up to the start. T4. Who would T4 be? That would be Otago Boys High. So that's race 46. That's a while away. Was scheduled for a while away yet. Originally scheduled for 10:35. Yes, and look at that, eh? Just look, it's settled down, it's nice, the water looks nice and calm. Yep. Back to being Nawai Makahakahoa, pristine waters. Okay, so we can see some boats coming across the 1,000. So this will be the men's novice 4. Sometimes it's a bit tricky with novices. They're learning how to row. They're a bundle of nerves. They some may have had a race before now, some may not. So on heat 1, who have we got? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crews in this, in lane 2. So starting lane 2, working out what's Cure, BC. Checking my sheet here. I like to look up and make sure I've right clubs, the colours. There's quite a lot of colours to learn. Right, so we've got anyway, lane 2, Cure. Lane 3, Timaru. Lane 4, St Thomas of Canterbury. Lane 5, Otago Boys High. Lane 6, Christchurch Boys High. Lane 7, Shirley Boys. And in lane 8, Avon. These are novice crews. Novice 4s. Then the second heat, which will be the event race 43. Remember, if you for $5, you get a really good little booklet that you can use, and also you get the day sheet, which is what I'm using to see who is rowing in what race. Highly recommend you get that. Okay, so for the price of a coffee, get yourself a wee book. Good momentum too. So for the heat 2, while we're at it, so that's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in it as well. We've got in lane 2, Christchurch Boys High 2, St Bede's, St Thomas of Canterbury, Shirley Boys, St Andrews, Wanaka and Otago, Otipoti. Sorting them all out there. So there's no blocks here at the 1,000, as you can see. They basically line them up, and the starter there will release them once they're all lined. It's bad when the water's calm, but if it's moving around a bit, it can be quite tricky getting them all lined up properly. With novices, they're not always that great at backing. So 6 boats set up already. I think there's another one coming across. Once again, lane 2, we've got Cure, Xavier, Fletcher, Tommy and Marcus. Lane 3, Timaru. Thomas, Charlie, Sterling, Stacey, and Toby. Oh, Toby Connors the Cox, and Hannah Thompson is the Cox for the Cure. Thomas of Canterbury, we've got Noah, Liam, Kaiden, Marcus, Carlson, Fernandez as their Cox, and coach is Paddy Dowling. In lane 5, Otago Boys High, Hunter, Sam, Sullivan, Nicholas, Charlie, Anderson's the Cox, coaches Matt Thompson and Cameron McFarlane. Lane 6, Christchurch Boys High, Gorgie, Flynn, Oscar, Andrew, and Angus Mackay as the Cox, coach is the coaching team. Lane 7, Shirley Boys High, Nirvana, Jack, Tamana, Ruben, Oliver Young is the Cox, and coach is Riley Bruce. And in lane 8, Avon, Matt, Kasik, Finnegan, Malaki, and India Crow. Eaton is the Cox, and the coach is Adam Jenkins. They've got, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 7 boats lined up. Just see them, they're lining them up. So some of them drifted past. They're having to bring themselves up to the line. Holding here. Of course, novices can be any age group. We often think of them as youth, but sometimes there are adults. It's the first time rower, basically. I know one of the women's novice eights had a couple of adults in that. So row masters if they wanted to, because one of them was over 26. And these novices lined up. Set to go. I wonder who will have a nice start here. Let's have a look. Up. Going to line them up and then bring them up to the red boys, start boy. Actually, no, they're on this. They've actually all crossed the start a little, but they're not worrying about that. Only by a canvas. Concentrating on lining them up. And they're away. Inside, he caught a bit of a crab there. Not sure who went out there quite nicely. I reckon Timaru looked like they had a good start, actually. Timaru had a good start. Be a real confidence boost to having a good start. The stage, they're all fairly even coming down there. Maybe lane 3, St Thomas of Canterbury, Noah, Liam, Kaiden, Marcus, and Carlson Fernandez as the Cox. I think they had a reasonably good start as well. They look like they're just slightly ahead, perhaps. Running super fast, keeping that. Change it has to go away. Oh, there's a drop back here, so it does look like that. Cure have dropped back a bit. Timaru dropped back a little bit, a bit ahead of Cure. And it does look like these two inside lanes are St Thomas of Canterbury and Otago Boys High. Hunter, Sam, Sullivan, Nicholas, Cox by Charlie Anderson. Taking a slight lead. In fact, I would probably go, it was Otago Boys High at the moment. Not much in it though. Once again, they're in the diamond. They're in the arrowhead, so they've got good visuals. Good viz across. Like they're slowly pulling away. Lane 3, St Thomas of Canterbury. I think it's right. St Thomas of Canterbury and Christchurch Boys High in lane 6. Gorgie, Flynn, was that a spelling error? Maybe it's George. Flynn, Oscar, Andrew, and Angus Mackay is the Cox. Those two are perhaps aiming for second place. Going to fight it out for second and third. Definitely looks like that Otago Boys High, Hunter, Sam, Sullivan, Nicholas, Charlie, and as their Cox have got this nice in hand. They're in a good position here. Look, a nice, their timing's not too bad, but a yanking maybe. That's pretty normal for novices. Coxon will be talking to them. Strong. Yeah, I would say that they've probably got 2 canvases on the next, two boat lengths on the next boat length. So it looks like the battle's going to be between St Thomas of Canterbury and Christchurch Boys High. St Thomas of Canterbury having the edge over Christchurch Boys High at the moment. They're actually looking very smooth. A little bit short in their strokes. St Thomas of Canterbury are looking pretty steady there. As you can see, as we go past that, the Otago Boys High have got this well under control, and I don't think they're going to lose that position. Thomas of Canterbury coming through. They're clearly dominated into second place now, so they've got a length on the other guys. The next one, is there any chance that Timaru could come through on Christchurch Boys High? They are picked up their rating. They're really having a go at it. Timaru are having a go at it. I can see that Christchurch Boys, they're not blind. They've seen it and they've responded. The coxswain was just looking across then as Otago Boys High crossed the line. We're about to see St Thomas of Canterbury follow through behind them. And then we will be taking Christchurch Boys High. Oh, come on, Timaru. Timaru have definitely made a gain on them. They've got pulled back at least canvas, but no, just couldn't quite make it. Good effort. And that stroke, he threw everything into it. Look at him. Then on the far side, we've got Avon 5 coming through. Shirley Boys High inside them. And then we come back to BC. I'm not sure. Boys College? No, that isn't. Perhaps. In the meantime, we've got, that was heat 1 of the men's novice. Now, I'd like to know the times. Oh, I don't have the times. The times for that race. Our timing board's not going, but in the meantime, we can see the second men's novice coxed for heat lining themselves up. So inside lane 2, Christchurch Boys High. Then, whoa, they're away. Christchurch Boys High, they had a really nice start actually. St Bede's inside them didn't do so well, but Christchurch Boys High in the inside lane, that's their high school 2 team. Oh, but we've got a collision, so there's been an accident. The far side, Wanaka and Otago, looks like they've collided, so race, because normally if it's within, they've carried on, so 1,000 are away. Oh no, there's also St Andrew's College there had in the 3 lanes from the far side had some issue as well. Boys are saying, but they're well back. That's really would have hurt them back on these other 3 other boats. In the meantime, we've got Christchurch Boys High steadily creeping up here in lane 2. St Bede's College, that looks like they've their start may not have been great, but they've made up for it. Just inside them are St Thomas of Canterbury. St Thomas of Canterbury have just moved ahead of St Bede's, perhaps in line now with Christchurch Boys High in the inside lane. But then we've just got over the far side that Wanaka crew that had a little problem. It looked like they're actually moving now. I wonder if they actually switched lanes. Thinking that no, it's not Wanaka. Like they're outside lanes. So I wonder if there's a bit of a lane switch. So that would make it Otago 1 over there in lane 7. Is it Otago 1 in lane 7? Christchurch Boys High have sort of dropped back a bit. They had a really good start there. I thought they were doing really well, but haven't been able to maintain this. College are doing an impressive effort. Well in control. They've moved up into first place. As I said, across to the far side, which I think is Otago Boys High. And even novices, sometimes you will see this in the early days, some just dominant some crews that are dominant, which reflects that maybe they've been doing a lot more, say, sweep rowing. Some clubs might do a bit more sculling, and then they move them into sweep for a few races or just a little bit of training, so they haven't quite got it together. This St Bede's College team, like they've done a little bit together. Effort into it. Things there, the coaches will be thinking, oh yeah, we'll fix that. On the other side, I think Otago got to be careful. They might just get pipped by this crew in St Thomas of Canterbury here in lane 4. Beads have really taken it now. They've probably got 2 boat lengths at least back to the Otago 1 crew. But then in the meantime, the inside lane, Christchurch Boys High School are working hard. They're working hard. They're going to try and take this St Thomas of Canterbury crew. In fact, they could if they carry on. St Bede's have really reached out now. Really reached out. They've got nice timing. Yeah, actually, gosh, that's actually pretty good for a crew. I'd be a happy coach if I was them. Excuse me. Powering across the line. They're just getting even quicker. They must have made 1, 2. They've probably got 4 boat lengths back to this Otago crew here. Come through clear in second, and they've probably got another 3 back. But in the meantime, Christchurch Boys High and St Thomas of Canterbury, they're going to battle. They're having a bit of a tussle. I think St Thomas of Canterbury are going to hold them off. I think they are going to hold them off. Only just effort as they come through. So there was St Thomas of Canterbury that came through in third. So well done to Shirley Boys High for taking that, and St Thomas of Canterbury. Results here, but I can't. If you're wanting to look at results, you can go to Rowit, R-O-I-T, I should say, ROWIT.NZ, and go to Otago Championship and click on the results tab, and that will give you refreshing all the time and giving you updated results. Right, so that was the second heat. Second heat of the novice 4. Boxed 4, I should add. In the starting blocks is the event 44, the women's, sorry, event 27, the women's open double. The women's open double. Event 27. Sponsored by Promo X. So Promo X, they were the ones that can do your screen printing, branding, embroidery, screen printing, heat press, clothing, and professional gifts with your logo or design. You can make up yourself, and you can use ChatGTP to make up a design. We did that for mixed masters rowing crews from down the south, deep south masters. We, with a bit of creativity and chucked in some images into ChatGTP, and it gave us some ideas, and we come up with a logo we're happy with. Sent it off to the printers, which wasn't promo in this case, down in Invercargill. If we'd known about them, we may have used them. And we've got these really cool sweatshirts, hoodies. Something to think about. So, event 27, race 44, women's open double sculls. This is heat 1. There are 2 heats in this event. So in lane 3, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in heat 1 and 5 in heat 2. So the heat 1 is underway already. So in lane 3, this is the inside lane. We've got, close to the bank, we've got Twiser 1 of Sadie Mason and Kira Thine. Coaches are Kelvin and Sarah. In lane 4, we've got Cure BC. It's Mila Graham and Messina Sual. Lane 5, we've got Avon 3, Sam Rankin and Greta Hawke. Lane 6, Otago Girls 1, Sienna Nicholson, Katie Rowe, coached by the Otago coaching team. Lane 7, Dunstan Arms 1, Emma Spittle and Olivia Key, coached by Simon Smith. And in Lane 8, Avon 2, Tori Cox and Claudia Kinder. They're well up to way. So they're just passing the island now. So that's probably about 1,500 metres away from the finish. You see going on over here. We're looking through. I only see the outside 5 boats. I can't see Twizel at the moment. That's because 1, 2, 3. Because of the corner there, and I'm expecting Twizel's actually probably doing quite well. They'll know these waters. Coaches for a coach has been coaching them for a while. So I suspect they're doing quite well. But in the meantime, it does look like Avon, Tori Cox, and Claudia on the far side are well placed. It does seem that Dunstan Arm, Emma Spittle, and Olivia Key have dropped back a little in these 3 inside lanes. So in lane 4, Cure, and then Avon and Otago Girls, Mila Graham, Messina Sual, Sam Rankin, Greta Hawke, and Sienna Nicholson and Katie Rowe for Otago Girls High. And those 3 lanes look like they're reasonably side by side in the double. Coming up there, I was just saying that the women's open double, Heat 2 is already lined up. So that's got 5 in that race. So in lane 3, we've got Cure of Sasha Robinson and Madison Neal. In lane 4, Avon 1, Molly Judson and Poppy Wyndham. In lane 5, Nelson 1, Naomi Robertson and Madeline Colley. In lane 6, Whakatipu 1, Emma Andrew and Anika Alette, coached by Shane Muir. And in lane 7, Dunstan Arm 2, Olivia Pibenga, Amelia Scott, coached by Simon Smith. They're sitting in the blocks now, and they're actually off. So they're off as well. 4 minutes apart between these races. So the second heat of the women's double is underway. That's the open double scull. Sometimes get all ages and stages in this race. But I can only see 5 crews coming through. There was 6 in it. Scratching or something. In this event with the 2 heats, the fastest 10 go through to the final. The fastest 10. Thinking that looks like to me, I can see Twizel on the inside lane. So I don't know, I'm sorry, I can't tell you what boat's been scratched out of this event. Camera's on the 1,000, so as they go past I might see. Excuse me. Distance between some of these boats now. There's 3 or 4 lengths in some cases. Like this, oh no, far side there, yeah, I didn't. Boat over the far side there. Yellow, so I'm thinking that's Dunstan Arms. So maybe Avon aren't in this race, I'm not sure. But Dunstan Arms on the far side, look, they're in a very solid position. Timaru on the inside. I'm pretty sure that's Timaru. It looks like no, Twizel. Sorry, Twizel. Gosh, South Twizel. That's green. Yeah. Seems like that. Dunstan Arms, Emma Spittle and Olivia Key on the far side, and lane 7. Twizel crew, Sadie Mason and Kira Thine. The others, though, it could be Avon 3, perhaps. Avon 3. 5 there. Between the Twizel and Cure is Avon, sorry, is the Cure. Dunstan over the far side. It does look like perhaps Avon 2, Tori Cox and Claudia Kinder maybe have been scratched in this race. position to be over there and having to sort of look sideways, and actually the perception can be quite hard to see where you are, but I think well-trained, experienced crew. Well, they all probably are between Kew and Avon for the 3rd and 4th place, but remember it's on time, so it's actually the fastest 10. So for the next event, which has 5 of them, if there were 5 fastest, then only 5 are going to get through. 5 in it, in fact. I just realised someone's pulled out of this race. Everyone gets to go through to the final because 5 in this heat and 5 in the second. Now it's racing to get the best lane, and also that old psychological thing, knowing, oh look, I beat that crew. Dunstan crew, that looks like they're cruising a little bit, I think. Relax, they're looking relaxed. Faisal now picked it up. Their stroke race licensing, this Dunstan crew. Making a move on them. They're coming into maybe even 2 boat lengths now. Dunstan crew will be really waiting to pick it up, but Twizel are really pushing it down. They're going to claim the 2nd spot. Got back to the Cure and Avon crew. Neck and neck, maybe half a canvas held by Avon. Cure are really digging it in now. They are on the move. They are attacking this, as are Twizel. Twizel attacking Dunstan. Dunstan have responded. They've upped their rating. Their stroke length increased as well. They are holding them off. Aggressive effort by Twizel to come through on them into 2nd place. They didn't quite make it. And then in the meantime, Avon and Cure are going to race it, pull ahead. Line lined up here. I'm thinking, oh, geez. I would say it's Cure now, followed by Avon. Come back to the Otago Girls High Crew of Siena. So this is the open double, so that could be all stages, ages and experience in those races, except no novices. In the meantime, we've got 4 boats here, and I'm thinking that for this race, it's Cure on the inside lane. Boats in it, so I'm thinking maybe it's not the beat there for Otago Girls going through. Got Cure in lane. Cure of Sasha Robinson and Madison Neal. Cure BC, a boating club. That's the BC was boating club. I should know that. I'm from Aotearoa. We're a boating club. Cure Boating Club there in lane 1. They've got this dominated at the stage. A couple of boat lengths over the inside far side, which would be Whakatipu 1, Emma Andrew and Anika Arlett. Go to the middle there of Nelson 1, Naomi Robertson and Madeline Collins, and then back to Avon, Molly Judson and Poppy Winman. Far side, but Dunstan. No, it's Dunstan, I'm sorry. So maybe the Whakatipu team aren't in this event. Take that back. We've got Dunstan in 2nd place. Dunstan Arm 2, Olivia Pobenga and Millie Scott. They're holding off into 2nd. They are trying. Yes, they've picked it up now, so they're coming up to they're in the 100 metres to go. They're trying to pick it up, but this Cure crew here have got their eyes on them, and they are maintaining a good, steady pace. They know they can respond if need to, I would say. Come back to this Nelson crew. Stage, it's Cure 1, Dunstan Arm 2, and Nelson 1 will come through in 3rd. Come back to Avon 1, so it doesn't look like Whakatipu crew might have been scratched in that for race 45. In the meantime, while that was going on, with the boys under Cox 8. Cox 8 up there. Binoculars to my eyes and see what we can see. I think it is the Cox 8. We've got 4 boats in this race. This will be the boys under 17 Cox 8. Race 46. By Nielsen Kellerman. As we call them, they make cool rowing and other water sport equipment. In this race here, we've got inside lane Otago Boys High, lane 5 Christ College, lane 6 St Andrews College, and lane 7 Otago 1. Otago Boys High, Zach, Jackson, Kobe, Leo, Toby, Henry, Ben, Jude, Hunter, Ruxton is the Cox. Christ College 1, Max, Sam, Toby, Oscar, Lewis, Max, Harvey, Jack, and Gabriel, Bevan is the Cox. St Andrews 1, Hugo, Isaac, Logan, George, oh, 3 George, 4 Georges, because the George Rankin is the Cox. Oliver and Noah. Otago 1 on the outside. Micaiah, Noah, Mackenzie, Noah, Oliver, William, Paddy, Ferguson, Matthew Hall is their Cox. At this stage, I would be picking that Christ College. Out from the bank, lane 5, 2 out from the bank, have a nice little lead here. Otago Boys High look like they're a bit back there in the Christ College, and then on the St Andrews College and Otago 1. St Andrews College and Otago 1. I think St Andrews College has maybe got half on Otago at this point. Up. But in the meantime, Christ College, boys under 17, Cox State. Leading, I've got their hand on the finish line. This is a preliminary, so let's see. Wondering whether basically we'll go to the final, through to the final anyway tomorrow. Christ College have got it. They're holding everyone else very nicely. St Andrews crew, and then a far side Otago 1, maybe half a boat back on the St Andrews crew. So the placings you see them at the moment are Christ College 1, St Andrews 1, and Otago 1, and then Otago Boys High School. Far end, we've got event 29, the girls under 15 Cox States. Sitting in the starting blocks now, they'll be off very shortly. That race, we've got the Rangiruru girls, Christchurch girls, Oamaru, and Avon. Back to the action here. College. They're into the 100 metres. They've got 100 metres to go now. They've got a good 2.5, 3 lengths on the next boat. Out they can be pulled back on this. Andrews College in the second place with maybe a boat over the other two, or boat and a half. But interestingly, I can see that Otago Boys High on the inside are coming up on Otago 1. So this might be where the bit of speedy action here. And we're looking at Christ College there. They've just put their foot down. Powerful strokes now. They're pushing it through. Doing it, just not overdoing the rating, just pushing it through nicely. Back on them, coming back, St Andrews. Steadily, looking steady. Meantime, Otago Boys High, they're after it. They're after Otago on the far side. Otago Boys High picked up. almost neck and neck. They're probably half a canvas. They're going to have to really do it. I've got my old finishing line lined up. By the way, that was Andrew just here crossing. And no, they've done it. The inside lane, Otago boys high. Took over and ended up in the third place there with a canvas over Otago. The road, I'm pretty sure those under 15s, yes, they are. I can see the girls under 15 Cox States are underway. So 4 boats in this inside lane. Rangirua Girls School, lane 3. Jasmine, Lila, Alice, Mila, Bo, Eddie, Zoa, Olivia, Penelope, Sutton is the Cox. Lane 4, Christchurch Girls 1. Annabelle, Maggie, Lily, Maggie, Sophie, Chloe, Bonnie, Victoria, and Liv Abley is the Cox. Lane 5, Oamaru 1, Molly, Sasha, Amelia, Ava, Ellie, Evie, Summer, Isabel, Bailey, and Pippa McMillan is the Cox. And then on the far lane, Avon, we've got Trinity, Zoe, Isla, Chloe, Anisa, Mackenzie, Felicity, Hagan, and Mason Jessup is the Cox. And for those who are new to rowing, the coxswains can be either sex, can be male or female. Looks like at this stage the Avon, but probably a bit of back on it. Avon, and in the middle there, Christchurch Girls, like that. Maru crew are in a good spot. In this inside lane, Rangirua, strong Sweet College. Lead at the moment. I would hazard a guess at maybe half a canvas. I mean, half a boat. By the way, that event there was the girls under 15 are coming through now, sponsored by the Line Foundation. Touching distance. They're well in the 8s. They did really well early on today. I think it was the novice 8. Even some of the novices in this event. What is it? The under 15. Very likely they've got novices in this event. Well as well. Inside to them, the Christchurch Girls High have and Avon on the far side is still back in that Guru, potentially on Guru, and something's just happened to Christchurch Girls High. I swear they now pointed them out. Steering problem there, that would have hurt. Turning any extra distance is extra distance to row. It makes it a little bit further. Slows you down. Straight as possible boat without rocking. You get lateral forces on the sideways with rocking. Slows the boat down. No drag. And Rangirua at this stage, and I still think Rangirua has got at least half a boat on the Oamaru crew. They're coming to the 1,000 now, so let's look on screen. Too late to see it. I'm just seeing the last boat go through. Rangirua there have probably moved up to a boat length now, so they've just picked it up. They probably got the call of the 1,000 of the Cox. The Cox have been watching across, not the Rangirua. The Cox would have been Penelope Sutton. She'd have been looking across. She'd be watching that Oamaru crew, just as Pippa McMillan from the Oamaru crew. She'll be looking across, watching them, urging her crew on. They'll have calls. They'll know when to do it. But at this stage, I think Rangirua at the 1,000-metre mark, they got the call. They put the foot down. Boat lengths ahead of the Oamaru crew. Come back to the Christchurch Girls High School. There. Avon on the far side. Crossing through, 500 metres to go. I think just gone through the 500. Ahead. Some of these, most of them probably novices as well, so they novice can growers, so if they're novices then they grow their age group. Good, yeah, they've got now. Our side lanes are going to get a little bit harder with this wind. Boats have well spread themselves out. Rangiru, Oamaru, Christchurch Girls, and back to Avon there on the far side. Right behind them is the men's intermediate Cox 4. There, they're into the 100-metre boys now. As we can see, nearly up to the 1,000, we can see the men's preliminary Cox 4 coming through. That's race 48. Event 30, sponsored by Aotearoa Gaming Trust. Heats in that? No, there's so in that boat. Back to here, Rangiru. Stretching out. They're stretching out. Look at that. Nice, good push. Pushing the boat away. They've picked up the stroke rate again. Away from Oamaru. Rangiru. Clear dominance in this race today. But that's for now. Things will change. They're all training for all the crews to get used to each other for the next month for the next regatta, which is the Canterbury Champs. Rangiru about to cross the line. Whoop back to the following race behind it, the men's intermediate Cox 4. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in this event. Lane 2, Avon 1. Lane 3, Otago Boys High. Lane 4, Canterbury. Lane 5, St Bede's. Lane 6, Oamaru. Lane 7, Whakatipu. Lane 8, St Andrews College. Heard the beat there for Rangiru crossing the line. Oamaru coming. They look like they're slowing down a bit. They're not going to be caught by Christchurch Girls. Conserving their energy a little. See the men's intermediate Cox 4. So once you're a novice, the next stage up is usually the intermediate stage. So these guys will at least rode a year or raced in a year. Oamaru just heard tooting across the line, and Christchurch Girls are following on now. And on the far side, we've got back to Avon. Actually, almost not well. No, not quite. Fours, because these fours are belting along. Got in the lead, so I saw a yellow. It looks like I reckon is that a Dunstan crew? No, Whakatipu. Looks like a yellow boat. Yellow boat of Whakatipu there in the far lane, just inside from the far lane. So that's lane 7. Seems to me they've got a couple of boat lengths. Who have they got? Yeah, I think Otago Boys High. Is it? Is it Otago Boys High? Lane 4. They could be in second place there. In fact, they could be less than a boat length now on the Whakatipu crew. Probably encountering a bit of wind at that far side. In the middle of them there, you've got the Oamaru crew. Just behind them, Leeds. Far side, St Andrews College. No, there's now the battle's going on. I can see this now. We can see the battle here between the Otago Boys High and Whakatipu crew. Whakatipu stroke, if he's keeping his eyes out, or the bowman's just keeping his eyes out and saying, look guys, watch out, we're going to have to maybe just watch these Otago boys. We might have to dig it in a bit. And I think Otago boys, who's hit the yellows first? Yeah, I think Otago boys are making the move. They are pulling ahead. Whakatipu are trying to respond, but the Otago boys have definitely picked up the pace and they are definitely pulling it back. Pulling back Whakatipu. In fact, I would almost think, yes, they've got them now. They're probably a canvas ahead. And what's Oamaru doing there? Oamaru holding off the other boats for third. Are they going to respond quickly? Because that's some Beads College crew on the inside of them look like they're keen to have a go. Having a go? No. Have we got anything left? Can they roll back over this Otago Boys High crew? The Otago Boys High crew look like they have rolled over them. Yep, they're coming through. I've got my line up. Yes, they now got at least a boat length on. They have just pushed themselves away. Whakatipu are responding. They want to hold off the others, but they just haven't got enough there. And then we see Oamaru coming through. St Beads now pulling up onto their tail. And on the far side, look at this. We've got St Andrews College putting a bit of a stint. Will they get into third place? No. So for that race, we had Otago Boys High, Whakatipu, and Oamaru into third place. As we come through, Avon coming through here on the inside lane, and then Canterbury won. That was race 48. Race 48, event 30. Now it's race 49, girls under 17 single sculls. Sponsored by New Zealand Community Trust, another great sponsor of sport and rowing. That's, well, there's 9. So this is heat 1. There's 2 heats, heat 1, heat 2. No, there's heat 3, heat 4. 4 heats in this event. This is heat 1. So in lane 1, Dunstan Arms, lane 2, Michaela Olivia. And so I'm just going to read out for him. So Dunstan Arms, lane 2, Waihopai 2, Lila Jack. Then Avonside Girls High School, Gabby Chapman. Wanaka 1, Lila Garrett. Otago Girls, Ariana Oswald. Otago 11, Maya Still. North End 2, Bonnie Turner. North End 5, Annie Tosha and Cure. Boating Club, Macy Barnes in Far Lane, lane 9. That's the girls under 17 single sculls heat 1. The progression for this race is 1 and 2 go through to the A final. I know 10 next fastest go to the B final. So 1 and 2 go through, and then the 2 next fastest from all the heats goes through to the A final, and then the next 10 go through to the B final. Like I'm thinking, is it that Hopai there, Lila Jack, Lila Jack. Red, white, and green from down the road, from where I come from, south. Try not to express any bias. I think Lila Jack may have this race in hand at the moment. Over on the far side, far side was Cure, and then inside them North End 5. Then perhaps Otago 3 in lane 6. Right, Lila Jack. Amazing how quick you can make up ground in a single. Which looks like there's next 3 boats, as I said. So it looks like it's North End 5, Pure, Otago, Maya Still, Annie Tosha, and Marcy Barnes. lane. She's looking across. Lila is coming up to the yellow boys, and that will be the talon. When you see that, yes, you can see that she has probably got 3 or 4 boat lengths back on Macy Barnes from Cura. So Lila Jack goes through into the yellow boys. Go through in second. Lila's got this under control, so she's probably going to come across first, so she'll be going through. The question is, who's going to get number 2? Because that's a guaranteed A final, otherwise it's the 2 fastest across the event. At this stage, it's looking like Cure, Macy Barnes. We've got just coming up, that'd be Otago. Maya Still is actually putting the effort in. She's pushing hard. They want to be fast. They want to be fast. If they don't make that number 2 slot, they want to be fast. Can Cure, Macy Barnes hold her off? I think North End 5, Annie Tosha just isn't picking it up. She's getting pipped by Otago. Otago, that's Maya Still. Miss Maya Still is crossed over here. Actually, Macy Barnes better watch out. You just heard the beep for Lila Jack there from the Waihopai, coached by Danny Young, crossing in first place. And Macy Barnes over the far side in Cure, she's responding, but is she really seeing the Otago girl? Because the Otago girl is coming through, and I think the Otago girl has rolled her. So Otago, Maya Still has rolled over Macy Barnes. She'll get that second slot for the A final. Macy Barnes will come through in third, and then inside her, Annie Tosha comes through in the 4th position. Come back to Bonnie Turner. Bonnie Turner, and then we come through to Wanaka 1, Avonside, Gabby Chapman, Kayla Olivia from Dunstan Arms. As you can see, man, they just roll these past. So the second heat's already already underway. In fact, I can even see the third heat. So the second heat's rolling through here. Let's see, we've got Isla Moffat from inside out. Ashburton, Isla Moffat, Wanaka, Meg Ritchie, Waihopai, Alan Norman, Whakatipu, Amy Patterson, Avonside Girls, Brooke, Skiles, Timaru, Ella Inch, Marion College, Naim Devlin, and North End 3, Margot Erasmus. Again, looks like Waihopai, Alan Norman, coached by Danny Young, is in perhaps in a leading position here, but this is a lot closer. And in fact, I'd look on inside lane here of Ashburton 1. Isla Moffat may actually be slightly in the lead. He's coming to the yellow boys first, and yes, Isla Moffat comes through first. Alan Norman, tracked very closely by Amy Patterson from Whakatipu. She comes through in second. And what's going on over the far side? That girl comes through. Yes, she has. So that would have been Marion College, I think. I think that's Marion College have come through over there. Stage it's looking like. So 1 and 2. Remember, 1 and 2 go through the final. You want to get to the A final. You want to get the 1 and 2 spot or a really fast time. And at this stage it's Ashburton 1 here. Picked it up. She's put her foot down. She's now got herself a good boat length over Alan Norman, but Alan Norman will be fighting to keep a Whakatipu. She seems to be doing it. She's probably got a boat length now, or maybe 3/4 of a boat over the Whakatipu girl, and over on the far side, we've got Marion College rolling through. Is she going to get to third? Ashburton she's just powering away now. She wants to make sure she strong, gets that A slot, and she's crossing the line around now. Alan Norman from Waihopai, sorry. So that's 2 from Waihopai. She's passing through. They're guaranteed to go through. And then Whakatipu in 3. Amy Patterson and Marion College, Niem Devlin comes through in 4. Last 2 possibly have pretty fast times. Hopefully for them they will. But it's 2 fastest across all the 4 heats. Then we come back to used here. We come through to Timaru, I believe. Havenside Girls. Bend. Just inside lane here. Got coming through Wanakatu, Meg Ritchie. Well done. It's a long road, 2,000. I only rode 1,000 in my race, and that was long enough today, I can tell you. Rightio. Heat three, girls under 17 singles. We've got 9 in this race. So, inside out, lane 2, Timaru, Maisie Jane Chapman, lane 3, Cure, Hannah Shadbolt, Dunstan Arm 2, Alia Cunningham, Villa Maria College, India Taylor, Nelson, Zoe Dunstan, Whakatipu, Caitlin Purdue, Twizel, Lucia Yates, North End, Georgia Graham. Graham on the far side. What have we got? So she's reasonably spread out. I'm thinking that's, let's see, 1, 2, lane 4. Definitely not Dunstan Arm colours. Arm's way back there. Back a bit. Colours here. That's Villa Marie College. Villa Marie College. I don't know the schools so well. Still learning them. A white shoe. What's this over the far side? Ooh, we've got someone coming through there. North End. North End 1. So it looks like North End 1 are possibly in the lead, way over in the far side. Yes, it is Villa Maria College. So Villa Maria College. So Georgia Graham from North End, coached by Jazz McIntosh, has possibly a half. Oh, no, I'll see if she's going to hit the yellows. Not yet. Villa Maria have. Oh, yes, they've side by side. So India Taylor, coached by Kevin Meets from Villa Maria College, and North End Georgia Graham over the far side. These two are now battling for that first and second slot. First and second go through. They've got really good. 6 boat lengths back to the next boat, which is the Whakatipu boat of Caitlin Purdue. Is Whakatipu, then we come to Nelson 1 and then Twizel 2, back to Timaru, Dunstan and Cure. These first two, Villa Maria College 1, North End. Who's going to get the bragging rights? I would think that Villa Maria has now just pushed away a little. She's probably got half a canvas. They're both going to go through the final, but there's nothing like knowing that you've dominated another person. It gives you that little extra boost. No, Villa Maria, she's just pushing it away well. Over to boat length. She's about to cross the line now, and shortly after you will hear North End rower come through. Her boat fooled me a bit because it looks like a Whakatipu boat in the gold. But North End came through into second. And in third place we've got Whakatipu 3. Caitlin Purdue. Going there, nice strong finish, but remember it's the times. 2 fastest times takes us through. In closer race, usually tend to deliver faster times. Oh, we got, and just as those cross the line, I better switch to the next heat, and then I will hand you over to the Millsy, because it will be the girls under 18 single scale heats 1. I could hand it over to you now if you like, Millsy. That was the last heat that just went through from the girls under 17 sculls. Just the last 2 rows come through there. It's a long slog. Well done, you guys. Coming down the track now, we've got race 53. Race 53, the girls under 18 single sculls, sponsored by High Country Lodge. Remember, that was that lodge that was built originally for the dam workers in the 60s. So, sounds like quite a nice place to stay, backpackers as well. Right, girls under 18 single scull heat 1. Progression is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to the final, and the rest eliminated. So there's only 2 heats in this event. We've got in lane 2, Marion College, Charlotte Peterson, Cure, Sophie Ratley, Waihopai, Charlotte Klein, Otago, Olivia Duffy, Timaru, Lila Grant, Avonside Girls, India Grace, and Christchurch Girls High School, Marilia Ross in lane 8. And you can already see them here. They're coming through now. They've just already hit the yellow, boys, so I'm a bit slow on this one. I would say that looks like the so it would be Cure. Is that Cure there? Eyes are going on me. I think it is Cure here. So the inside lane here we've got another under 17. A bit of confusion here. I missed. I jumped ahead. I did. Did I? Oh, I'm very sorry, everyone. I jumped ahead to a race. That was Z. So this is actually the final heat of the girls under 17, which, as you can see, has clearly been taken by Whakatipu of Lucy Clark. Coming through now and in second place, so she'll get that second spot. Is sorry, Villa Maria was first. My sorry, Villa Maria first. That's Nicola Schumann was first, and Lucy Clark from Whakatipu was in second place. So they'll get through to the A final. And on the far side, that was Columba College, Fennell Millen, who came through into third place. Not to miss everyone else, so we had originally lane. That's a lane 4. No, I got my colours mixed up there. Tipu 1 was first. I'll wait for the results. Well, I'll hand you over to Mills anyway. Our brain's gone tired. Enjoying the day out here so far. It's nice that the water's calmed down. We can just see the last of the under 17s coming through now. Good on, girls. It's a blooming long row that in a single sometimes. So North End, Jordan Eklund is just completed and coming back. Hey.
Well, thank you, Frank. It's great to see such a big crowd here at 2024, the Otago Rowing Championships here on the Lake of the Two Monsters, who have been up a couple of times to flick their tail. We're up to race 53 of the regatta. The girls under 18 single sculls. There's 2 heats. First 5 of each heat are going straight through to the 10 boat final. Tomorrow, Marion, Cure, Waihopai, Otago, Timaru, Avonside, Christchurch girls, and a clear-cut leader sitting right out in front is coming out of lane number 6, which is Timaru. I'm pretty sure that's Lily Grant out there. Yeah, that is. It's Lily that's out there for the Timaru. Do all their training on the little estuary at Timaru. Down on the inside, of course, out of lane number 2 is Cure Boating Club, who do all their training, of course, on the Waimak River out of Kaipoi. And alongside it, on the right-hand shoulder, going through in third place to qualify, is a sculler from Waihopai. And gosh, it's great to see Waihopai out here with some scullers. So Waihopai, Charlotte Clean from Waihopai, Danny Young still doing the job of coaching her at the Waihopai rowing sheds off the Ariti River in Invercargill. That's down south where all the pineapples grow. The next qualifier, the girls from Christchurch Girls High School. And then the fifth qualifier is going to be the girl out in the middle of the course with the number 7 on the front, which is Avonside. Now, those girls under 18 single scull has been kindly sponsored by High Country Lodge. Now, don't forget, guys, all the facilities are open. So if you haven't been to the row shop, get along the row shop and take a look and see what's going. They've got their new stuff there. Also, the cafeteria, the coffee shops. Mr. Whippy, Steve is sitting on his backside doing nothing around there. Pop around and get one of Mr. Whippy's beautiful ice creams with that dark chocolate on it. In the meantime, the most likely about an hour behind the program for that slat hold-up. Don't forget, if you have a dog, keep it on a lead. If you have rubbish, keep it on a lead as well. If the sun comes out, slip, slop and slap. Take plenty of water on and keep your clothes on. We don't want to see streaking at the rowing. High Country Lodge, we appreciate the sponsorships. The second heat going through's got Waihopai 2, Invercargill 1, Wanaka 1, Avonside Girls 2, Cure Boating Club 2, North End 1 and Columba College out there. Taking 5 from each straight through to race Fridays, and the quick times will get the middle lanes. Go right out wide, it's Columba College that's got, oh no it isn't, there's another one right out wide. He's so far out on the course they're just about heading towards Bluff. Showing the Otago. Oh no, I don't know that that's in the race. Got an A on its bow, so I'm pretty sure that's not in the race. So we'll go Columba College. So it's Columba College sitting out in front on a right shoulder, but about 3 or 4 lengths down. It's coming out of lane number 7, North End. Lola Castle's out in North End. And then we go back, we're in Indian File. We come back down to the inside, which is the Invercargill sculler. So good to see Waihopai and Invercargill here and starting to build some rowers too. Both Invercargill and Waihopai off the Aridi River. But just wanting Riverton to get a few rowers, and we've got all the clubs in Southland plus Ararua coming. We then have a break back to the second Waihopai sculler. Wanaka in behind that. Then the blue further out again, Cure Boating Club. St Hilda's. And that's it, virtually 2 divisions, really. That's why Waihopai 2 there. Wanaka. Right down on the inside we have the... Actually just come out of the lane a wee bit. W6. We don't know that she's in the race as well. Nevertheless, they've got the full field ready for the girls under 18 single sculls. Boys under 15 Cox 4s, preliminary race, of course. There's only the one straight race. They'll come back and do it tomorrow. It's just going to get a different lane. They've been kindly sponsored by the Lion Foundation. We all know how good they are, the Lion Foundation, to help out the sport of rowing. think we can just about go up the lake and pick them up for you. It's Christchurch Boys 2 down on the inside, and then we go out to St Thomas of Canterbury, Christchurch Boys High School 3, Timaru, St Bede's 2, St Bede's 1. They'll be eyeballing each other in the centre of the course. Christchurch Boys High School, St Thomas of Canterbury, and Burnside. The under-15s, most likely a lot of them are second-year rowers. Where you can, any of the spectators out there is there's a novice grade and there's an under-15 grade. There's very little between the two of them. The novice grade, you're allowed to be under 18. The under-15s, you're obviously only allowed to be under 15. But we find the statistics are about 90% of people on the dais at the championship regattas are second-year rowers, so that puts them in the under-15 bracket. So it's coming out of lane number 6, which is St Bede's number 1. They're in that third 500 now, so there's no pressure on them whatsoever. It's a pretty good balanced crew, just slightly a little short on the stroke, but that'll come as they just get a little bit older. Timaru, so there's about 3 lengths difference between the two of them. So it's St Bede's and Timaru. We'll identify what St Bede's crew it is, because they've got 2 of them sitting there. It's coming out of lane number 6, which is their number 1 crew. Then we go Timaru. Then there's quite a wee gap of about 3 to 4 lengths back to the down the inside. Christchurch Boys, and on Christchurch Boys' right-hand shoulder, they do have that crew from St Thomas of Canterbury. That's where the action is. There's the 4 at this stage. They'll come back. There's no heats required. They'll come back and race it all again tomorrow. Then we go back about 3 lengths back into the middle of the course. That second St Bede's crew. And the dark we have there of Christchurch Boys as well. And then unfortunately dropping right back off out of the contentions of getting up towards the winners anyway, as the inside and the outside lanes, which will be Christchurch Boys 2 and St Thomas of Canterbury, maybe Burnside across the far side. Down inside the 100-metre buoy line they go. Nothing between the two of them. Timaru starting to push it a little harder. They've got a beautiful little run on their boat, and they come up alongside St Bede's. St Bede's just slightly out of time a little bit. They just lost a couple, most likely about a canvas there. And Timaru will just go through and power on to get the buzzer. So Timaru will take the buzzer, and the boys under 15 Cox 4. Whoops, trouble on the line. Christchurch Boys gets the third buzzer right alongside them. St Thomas of Canterbury in the middle of the course. St Bede's 2. Right out wide we go to Burnside. Inside them is the crew from Christchurch Boys. Doesn't matter if your crews, the under-15s and the novices, doesn't matter whether your crews are quite a wee way back from the rest. At this stage of the game, you see all the action will happen later on in the season, and you can improve big time when you go to your training camp. You can be out the back door prior to Christmas, have a training camp after Christmas, come out to the Canterbury Champs, and you could be right up with the leading group. So as a rower, you don't want to get too upset about being back off the pace a little bit. You can always pick it up once you get the idea of it, especially novices, because everything can happen in novice grades, as we saw this morning with a couple of capsizes. Right, your program moves on to race 56. It's the men's open coxless pair oared. Must be 2 heats because we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through to the final. The rest are eliminated. They were to come out of the southern blocks at 11:15, but they're exactly 1 hour behind time. Avon 4, Avon 2, Waihopai, Avon 5, Christ College 2, Avon 6 and Wairau 1 at the outside has been scratched. And it's the men's open coxless pair. The men's open coxless pair has been kindly donated or sponsored by the Lion Foundation. So we appreciate the support of the Lion Foundation. And they're right down over the top as we're talking about it, and it looks like it is Avon. I got a funny feeling Avon will get somewhere in this race. As they head inside the Gold Boys, it's Avon on the inside. That's the number 4 crew, up against the number 2 crew, only about 3/4 of a length away. A length and a half, maybe a length and 3/4 back to Avon 5. And then Avon 6, another length and a quarter. They're in Indian file as they come down in towards the 100-metre buoy line. We're up in Christchurch. We're doing Indian file here. It's just like going to the Addington Trots. One in behind the others as they go down towards the line. The same distance. 1.5 lengths, 1.5 lengths, 1.5 lengths. Avon, fine performance. Then we go to Christ College. We've got to go quite a wee way back to Christ College and then further back again to Christ College's number 2 crew. Again, it's good to see the college crews out there in one of the premier events of the regatta. Hop along and get yourself a Jimmy's pie from the ladies at the cafeteria and wash it down with a Coke can of Coke. Have a cup of tea for the oldies. You can have a cup of tea if you like. If you haven't been to the Row Shop to see what they've got to offer there, pop into the Row Shop and they do a mean coffee there. And I'm sure Steve is still sitting around the back waiting to get a line up for his ice creams. Well, that second heat's just about picked up the first heat. We've got Avon again, and coming out of lane number 3, which is Avon again. Well, it's Cure Boating Club. So Avon got a big, strong squad of open class rowers again this year for 2024. So it's Avon and Avon. It's Avon number 1 crew. They've got a length and a half advantage over their number 3 crew. And they in turn have got only a length and a half over Cure Boating Club. Lewis and George for Cure Boating Club, a couple of young fellas swinging the pair along pretty nicely. And then we have to go back. We then go to Cure number 2, Christ College number 3. And Christ College number 1 ahead of them. So down inside the yellow boys they go. It's Avon still. Avon 3. Sullivan and Ellen from Avon 3. Over Ellen, Avon 1 it is. It is Avon 1. Matthew and Harry. And that distance hasn't changed since we picked them up. It's still that length and a half. A length and a half again back to Cure Boating Club. You'll see that's the way they go through. They're looking for 5 to qualify, so 2 other up for grabs. It looks like Christ College number 1 crew will take over the crew out of lane number 8, which is the second Cure crew. So Alex and Armin will be pretty happy with the 2 crews from Cure going through and straight to the final. The men's intermediate cock state, it's race 58 of your day sheet. You'll see though, watch the time because you're an hour behind time. They were due to come out of the 2,000 metre starting blocks 11:23. We have the Dunstan Arm composite crew with Twizel. And I can let you know that that is a Masters 8. And I'll tell you what, they're so close to Masters, they're just about veterans. Shirley Boys High School out of lane number 4. Christ College out of 5. St. Bede's out of 6. Shirley Boys 1 out of 7. I hope Dr. Tim is ready for an influx of Masters rowers coming out of the intermediate composite 8 that's out there. I think the composite rower is the Twizel rower. The rest are all by Dunstan Arm. We'll take a look at it for you. So we've got Jock Jolly, Dunstan Arm, Wayne Globe, Dunstan Arm, Kane Keth, Dunstan Arm, Phil Newsom, Dunstanarm, Kelvin Maker Twizel, Quentin Annan Dunstanarm, Andrew Jolly Dunstanarm, and Jed Tisdale Dunstanarm. So it's a full Dunstanarm intermediate 8 doing the 2,000 metre course. Oh, they're going to be hanging over their oars at the finish. I tell you what, they're going along pretty well. St. Bede's, Shirley Boys on the outside, Dunstanarm on the inside, trying to hang in with the young fellas. The White Christ College is right in the middle of the course. Then we have St. Bede's, and right out well in the white cap should be Shirley Boys. Oh, yeah, I do now. Oh, have you? Come up, sit down. Is he? I'll just get this race out of the way. Yeah, I think there's a scratching out there somewhere that we haven't been notified of. With the black, you see the black blades and the white of Christ College, that's them in the middle. They're trying to put a little bit of pressure on the other crew from the Avon River. That's St. Bede's, the two gun schools out of Christchurch, always fighting. And right in behind them on the right-hand shoulder of St. Bede's is Shirley Boys. They're almost locked up with St. Bede's and the Masters crew from Dunstanarm. Oh, we'll just see who's doing the stroking for that. It could be Phil Newsom doing the stroking in that Dunstanarm Masters 8. There's one or two oars a little bit higher. They're losing their touch a little bit. There's a couple of oars going a little high in that water and a bit of splashing going on from that Masters crew. They're slowing down all the Masters now, but it is St. Bede's. St. Bede's with a very slight advantage over Christ College. Half a length. They'd have a half a length over Christ College. Shirley Boys about 2.5 lengths back from that, and they are getting some pressure put on them from the Composite Masters crew. They're inside the last 500 metres. The next buoy lines they get are the Gold Boys. And it is still St. Bede's. They're not going to pick the... Oh, it's down to a half a length. That's all there is in it. So just take a look at the guys in white just to see if the hand speed cranks up. They're already on about 36. They could come up 2 more if they wanted to. Take the advantage out of the St. Bede's crews. They're only on about 34. I think St. Bede's have only woken up to the fact that the Christ College crews come right up alongside them. There's nothing in it now. Shirley Boys still got pressure put on them from the Masters 8. Maybe the Masters 8 in front of Shirley Boys now. The Masters 8, they're starting to crank up too, but their crank up's only about 35. St. Bede's can't hang on to the faster finishing, the quicker hand speed from Christ College. They'll go down towards the line and get the buzzer. St. Bede's trying to come back at them again, go through that row of boys that only be about a foot in it as they go down to the line. Christ College, St. Bede's coming back at Christ College. It's now a bow ball as they go to the line, and we'll see. Oh, we think it's Christ College. Then we come back to Dunstan, and then we come to Shirley Boy. 58, race 58, the men's intermediate, Cox Stakes. Well, that's not an 8 coming down there, that's for sure. Looks like the women's club Coxless 4. And for the novice spectators out there, Coxless means there's no coxswain out there. So they have to steer this boat by steering by the foot. They have a foot steerer there that steers the boat, and they do an exceptionally good job keeping these boats smack bang in the middle of the row of buoys. And it's the White of Canterbury down on the inside. And there they have Invercargill, Nelson, Avon, Dunstanam and Oamaru are all in the race. The Women's Club, and we can tell you that it's been kindly sponsored by the CNR Insurance, who are one of the big sponsors, of course, based in Alexandra. So it's Canterbury over Avon. Canterbury, the two Avon trained crews, and then it's chased up by Dunstanam and Nelson in the sort of a second division right in behind them. Canterbury has the advantage, though. 2 to 2.5 lengths advantage over the crew from Avon. And then we go back, Dunstanam. Dunstanam's got a slight advantage of about 3/4 of a length over Nelson. Then we go back another 3 or 4 lengths from there to Oamaru. And then we see the inside, it could be Invercargill. There's Invercargill. Just a bit of a build coming from both the Southland clubs off the Aridi River, both by Hopi and Invercargill, in good hands as far as coaching goes, of course. Canterbury in the Women's Club Coxless 4. Canterbury go down over Avon, Dunstanam, Nelson, Oamaru and Invercargill. Right, race 60 coming up on your day sheet or your program or whatever you're listening to is the Women's Novice Cox 4. We're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through to the A final. The rest will go through to the B final, so it tells us that there's 2 heats, 2 full heats of 10. Your first heat up has Oamaru 2 out of 1, then Canterbury 1, Christchurch Girls High School number 2 crew, then Christchurch Girls High School number 3 crew. There'll be seat racing in the middle of there. Timaru's there, Avonside Girls, Columba College, Invercargill 2, Marion and St Andrews 2. Women novice Cox rowers, first year rowers, where you can, this is where all the mistakes are made when the pressure goes on towards the end of the finish of your race. This is where the crabs are always caught and the capsizes and the double sculls, and so it's always good to see. And the good thing about it is at the end of the season, of course, you see the same crews who look very, very confident in the boat indeed. Some of the novices that raced at the Central Otago Championships 2 weekends ago were extremely impressive with their ability to be able to move a boat, especially coming out of Wakatipu, Otago boys. They all got strong squads in the novice grade. Chief starters this weekend, of course, are Barry Clydesdale and Justin Wall. They all do a brilliant job. And, of course, who does a brilliant job, of course, are the sponsors of each race, which this race has been sponsored by CNR Insurance. And their depot is, of course, in Alexandra. Russell and Irene Smith, who are big followers and stalwarts of the Dunstanam Rowing Club. Of course, Simon is the head coach out of the Dunstanam Hub. We haven't got anything coming out of Ararua by the look of it, this regatta, but it is great to see Nelson down here. I'm talking to Bob Gilchrist, and he says that Nelson, look as if it's going along pretty well. Wairea, of course, are here. And we're looking to try and get some recruited from the oldest town in New Zealand, which is Riverton. We want to see some Riverton colours up in some of these regattas as well. You've got a royal opportunity there to row on the mighty Aparima. I've got beautiful rowing sheds right there. Right, we can just about not quite through the 1,000 metre peg now. We look to see that there is boats all over the course, so it's anyone's guess who's in front here. Just a little bit of a lump on the water down there now as they sort of head towards that 1,000 metre peg. Doesn't look to be anyone in lane 1. Lane 2 looks like white colours, so that looks to be Canterbury. They're all over the place. Canterbury, there's some that almost look as if there's 2 divisions being rowed here. Out wide there's the St Andrews colour, we can pick them up, and just inside them is Marion, the darker Marion, and they're getting along really, really well, Marion on that outside. We almost go to the advantage and think, though, we'll be close to being in the firing line. In the middle of the course, we have Avonside. I've already seen them prominent at this regatta. And right alongside, we see the crew from Timaru, it is. Avonside and Timaru in the middle. Can't see Columba College. They should be there. They had a couple of good novice crews at the Central Otago Championships. Are they just back off the pace a wee bit, or at St Andrews? Columba College that's just back off the pace. And Invercargill with them, and a crew right out the very far side, St Andrews, number 2 crew. And another one will go back quite a wee way back again. I can't pick the colours up, and I can't count the lanes out. So we have to do what all commentators always do. We have to just wing it. Coming out of lane 4, that's back off it, which is Christchurch Girls number 3. So we go back to the leaders, and it's coming up between Avonside and Timaru, and right out wide Marion College. They're the 3 crews. We're looking for 5. Coming out of lane 6, something happened to Marion College. They've stopped rowing, so it's come out of lane 6. It's Avonside. Getting along really nicely. Something happened to Marion College. They were right up there with the leaders, and now they've been brought right across to this side of the lake. The boat was heading towards Ashburton. So Avonside against Timaru. Then we go to lane number 3, which is Christchurch Girls number 2 crew. So they're the 3 crews that have sorted themselves out without any pressure going on them for qualifying. Avonside, they've got about a length and 3/4 advantage over Timaru. Timaru have got 2.5 lengths over Christchurch Girls number 2 crew. Then we come back to Canterbury, the same, about 2.5 lengths back to Canterbury. That's the 4 of them. There's not 10 crews out there, that's for sure. Then we go back to the white Columba College. Then we go back to Marion. They've got themselves back on track again, back into their lane again, and they are on the go again. So Marion trying to get up into the top 5 as well. And then out wide is the crew from St Andrews. So down inside the Gold Boys they go. Oh gosh, there's a bit of splashing coming from the bow side of that crew sitting out in front. That Timaru crew. Timaru crew's got a advantage now. They're using the Craighead boat, so it's out of the Craighead girls, I'd say. They're trying to get a little closer. Oh, they're getting a little bit tired up front. So the Avonside girls they were looking around and turning around. In the meantime, Timaru is going up within about a canvas of them as they go down to the line, and Timaru have got a better run on their boat. Oh, they've caught deep water again on the bow side of Avonside. And that's given the Timaru crew a chance, and you can see the body language from Timaru, and they've gone out to about a canvas lead over them as they go down towards the buzzer. Means nothing, though, because you only need to be in the top 5 to qualify. There's 2 of them. Then we go to Christchurch Girls 2 crew. They will qualify. They'll bring Canterbury alongside them, And the final qualifier is going to be the crew from Columba College. And unfortunately, out there in lane number 9, Meridian College will miss out, but they did have problems. St Andrews as well, that's their number 2 crew, and the crew down on the inside here is Christchurch's number 3 crew. That second novice crew, they're gone through the 500-metre peg. That's the Alcatraz Island. That's the island where they put all the naughty people. So if anyone plays up, we sit you out there on that island for 2 or 3 hours. It's just like putting you in a jail cell. Christchurch Girls number 1 crew out of 1. Then we go outside them to Wanaka, Columba College 2, St Andrews 1, Burnside 1, Colombo 3, Rangiruru 1, Invercargill 1, Oamaru 1, Avonside number 2. Don't forget the facilities, guys. Make sure you use the facilities. If you're hungry, get something to eat. If you're thirsty, get something to drink. If you've got a barbecue going, make the best of it, because I believe this weekend's the last time you're allowed your barbecues going. You must have a fire extinguisher if you're using a barbecue today. And, of course, dogs got to be on a lead, and that's all dogs. I can just about pick up this field for you and give you an idea what's going on. We've got a full field of 10 this time by the look of it. Lane 1's going along well. Lane 2 back off the pace a wee bit. Lane 3 back off the place. Lane 4 back off the place. And it looks like lane 5, that's the crew. 6 is back off the pace. 7 is up there. 8 is up there. 9 is up there. And 10 back off the pace a little bit. So we go back and it's right in the centre of the course. It looks like Columba College's number 3 crew. That wouldn't be right, would it? Could be Columba College number 3 crew. Then we've got the gold caps. That might be Columba. That's Rangiruru. Alongside them, but they have just back off that leading crew. There's a couple of crews ahead of them. It's 3 from the outside. Invercargill's 1. Oamaru's going along exceptionally well, wide out wide. We'll almost go and put Oamaru in front out wide. It could be Oamaru over on their left-hand shoulder is the crew from Invercargill. These 2 crews. We saw a novice 8 of Invercargill's go out for a training row last night, and that's the first time we've seen an 8 come for Oamaru, for Invercargill for a long time. I think we've just picked those colours up correctly anyway. That's Oamaru and Invercargill together. Right in the middle of the course. That crew from Burnside, right in the middle of the course. These 3 crews now opened up a gap on the rest of the field. Apart from down in here on the inside out of lane number 1, Christchurch Girls number 1 crew. They've done a wee bit of work on the Avon River there in Christchurch, and they are in the firing line as well. So we've got 4 of them sorted out, but it's novice racing and anything could happen. Gosh, they're handling these conditions, which is just a wee bit of a lump on the water that's going along exceptionally well. Oamaru is looking really tidy indeed. So they've done some kilometres on the little 500-metre harbour there in Oamaru. And like I said earlier on in the day, that they know the shortcuts over the 2,000-metre course here as well with the sheds here in Oamaru. So then we have Invercargill, of course, off the Ariti River in Invercargill. Then we come down to Burnside. Burnside in the middle of the course. I think those 3 have completely sorted themselves out. And that action's still coming from the Christchurch Girls crew on the inside. There's a wee bit of looking around in a particular crew out there. I'm pretty sure the coaches will be on the bank taking a look to make sure. Mind you, it's novice rowing, and that's all they want to do is get to the end, and they like to turn around to see just how far we've got to go. Rangi just back off the pace a little bit from this leading group, but it's Oamaru bringing Invercargill with them, and then down on the inside, there's not much between Invercargill. There might even be Christchurch Girls down on the inside, might be slightly ahead of Invercargill, and Burnside's up into 4th place. Rangiru is 5th place. There are your qualifiers, so long as they stay in that era without going into the swimming carnival. Oamaru going down inside the Gold Boys. They're bringing Invercargill with them. This is quite possibly the first time on the course for a lot of these crews, novice crews. It will be for Invercargill, that's for sure. I think they were getting a lesson in what happens at the start there last night. Burnside working hard, trying to keep in touch. Christchurch Girls down the inside, just losing just a little bit of the rhythm. They're certainly hanging in there. They're just about almost up with Invercargill. We'll take a look. They've got their nose slightly ahead of Invercargill. They head down and they will get the second buzzer. Christchurch Girls over Invercargill. Nothing between those two. Your 4th qualifier is Burnside and your 5th qualifier is Rangiruru. And let's hope the rest have got another event. But they've got the B final to be rowed on the Sunday. Wanaka, they will go through now. Columba College and across the far side, St Andrew. Or it's Avonside across the far side. The boys under 18 double scull, this is the top level at school level. Race 62. It's been kindly sponsored by the Kapanua Rowing Active Wear. We appreciate your sponsorship, guys. We're with you all the way, we're hoping. You're also the sponsors of the Novice Women's 4, of course. And we've got a scratching coming out of lane number 3 if you're working off a day sheet. And like I say, it's the elite class at school level, the under 18s. It always used to be under 19s at school level, the elite class, but it was changed to under 18s about 10 years ago. And I'll tell you the reason for that very shortly. But you see Wakatipa, there's 2 young fellas out of Wakatipa. They had a brilliant regatta at the Central Otago Championships. And they are sitting out in front and doing it easy. I think it's Sebastian and I think it's McKellar. It is too. Yeah, that's who it is. Under John Morrison's guidance, of course, off Lake Hayes. And I tell you what, I can tell you right now that there's a lot more gas left in the engine of these 2 young fellas as they head down through the 100-metre buoy line. They're not being chased along. Oamaru. Nice, tidy-looking crew under Ivan McDoherty, I'm pretty sure of it. And his coaching team out of the Oamaru rowing sheds. The Wakatip, impressive again for their next regatta. They're in Indian file as they come down. Then we go to Dunstanarm, the 2 young fellas out of Dunstanarm, the under 18s. We're looking for 5 to qualify. There's 3. We go Otago boys and Otago boys out wide, and there's your 5 qualifiers. The rest will go through to the B final. Once the qualifiers are gone through, we then go down to, that's Otago there. That'll be John McGlashan boys out of lane number 8, which is St Andrews. And then right along there, on their right-hand shoulder, is the Cure Boating Club. A pretty good racing for the boys under 19 double sculls. Right, we're just letting you know, the public out there, a little bit of a history on the under 19. Used to be under 19 at Mardi Cup. That was the top level at school. They dropped it to under 18, and I believe, but somebody will tell me I'm talking through a hole in the neck, I believe the reason they dropped it was because there was an awful lot of 18-year-olds leaving school just for the rowing, and then the minute the rowing was over, they were coming back to school just for the rowing to row in the Mardi Cup regatta, and then leaving straight after it again. So they dropped it to 18, under 18. So there were 17-year-olds that were still solid at school. Somebody will say you made that up, Millsy. Coming out of lane number 7 for the second heat, which is St. Thomas of Canterbury, Carter Baxter and Andre Simpson, Paddy Dowling doing the coaching of these two young fellas, and they also look as if they're doing it quite easily as well. The under 18 double sculls second heat on their left-hand shoulder, and it's the next lane down. We can see the blue boat of Cures by the look of it. Gosh, the quality of some of these under 18s is pretty good. At St. Thomas of Canterbury and St. Thomas, they're club mates. St. Thomas of Canterbury, so they're going 1-2. So there must be a pretty strong under 18 quad. I think they had a very strong under 17 quad last year. I would imagine that these two sets will make their under 18 quad for Mardi Cup. But they're not going to go 1-2 because the crew down on the inside out of lanes number 2 is going along exceptionally well. That's the crew from Otago, John McGlashan, of course, rowing in the Otago colours. I think that's William and Paddy there, by the look of it. Great job by doing the Dylan and Georgina that do the coaching out of John McGlashan, doing a brilliant job with John McGlashan, really bringing them through. Had a good regatta at the Central Otago Championships as well. But at St. Thomas of Canterbury, then we'll go maybe Otago with St. Thomas of Canterbury. And alongside Otago is the St. Bede's combination. That's their number 1 combination. That's Bruno and Christopher out there. And there's 4 to qualify. Down towards the buzzer they go. St. Thomas of Canterbury, Otago just sprinting the last 10 strokes. They'll go through and take the second buzzer over St. Thomas of Canterbury. St. Bede's 1. And then there's a big clash on to see who gets the 5th position. And it looks like it's going to go into the centre of the course. A big burst going on from Shirley Boys. And they'll go through and take it maybe a half a length over the second Otago crew. Finishing the course, Nelson, St. Andrews and Christ College. Boys under 16, Cox 4. The boys under 16, Cox 4. That's been kindly sponsored by Nelson Kellerman. So you can get all your rowing parts from Nelson Kellerman. We appreciate your sponsorship. We've got 2 heats. We're looking at 5 to go through and the rest eliminated, so we can tell you they're not full heats. We're starting them in lane number 2, St. Thomas of Canterbury. Then we go Christchurch Boys 2, Christ College 3, St. Bede's 2, Avon, Christ College 2, Timaru. They've gone through the 1,000. They're in the third 500 now. And we go out wide, getting along really nicely. Is that Timaru crew out wide? It looks like the crew in front. Then we come down to Christ College with the Black Oars. Right alongside Christ College is Avon. Those 3 crews, those 2 crews in the middle of the course and the 1 out wide. Now these guys have opened up a gap now of quite a distance back to St. Thomas of Canterbury down in the inside lane. And then they're bringing with them maybe a length and a half down from St. Thomas of Canterbury as Christchurch Boys number 2 crew. Should be one other crew there somewhere. We'll just see. There's a crew just out the back further. It looks like another Christ College crew. That'll be the number 2 crew. We're looking for them. So it's Christ College. Oh, no, it's, Timaru. Timaru out wide, way out wide. Christ College won't even know they're there. The coxswain will, the rowers won't. If he's a good coxswain, he'll be able to let them know how far Timaru is ahead of them. Boys under 16, very, very competitive grade at school rowing. This is where all the big entries are, especially in the double sculls. And I tell you what, if you go to Mardi Cup this year and you can get into the final of Mardi Cup into the under 16 grade, you're one of the top rowers in the country. And if you can get a biscuit around your neck, especially a gold one, you'll get everybody at school chasing you for the first 15. And the volleyball and the marbles team. Timaru, not one of those boys who looked out of the boat, you can guarantee it. Again, you could put a leveler across the top of their heads. Coxswain's just sitting up so you can get a good look at it because the wind's just pushing the nose around a little bit. They go down. You also notice if you're a novice spectator out there that it is bow stroked. It just, generally the boats are all stroked by the guy in the stroke seat going out to his right. But the guy in the stroke seat leading the pace has got his oar going out to the left, so it's a bow stroke boat. That's because it's tandem rigged. Christ College, they'll take the second buzzer. Then right down here on the inside, which is the oars of St. Thomas of Christchurch boys. Well, St. Thomas of Canterbury it is. Then St. Bede's. One more to qualify, and it looks like it's going to be the Christ College's second crew. Unfortunately, the rest are eliminated. Trouble down the course. There's a boat coming through. It's the Port Chalmers Masters. Must be out for a training row. Like that, second heat is St. Thomas of Canterbury 2, Timaru, St. Bede's, Burnside, Christ College 1 and Christchurch Boys 1. This will be pretty competitive, this. Under 16 off the Avon River, out wide. The dark of Christchurch Boys. That looks like the crew. Oh, I wouldn't say it is. No, that's not the crew that's in front. Coming out of lane number 5. It's St. Bede's number 1. Aaron and Thomas doing the coaching for St. Bede's under 16s this year. I hope that Dale has got the premier squad again. But I'll catch up with him later on and see. So that's St. Bede's. They haven't had their training camp yet, but I'm sure they'll come up to Dunstan to do their training camp again. And once they come off their training camp, look out for the St. Bede's crews. They really fire. St. Bede's over Christchurch Boys High School, across the far side. Then we've got the two lighter colours right in the middle. It's Christ College. Just ahead of them is Burnside. Burnside and Christ College together. It's Burnside 1 and Christ College 1. Then we come down. That's the first 4. We're looking for the next qualifier, which is St. Thomas of Canterbury again. Gosh, they're going well, St. Thomas of Canterbury. Then we go a wee bit back out there to Timaru. That's quite unusual to have a Timaru crew out there. And then we've got boats away out on the course somewhere. They're either boats that have had breakdowns up at the start or they've missed the start by not getting there on time. One's an Oamaru crew by the look of it. It's ladies, and the other one's a men's crew from somewhere. Might be from Tonga. Christchurch Boys, St. Bede's. There's not a great deal between the two of them. I'd imagine they've met each other on the Avon River at training. They're going to go down and get the buzzers. We're looking for 5 of them to qualify. Go back to Burnside, also off the Avon River, and Christ College. Looks like they've got 4 crews through to the final. And right down on the inside is St Thomas of Canterbury. They've got about 3 crews into the final as well. And the only crew to be missing out is Timaru, but I'm sure, knowing the Timaru club, there will be other races for them to row in. The next program up is the men's club single sculls. Man, we should have a heap of heats here. We're looking at 1 and 2 to go through out of each heat, which gives you 8 if you're a novice spectator and wonder what we're talking about. We take, if there's 4 heats, we take first and second from each heat, which gives you 8 crews going through to the final. And then they take the next 2 fastest times out of those 4 heats. The next 10 fastest times will go to the B final. So all the finals, most of the finals where the entries are big, will have 10 crews in them. Meantime, until they get those double sculls on the way, we've got the boys under 17 Cox 4. And that's been kindly sponsored again by Kapura Rowing Active Wear. And they've opened up the field over the rest of them, which is Christ College, over Christchurch Boys. Again, you get a good look at Christchurch Boys' tandem rigged boat, but this time the stroke is on the stroke side, so it's tandem rigged on the bow side. So I hope you're getting a little bit of knowledge if you're a novice spectator or somebody that never knows what's going on with the gearing of boats. You'll see Christchurch Boys with the 2 guys in the middle of the boat. The bow guy swinging off a stroke oar. And that boat that went through just before, it was the stroke man was swinging off the bow oar. So it's tandem rigged on the stroke side. They go down and lock together. It'll be one buzzer takes the both of them. There'll only be about a foot in it as they go across the 2 crews off the Avon River. And then we go back to quite a long way back to, it looks like St Andrews and Otago Boys. Will's coming back on again shortly. And just to let you know, with those tandem rigged boats, again, if you're a novice spectator and you just want to know a little bit about the sport of rowing, a lot of that is done because the one side generally is a little stronger than the other side. And even if you change them around, it still could be a little stronger than the other side. So they tandem rig their boats and put the sweep, the lighter crew rowing and the stroke seat with a stroke oar and the bowman with a stroke oar. Okay, we'll handle over to Tim. Will, he's taking you through for an hour. And it is the first of 4 heats for that man's club single scull. So it's cutthroat business. Welcome along, Will.
So just heat one of that men's club single sculls coming down now. So the progression is first 2 through to A final, and then the 2 next fastest, and the 10 next fastest will go through to B final. So just entering the last stretch now. Crews are lane number 2, Canterbury number 2, Sean Fleck. Lane 3, Dunstanarm number 1, Jelt Stuke. Lane 4, Twizel number 3, Jack McClellan. Lane 5, Nelson number 4, Thomas Good. Lane 6, Canterbury number 4, Liam Collins. Lane 7, Cure Boating Club number 1, Ashton Corkery. Lane 8, Timaru number 1, Cameron Moffat. And lane 9, Avon number 4, Joshua Larson. So just seeing a Dunstanarm rower into that last 250 there, seeing a bit of a head cross come over the course right now, but wind's definitely manageable for the moment. So that's lane 3, Dunstanarm Jelt Stuke. He's currently taking that first spot through the A final on Sunday. Then seeing a rower have a bit of a trouble right now, but he's dealing with the conditions. That's lane number 7, Cure Boating Club number 1. That is Ashton Corkery. So he's looking to take that second place through. They're well clear of the rest of the field. I say we go back to that Nelson rower currently for that third spot in lane number 5. So your 1-2 is pretty clear. It's going to be Jelt Stuke and Ashton Corkery from Dunstanarm and Cure Boating Club respectively. When we get into these headwind conditions, it's very beneficial to have a lot of length and just control your rating a bit more. You won't rate as high in these headwinds compared to the tailwind or flat conditions. So you're really seeing a lot of benefit from that length coming from these rows. And you can see they're just not rating too high, just getting a nice power and drive through. And so Jelt Stuke's going to go across the line, take that buzzer. Ashton Corkery is going to join him tomorrow in the A final. Then we go back to the Nelson rower, I believe, in lane number 5. Go back to the outside lane number 9. That is Avon number 4, Joshua Larson, followed by the rower from Twizel, Jack McClellan. Then we see the Canterbury rower in lane number 6, Liam Collins. That might be the Timaru rower, Cameron Moffat. And then rounding out the field on the inside will be Canterbury number 2, Sean Fleck. So Heat 2 is just entering that final stretch now. Last 300 metres, I'd say. Same progression as the previous heat, obviously. Lane number 2, Nelson number 3, Ollie Hawkins. Lane 3, Avon number 7, Luke Todd. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club number 3, Hamish McIntosh. Lane 5, Wakatipu number 1, Charlie Manser. Lane 6, Avon number 6, Sam Mones. Lane 7, Dunstanarm 4, Aidan Odachurti. Lane 8, Canterbury number 1, Tim Chapman. And lane 9, Otago 11, Brendan Ells. So I'm seeing a red boat out there currently in the lead. That might be a winner's boat from a previous year. Looks to be the rower out of Wakatipu. Charlie Manser, he performs well in the singles, did well in the R2K the other day. Quick with the hands away, he's sitting pretty comfortable. There's a rower with them though. I think it's the rower Tim Chapman in lane 8. In that Canterbury colours, yep, it's from lane 8. Tim Chapman and Charlie Manser sitting well clear of the rest of the field here. They're going to go through the A final as well, joining Ashton Corkery and Jelt Stuke. And looking at that third spot, we go back to Avon number 6. That's Sam Mones. He's sitting pretty comfortably in third. Sitting in fourth would be that rower from Nelson in lane number 2. So pretty big gap between all these rows. Charlie Mance is going to go through. He's going to take the buzzer in first place. Then we go to Tim Chapman, joining him in the A final tomorrow. The rower from Avon, Sam Mones, will just be looking to try and get that next fastest position, but he'll be through to the B final, I'm sure. At least. Nelson number 3, Ollie Hawkins, will be coming through in fourth. And it looks to be Otago 11, Brendan Ells, the blue and the white of Otago. Then we see another Avon rower, number 7, that's Luke Todd. And then we also have another rower from Dunstanarm. That is Aidan Odachurti. And then rounding out the field in lane number 4 is Cure Boating Club number 3, Hamish McIntosh. So pretty decisive first 2 places in those first few heats. Just watching that win there. Doesn't look to be too bad right now. Nothing unmanageable. But definitely there. Rowers will definitely have to make some adjustments if they want to do well in these conditions. On their best. So heat number 3 coming down. Got a bit more time to call this one. They'll be in the last 500 metres. Lane number 2 is Nelson number 1, Sam Johnson. Lane 3, Avon number 2, Kobe Good. Lane 4, Union number 1, Chris Brooks. Lane 5, Dunstanarm number 5, Roland Ozan. Lane 6, Canterbury number 3, Oliver Ellis. Lane 7, Cure Boating Club number 2, Jacob Wadley. Lane 8, Otago number 1, Toby Hebden. And lane 9, Avon number 5, Jamie Soper. So seeing another pretty clear 1-2. And that will be the row from Nelson on the inside. Sam Johnson looking to compete here. I'd say going with him would be the row from Dunstanarm in lane 5. That could be Roland Ozan, I believe. I'll have a look at that lane number. And then counting for that third spot would probably be the row out of Canterbury. Lane 6, Oliver Ellis, is along with lane 3, Avon number 2, Kobe Good, member of that New Zealand Beach Sprints team this year, so he'll be looking to get up in that single, and it actually looks like he's currently in third right now. So Kobe Good sitting in third, trying to get that next fastest position through the A final, but it's definitely the row from Nelson in this men's club single, dominating through into this last 200 metres. Just seeing a bit of difficulty with the water there. So you can see the boat maybe just a bit unbalanced, but you can see he's not rating too high, just like all the other rows that have come through here. Getting that nice long length, just trying to power it through in the head crosswind that we've got. Definitely in second now is that row from Dunstanarm, Roland Ozan, and then Kobe Good trying to get up for that third spot. Let's see what he can do as we come into the last 100 metres of the race. It looks to be about a length down, but he'll try and get that next fastest position. Then we go back to the row from Canterbury, Oliver Ellis, definitely sitting in fourth place. So through will go the row from Nelson. He's going to take that first spot. Kobe Good tried to challenge that row from Dunstanarm, but he's not going to catch him in time. Roland Ozan will take that second spot. The row from Avon, Kobe will take third. Then we go to Canterbury number 3, Oliver Ellis, sitting in that fourth position. Go to Union, lane number 4, Chris Brooks. He'll take that fifth spot. Then I see a row from Avon. That will be Jamie Soper, and then might have had a scratching somewhere in this, but I do see that blue and the white of Otago number 1, Toby Hebden, just sitting a bit back there. That one a little bit closer for those first two positions compared to the previous two heats, but we wait for heat number 4. Got a bit of time before they fully come down. In lane number 1, we have Wakatipu number 3, Max Davis. In lane 2, Avon number 1, Lawrence Birch. Lane 3, Twizel number 1, Ralph Henderson. Lane 4, Timaru 21, Harrison Seal. Lane 5, Dunstanarm number 2, Harrison Thode. Lane 6, Dunstanarm number 3, Oliver Hamilton. In lane 7, Nelson number 2, Flynn Mercer. And in lane 8, Wakatipu number 2, Harry Lightfoot. Joined in lane number 9 by Ashburton number 1 by Caleb Armstrong. So those Dunstanarm colours, you can see it from a mile away. The yellow bucket hat, the green and the blue. Dunstanarm looks to be putting out a pretty good performance in this final heat of the men's club single. That will be either Oliver Hamilton or Harrison Thode. Back it to be Harrison Thode. We know he's getting the single. Then also watch that row from Whakatipu on the outside. That's Harry Lightfoot. Got a lot of experience sculling. So seeing 3 boats currently in contention for those top 2 positions right now. Dunstanarm looks to be lane number 5, so that is indeed Harrison Thode into the last 250. Then we watch that rower Harry Lightfoot, but look on the inside at lane number 2. That'll be Lawrence Birch. He'll be trying to get up there into these top 2 positions. Meanwhile, this fight is going to bring them up to Dunsnam and hopefully qualify for a quick time to try and get them into the A final, even if they don't get into those top 2 positions. But again, look at that rower from Dunsnam. He's not rating too high. He's just powering it on in the slight headwind we've got here. It's a really good snap with the body he's got there, and he's just really swinging it through. Getting a lot of power, trying to send that bow ball across the line. Then it's looking to be a big battle between this for the second place. Harry Lightfoot versus Lawrence Birch. Lawrence Birch actually looks to have a pretty big lead right now. I think he's really wound it up in this last 250 metres. He looks to be a length clear of the rower from Wakatipu, so Harry Lightfoot's probably going to miss out on the time to charge. So it will be Harrison Thode taking through that top spot. Then we go Lawrence Birch is going to take that second spot back to Harry Lightfoot. Harry hopefully will qualify in a quick enough time to get into the A final. Go to the rower from Nelson Flynn Mercer, currently sitting in that 4th position, and a great wind coming from lane number 1, Whakatipu number 3, Max Davis. He's going to finish in 5th, joined by Oliver Hamilton, just a bit back on him. Go back to the rower from Twizel, Ralph Henderson. Go on the outside again to the red boat, that might be Ashburn, number 1, Caleb Armstrong. And then that will be the rower from Timaru, Harrison Seal, rounding out the field. So that is all 4 heats of the men's club single sculls. Very competitive event. And it looks like we're seeing some 1 kilometre races again, because I'm seeing a lot of crews lined up at the 1,000 metre mark. I wouldn't say these conditions are impossible to row, but again, can't see that start line, so that start line could be a lot worse than what it looks like in the first 250 metres that I can see. This is a prelim, so all these crews will go straight through the A final on Sunday. There are a lot of names in this though. In lane 3, we have Villa Maria College number 1, Ruby Lee Holmes, Camelia Tarua, Sophia Damiani, Elizabeth Cochran, Izzy Mott, Natalia Richards, Aurelia Morton, Abby Norman Larter, Ruby Shepherd Smith is the Cox. That was a very hard to pronounce crew if I do say so myself. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 in lane 4. That'll be Sophie Kidd, Dylan McCoy, Yvane Druce, Amelia Scrimminger, Olive Cooper, Greta Stewart, Alice Bradshaw War, Sophia Robertson, and Savret Malhi is the Cox. In lane number 5, Timaru 11, Angel Makwana, Leah Newlove, Olivia Moffat, Neve Callahan, Skylar Seymour, Jasmine Payne, Kate Caird, Neve Gordon, and Daisy Campbell is the Cox. In lane 6, Wakatipu number 1, Eva McGee, Caitlin Roberts, Aria Saxton, Gemma Wood, Eve Burr, Ella Day, Lucia Summerfield, Zara Small, and Bella Norton is the Cox. And then lane 7, Waihopai number 1, Georgia Horgan, Ali Mae Boniface, Avril Kuma, Livy Campbell, Lila Carstensen, Anna McWilliam, Maisie Finn, Madison Stevens, and Sophie Coiler is the Cox. And in lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Izzy McLeod, Rosie Burford, Phoebe Collier, Phoebe Colley, Ashley Shahane, Georgia Brown, Sophie Cleve, Amelia Shearer, Jada Montgomery, and Georgia Dean is the Cox. That'll be the last time I pronounce names in an 8 because that was hell. Anyway, they're coming down now. Let's see who draws first blood in this girls under 16 Cox State. Straight through to A final will be all these crews. I think we're seeing a good performance come from Timaru 11. Lane number 5, watch out for them. I'd expect to see Christchurch Girls in some contention as well. Wakatipu, they're normally known for their sculling, but they'll try and get into the mix here. Seeing good performance come from Waihopai as well in lane number 7. So watch for Waihopai. red, white, and green of Waihopai. Maria as well on the inside, just a bit back, but I'd say we're looking at Timaru and Waihopai. That's my 1-2 right now. Go back on the inside to Christchurch Girls, probably in a bit of a tight battle between them and Villa Maria for that third spot. And the only crew I'd say that's really not quite on the pace right now might be Wakatipu number 1 and Christchurch Girls High School number 2. But it does look to be this Timaru crew. I think they've made a move here in this 1K race. Actually, looks like Christchurch Girls will be ahead of them. So Christchurch Girls High School number 1 look to be in the lead right now. Yep, half-length lead to Christchurch Girls over the next contender. So we'll look to Christchurch Girls, Timaru, and Waihopai on the outside. So that's my 1, 2, 3 as we come down into the last 350 metres of this race. Watch Christchurch Girls. They've really taken a move on in this 1K race. I'd say they've got about 3/4 of a length on the rest of the field. Go back to Timaru and Waihopai in a bit of a battle for that second place. I'd say Waihopai is trying to make a wind here. Also watch Villa Maria on the inside there, trying to roll over Timaru as well, coming into the last 300 metres, but it is definitely Christchurch Girls High School in that number 1 spot. That is sin for sure. Entering the last 250, expect a wind coming from Sophie Kerr. I think that's their stroke seat there, so they enter the last 250, and it seemed to be Villa Maria is actually joining them in that second position in a battle with Timaru. So Christchurch Girls High School, go to Villa Maria, then go to Timaru, and then back outside to Waihopai, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, and Wakatipu. So Christchurch Girls, they're about to break clear in the final 150 metres of this girls under 16-8. They're all going to be through to the A final on Sunday, so they'll just be looking to try it out here. It doesn't look like they're winding too much here, but certainly there's pressure being applied from this Christchurch Girls High School number 1 crew. They've broken clear, and watch for that second place. I think we're going to see a wind come from Villa Maria. Can Timaru watch a charge coming from there? Go to the outside, Waihopai just dropping back by half length now on these two crews. So Villa Maria is just sitting half a canvas up on Timaru. It's looking to be a close one. I'll get it on the line. Christchurch Girls High School win by Clearwater. Go to Villa Maria. They're going to win by a seat over Timaru. We'll get second over Timaru by a seat. Then about a length clear is Timaru over Waihopai. Then we go to Wakatipu. Then Christchurch Girls High School number 2 is rounding out the field there. Okay. Another girls 8. This one is the girls under 17 Cox State. I'm not going to read out the names because they're already heading down. But in lane number 2, we have St Andrews College number 1. Watch out for St Andrews College. In lane number 3, Rangiruru Girls High School 2. In lane 4, Columba Girls. Just Columba College. In lane 4, that's their number 1 crew. In lane 5, Rangiruru Girls number 3. In lane 6, St Andrews College number 2. In lane 7, Rangiruru Girls number 1. In lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. And in lane 9, Meridian College number 1 rounding out the field. So I'm expecting a bit of a battle between Rangiruru and St Andrews here. There'll be a bit of bad blood between those two. They had a close race in the under 16-8 last year at Marty, with St Andrews barely taking it out to take out their first win in a girls 8. I think we're seeing the action from the middle, so that's going to be Rangiruru. Rangiruru is performing well out there. I'd say that is lane number 5, so that is Rangiruru number 3. They're performing well here, and I think they're actually battling with another one of their Rangi crews. In fact, I'm seeing all 3 Rangi crews really make a move out here. I'd say we're looking at Rangiruru Girls number 1 in lane 7 and Rangiruru Girls in lane 5. Just looks like their lanes maybe struggling a bit with the steering. I'm not sure. It just looks like they're a little bit far apart right now. So maybe Rangi can go 1, 2, 3 here, but also watch on the outside, lane number 8, Christchurch Girls High School look to be getting into the mix for this top 3. They're all going to be through to the final on Sunday. This is another prelim. St Andrews College is moving well on the inside. I think they're going to take 1, maybe 2 of the Rangiruru crews, but that Rangiruru crew in lane 7, that's their top crew. Jessica Skinner, Lucy Houghton, Mania Shed, Kay Oliver, Sophia Harris, Lucy Johnson, Phoebe Ensor, and Harriet Abbott with Grace O'Connor as the Cox. They're leading their way through here to try and take out this girls under 17-8. They enter the last 250 now. They're in a challenge with their number 2 crew in lane number 5. It's actually their number 3 crew. And then we see St Andrews College and Christchurch girls in a bit of a battle for that 3rd spot. St Andrews College will be looking to roll over the 2nd of the Rangiruru crews. As surely Rangiruru number 1 in front, lane number 7. They're sitting about half length up on their number 2 crew. St Andrews have moved up over this last 500 metres. So St Andrews look to actually be taking their number 2 crew, and they're on a charge for their number 1. St Andrews flying in this last 250 metres of the race. It's still Rangiruru in front by about half a length maybe even less. So who's the stroke seat of that boat? It might be Katie Taggart stroking that boat, trying to get the win here. So we're seeing a bit of a battle between the 2 Rang crews and St Andrews. Rangiruru look to be leading by just half length. I think they're going to take it in this girls under 17-8. St Andrews have closed the gap to 1 seat. Rangiruru number 2 crew gets 3rd. And then their 3rd crew gets 4th. Christchurch girls are going to finish in 5th. Go back into the middle for St Andrews number 2 crew. Then we see Marion just clear water over that Columba crew. I think that Columba crew just had a problem with their oars there. So we'll be able to see what they do on Sunday. So there's not too much worry. Just a warm-up for tomorrow. A great race between St Andrews and those 2 Rangi crews. Likely some good seat racing to be done later because that was very tight between all those Rangi crews. And their 3rd crew was up there. And now we have the prelim for the Women's Open Coxless 4. This event is sponsored by CNR Insurance, and that event before was sponsored by New Zealand Community Trust. This is another straight final. Sorry, it's a prelim for a straight final, and it will be starting at the K as well. Lane 3, Avon number 4, Sam Rankin, Claudia Kinder, Phoebe Collier, and Mania Butler. Lane 4 is Avon number 2, Tori Cox, Katie Gardner, Tyler Stewart, and Juma Burrows. Lane 5, Cure Boating Club number 1, Milligram, Sasha Robinson, Messina Sewer, and Madison Neal. Lane 6, Avon number 1, Coretta Hawk, Georgie Bethel, Jessica Tavendale, and Alia O'Sullivan. And lane number 7, Avon number 3, Poppy Wyndham, Alice Ferguson, Katie Bell, and Sienna Skilling. So I can have a look at the start here. It looks pretty chaotic at the K. Just a ton of crews lining up. And ironically, the water's actually looking flatter than it was before, which is not what, I don't think anyone expected. And it looked like it was going to be chaos, but pretty flat water so far. Alright, so it looks like we're done with 1K races because I'm just seeing those fours roll up to the 2 kilometre mark. Might be a while before we start our next race. So 4 Avon crews, 1 Cure crew. So that Cure crew is going to have to try and hold its own against the Avon rowers. Yeah, so I think there actually might be a change of plans here because I'm seeing crews lining up at the 1K, but it is not the open coxless fours. We're actually going to the girls under 15 coxed fours. They'll be starting any time from now. In lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Mia DeVries, Lily Irving, Paige Battersby, Millie Parsons, and Georgetta Haler is the cox. In lane 4, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Neve Jones, Taya Hill, Van Hout, Emily Ash, Ruby Clark, and Arnica Johnston is the cox. In lane 5, Oamaru number 1, Evie Mitchell, Summer Columbus, Isabel Wainwright, Bailey Pearson, and Pippa McMillan is the cox. In lane 6, Columba College number 1, Isla Petty, Trelise Mitchell, Devon Skivington, Lucy Earl, and Hannah Paul is the cox. In lane 7, Avon 51, Mackenzie Rowlands, Inez Peters Bush, Felicity Wright, Pagan Hay, and Indy Crow Eaton is the cox. And then in lane 8, Oamaru number 2, Molly Kirkman, Ava Goodall, Amelie Tartan, Sasha Wright, and Isla Capley is the cox. So that girls under 15 Cox 4 is definitely underway. These under 15 events, so you can see a lot of variation. So expect boat lengths to be gained out the start and expect some big walks. Just seeing a bit of a headwind come across. So expect a bit of a slower rate, slower time. But the benefits of a headwind is that actually kind of gives you a bit of a better platform compared to tailwind. Tailwind, it's very hard to row and get a nice platform-wise. When I talk about platform, that's pretty much having balance in the boat, making sure your oars aren't hitting the water, and so you're nice and central. Makes it a lot easier and nicer to row in. Let's see who's jumped the start, drawn first blood in this girls under 15-4. Looks actually to be pretty even right now. I'd say there's an inside crew that is Christchurch Girls High School #1 in lane 3 that's performing pretty well. Then look at those two outside crews as well. That's Avon 51 and Oamaru #2 in lanes 7 and 8 respectively. The crews really dropping off so far. These 1K races, you've really got to hit it hard because you don't have a lot of time to walk to gain momentum. More of a strength thing than a fitness thing in these 1K races. Definitely lane #3 performing well. So that's Christchurch Girls High School #1. Trying to jump that start, trying to move out to some clear water, hopefully. And then we will take a look at that Columba College crew as well, who looks to be performing well. Just in a tight battle with that Oamaru crew as well as that Avon crew. They look to have swapped lanes a bit, so a bit of chaos, I think, at the start. Not sure whether that was the Coxsons maybe just not understanding what was going on. It's under 15. They've got a lot of time to learn, a lot of time to improve. Before the end of the season, these guys would have just started racing. So, but the one thing that is sure is Christchurch Girls High School is out to a lead, maybe a length, and then I'd say we go to Oamaru. Oamaru looks to be ahead of Columba and Avon 51. Avonside Girls and Oamaru #1 just dropping back a wee bit now. So there's definitely that headwind forming. Thought that was a tandem for a second in that Christchurch Girls High School crew, but definitely not. There's under 15s. You wouldn't really expect that, especially at this point in the season. Columba look to be moving up on this Oamaru crew, so Oamaru's under a bit of pressure from Columba. Christchurch Girls is going to take the first spot. These guys will all be through the A final on Sunday, so Christchurch Girls looking good here as they enter the last 250 metres. Oamaru is currently sitting in second. Columba in third, then we go to the outside, that's Avon 51. There's actually two Oamaru crews though. It looks to be Oamaru #2, I'd say, in the lead over that #1 crew. Yep, it's lane #8, so Oamaru #2 is currently sitting in second, but they're being challenged by Columba. Very close race for that second place. Christchurch Girls sitting about 3 lengths clear. The battle is really for second and third here. Then we go back outside to Avon 51, currently sitting in fourth, who's actually in a bit of a battle between that Oamaru #1 crew. So a bit of a battle for fourth and fifth, and as well as second and third. Avonside Girls just struggling a wee bit with the headwind, it looks like. Really important to square a bit later when you're in the headwind, because otherwise that blade's going to get caught on the wind. So Christchurch Girls is doing that very well. Nice late square, which I wouldn't usually endorse for under 15s, but in a headwind, you don't want to get caught in the wind. So they're going to take that one out. Christchurch Girls looks to be a close race between Oamaru and Columba, but it looks like Oamaru has actually broken relatively clear. I'd say they're sitting exactly a length up on that Columba crew. Columba in turn have a length up on Oamaru #1 in lane 5. Then we go to Avon 51 in lane 7, and rounding out the field will be Avonside Girls High School #1. So the race currently coming down now. This started from the K as well. It's the women's intermediate Cox 4. This is a prelim, so lane 4, Oamaru number 1, lane 5, Columba College number 1, lane 6, Canterbury number 1, and in lane 7, Dunstan Arm number 1. And this one's much easier to pick. It's Oamaru number 1 clearly in front. Then I'd say we go right on the outside, Dunstan Arm number 1 currently sitting in second. And then the closest battle right now would be for that third spot between Columba number 1, who's currently sitting about a length up on Canterbury number 1. So entering the last 100 there is Oamaru. They won't need to wind it up too much. Maybe just getting some practice in for Sunday. Coxon sitting up here trying to look for other crews, but they're so far ahead they probably won't see them. Dunstan Arm number 1 currently sitting on a bit of an island in second place there. But nothing to sniff at, that's for sure. And they are sitting well clear of that crew from Columba College, who's currently just trying to walk their way through that Canterbury crew. Looks like they've done it, but they will need to watch that charge because Canterbury is sitting half length down. 20 metres to run. Columba's going to take that third spot, and then Canterbury's going to get fourth. So on that lane 0, you can just see there's a bit of an ore issue out there with the single scullers. So hopefully you'll get that checked out by an umpire boat. They'll need to watch out for other crews coming past. And yeah. Okay, so right now coming down should be the women's open Coxus 4s. So again, got 4 Avon crews. Lane 3, Avon number 4, lane 4, Avon number 2, and lane 5, Cure Boating Club number 1, lane 6, Avon number 1, and in lane 7, Avon number 3. Currently just having a look, I'd say in the lead right now would be lane number 4, that's Avon number 2, Tori Cox, Katie Gardner, Tala Stewart, and Gemma Burrows. Then a bit of a battle between lane 6 and lane 7, that's Avon number 1 and Avon number 3. And then a bit of a battle between Avon number 4 and Cure Boating Club. A lot of Avon crews in this, a lot of internal competition. Just think maybe Avon number 6 has gone ahead of that Avon number 3 crew. Nice, not fully flat conditions, but definitely nothing unbearable. And we're seeing lane 4 right now make the most of that. So they're trying to get up for it. Watch that race for second place. These inside crews always creep up, so watch Avon number 4 as well. Currently, I'd say it's Avon number 1 in that second position, so they're doing pretty well out there. Trying to maybe catch that number 2 crew in lane 4. But I'd say it's a pretty comfortable lead to Avon number 2. Maybe 1 or 2 lengths up, and then Avon number 1 sitting. Oh, they are, in fact, in a bit of a battle between that inside crew. I think they might just barely have the lead over them. Looking to be within a length. So watch them as they come through. This is the elite class. It's the women's open Coxus 4s. Coming up to the last 250 metres. Will we see a lane 1 come from lane number 4, Avon number 2? Looks to be lane 6 firmly in second now. They're trying to storm away to the lead here. Well, at least into that second place lead. Trying to walk up on that Avon number 2 crew is that Avon number 1 crew. Then we go out right outside to Avon number 3. Lane 7 looks to be a bit of a younger crew. They're currently sitting back a bit there in third and trying not to get walked through by that Avon number 4 crew. So watch the charge from them. Your Boating Club just sitting a bit back, but not too far. So it is Avon number 2, Tori Cox, Katie Gardner, Tyler Stewart, and Jim Burrows sitting in first. Sitting just a length back on them is Avon number 1, Greta Hawke, Georgie Bethel, Jessica Tavendale, and Alia O'Sullivan. Battle between these other two outside Avon crews for third place. I'd say currently it looks to be maybe the inside there. Avon number 4 trying to roll over that Avon number 3 crew. And I think, it's going to be a canvas in it on the line, but I think we're seeing Avon number 3 trying to wind it up. They might catch them. Bow ball to bow ball at the moment. I'll catch it on the line. It looks to be the inside crew is going to get it. Avon number 4 get third. Avon number 3 get fourth. And then Cure Boating Club are going to round out the field on that one.
Two, 1, 2. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're just catching up on this race here. Just make sure I've got the right one. This is the Men's Open Coxless 4. We've got Avon 4, Cure Boating Club, Avon 3, Avon 2, and Avon 1. I've got Will here, so I'll just hand you over to Will, who's just going to bring in, as we hit the yellow markers about now with the lead crew.
Currently right now, I'd say it's right on the outside of Avon number 1, Sam Wilson, Ben Allen, Hunter Petersburg, and a lot of tall boys in that boat. They're looking to try and take out the lead. Go on to lane 6, Avon number 2, Josh Syme, Ted Main, Galvin, and Matthew Glenn. Boys from Cure, Jostin, Leo to Butler, Lewis Mates, and Alex Fletcher their way through there. I think they might catch them. The boys from Cure are winding their way up past this Avon number 3 crew. Avon number 1's going to win comfortably. Avon number 2 seeing a length up on Cure and Avon number 3. So watch that Cure crew. They're just sitting about half a canvas down, but Avon number 3 trying to wind it up again. Cure's really going here. I'll catch it on the line. It looks to be Cure. Cure's just going to get it right on the end over that Avon number 3 crew. Bow ball in that one, and then we'll have Avon number 4 rounding out the field there.
Okay, so that was race number 74. And I think I'm just going to check with Will here, but I think we've already done 75. I think they ran that from the 1,000, and they also did the women's intermediate Cox 4. So I'm pretty sure coming down next is race 77. We might just double check that, which is the Women's Club Double Sculls. So before I start going through the crews, we might just get on the binoculars and just double check. That was event number 74 finishing. Men's Open Coxless 4. Some good racing there. Obviously a lot of Avon crews. Big program. Cure came through there, and our call was that it was alternating stroke for stroke just on the end. And Cure might have just pipped them. But Avon obviously definitely took 1 and 2. So let me just go through the crews here, and then I'll get Will to bring it through. Lane number 1, this is assuming it's the Women's Club Double Sculls, which I think it is. It is indeed. Event 77. Event 77 just here. Club Double Sculls, over 2,000 metres. Lane 1 is Waihopai 1. 2, Dunstan Arm 1. Lane 3, North End 2. Lane 4, Timaru 21. Lane 5, Cure Boating Club. Lane 6, Canterbury 1. Lane 7, Dunstan Arm 2. Lane 8, Nelson 1. 9, Avon 1. And lane 10, Timaru 11. Let's just get a look through the binoculars here. In fact, we can see on the screen, yeah, the crews are coming through. There's a little bit of a spread on the field, but there's a good race developing with 5 boats all involved in this. And let's see if I can pick them. Going to say it's out in one of those outer lanes. Oh yeah, this is really developing as a nice race. Avon Avon, who are in lane number 9, are very much in the mix. They've got their noses in front of the Timaru crew, which is Ella Inch and Emily Caird. And Avon crew is Jessica Boyd with Cara Brignall. In the middle there is the Canterbury crew. Let's have a look at that Canterbury crew. That's Kate Stretton and Stella Cook. Coming down the middle there. They've just got their noses in front of the Dunstan Arm 2 crew, Ellie King and Mika Pyle. Let's have a look at these sleeper lanes, because you've got to watch out for them. It's not lane number 1, where I hope I have been left, but Dunstan Arm, Olivia Ollerenshaw and India Nichols, they're moving along nicely. I'll just hand you over now to William just to pick it up for a little while.
I've just had a look at the camera there. Lane number 2, Dunstan Arm number 1, Olivia Ollerenshaw and India Nichols all clear of the rest of the field.
Fantastic. So there we have it. It's looking like the Dunstan Arm 1 crew of Olivia and India are moving through that water and moving that boat really nicely. Oh, yes, and I can see now through the new binoculars, and I have to mention the quality of Burnsco really is to be recommended for a handy pair of glasses to have in the car for the rest of the season. Obviously, we're looking to give top tips for all those surprise Christmas presents for mums and dads out there and brothers and sisters. So, coming on down, Canterbury are going well. They've definitely got in front of that Dunstan Arm 2 crew. Looking on the far side there, Avon are moving along nicely. That's Jessica Boyd and Cara Brignall. But it is still down the inside in lane number 2, Dunstan Arm 1, Olivia Ollerenshaw and India Nichols, coached by Simon Smith. They've got, and I think Will has called it exactly right, they've probably got a good 4 to 4 lengths on most, or 4 to 5 lengths on the rest of the field. Let's have a look at Cure there. That's Alexandra Bidwell and Sophie Rattray. I think that's the brother of, or her brother was Will Rattray. Was it William Rattray? Will Rattray? Yeah, who was rowing last year for Cure as well. So great to see her on the water there. Timaru, let's have a look at the Timaru crew. That's Scout Fiske and Maisie Jane Chapman. They're making their way down as well. So good to see a good field here. I'm going to pass you back now to Will as we see the Dunstan Arm crew in lane number 2 just hitting the yellow buoys now.
So it's the Dunstan Arm crew sitting pretty out in front. Then we'll probably be looking at the Avon and Canterbury crew currently in a battle for second place. Looking at top 5 to go through to the A final. So pretty friendly progression, but definitely need to work to get into that top 5. But really good work coming from Olivia Ollerenshaw and India Nichols. And as well as that Avon crew, Jessica Boyd and Cara Brignall. And also lane 6, Canterbury number 1, Kate Stretton and Stella Cook, currently in a fight for that second place. So that's the one to watch, sitting about a length down on that Avon crew. But then we look to Dunstan Arm number 2, currently sitting in 4th, Ellie King, Micah Pyle. And then probably back inside to Pure Boating Club, Alexandra Bidrell and Sophie Rattray. Have a look through the binoculars to see which crew that is behind them. That's lane number 4. That's Timaru crew. Timaru 21, Scout Fiske, Maisie Jane Chapman. Then back onto the outside, it's Ella Inch and Emily Caird. And the double, I think those guys are a bit more used to their sweeping boats. Then we go to Nelson. That's Margot Callahan and Zoe Dunstan. And then rounding out the field will be Waihopai.
Okay, picking up heat number 2. This is race number 78. This is the women's club, double sculls. The first 5 are progressing through to the final and the rest through to the B. So let's have a quick look here. Who we've got rowing. This is race Z. So Z1, Waihopai 2 is Caitlin Whitaker and Thea Hoyle. Z2 is, lane 2, Dunstanarm 3, Maggie Hepburn and Lola Ritchie. In lane 3, Dunstanarm 4, Emma Bryant and Naya O'Doherty. In 4, Marion College, Charlotte Peterson and Sophie Davis. Lane 5, Burnside High School, Jessica Rankin and Melissa Irvin. In 6, Wanaka 1, Lily Garrett and Meg Ritchie. Lane 7 for Cure Boating Club, Perry Stevenson and Ella Barnes. Lane 8, Timaru 12, Sophia Lawless and Libby Brown. Lane 9, North End 1, Hannah Spittle and Sienna Hoare. And in lane 10, last but not least, Canterbury 2, Toby Reese and Libby Greaves. So as we pick them up coming through, a nice race developing on these inside lanes. Lanes number 2, 3, 4 and 5. 2, 3, 4 and 5, which is Dunstanarm 3, Dunstanarm 4, Marion College 1 and Burnside High School. Just back from Burnside is Cure. There are 3 lengths back along with the Timaru crew, Sophia and Libby. But these first lanes I'm looking at here, there is indeed the Dunstanarm colours. You can see the magnificent green, gold and blue. They've got 2 crews together and being pushed, absolutely being pushed by the Marion College 1 crew of Charlotte Peterson and Sophie Davis. All to play for. Going to pass you over to Will now, who's going to bring it in for the last 250 as they hit the yellow boys. Here's Will to bring it to the end.
Yeah, so very close race between that top 3 there. We'll be looking for the 2 Dunstanarm crews, lane 2, 3, and then lanes number 4 is joining them. That's Marion College number 1. So who's got the best one from the stroke sets and who's the bow set that's going to go with them? I'd say currently we are looking at lane number 2 just to get a bit of a walk on there. So that's Maggie Hepburn and Lola Ritchie just moving into that top position. Another battle going on between that Dunstanarm crew, second crew, and Marion College number 1. So we're seeing a big battle for this top 3. This will be a great race on Sunday. They'll all go through the A final. But is the battle between all 3 of these crews? I'm not sure which one to pick. Looks to be maybe that middle Dunstanarm crew in lane number 3 moving on, but it actually might be Marion. Marion's trying to take it up here. Who's the stroke set of that boat? On the line, we'll take it. Oh. Okay, so Clive's pick, and I'd have to agree with him here. It will be that Dunstanarm crew in lane number 2, Maggie Hepburn and Lola Ritchie. And then that second spot, I'm going to say, let's go Marion here. And then Dunstanarm number 4, let's call them at 3rd. Then we'll go to Burnside High School, taking that 4th position. Might have been Canterbury taking that 5th. And hopefully they'll go through to the A final. Great racing there.
Yes, absolutely too close to call there. That was a real great race. And I think Will called it correctly that we're going to have a wonderful event on Sunday. So moving through race number 79, girls under 18, double sculls. They're well on track, coming down, quickly getting through the field. Lane 2, Timor 11, Abby Hurst, Annabelle Talbot. Lane 3, Nelson 1, Millie Tredder and Isla Martin. A4, Avon 51, Caitlin White and Bridget Moore. Lane 5, Avonside Girls High School, Sarah Webley and India Grace Leonard. Lane number 6, North End 1, Georgia Cockburn and Lola Castles. In 7, Villa Maria College 2, Maggie Kernane and Arena Rakic. And last but not least, in lane 8, Wakatipu 1 is Amy Patterson and Lucy Clark. So this is the girls under 18 double schools. These events are normally pretty competitive. And we look down, and it is indeed the Timaru crew who are driving along nicely, but over out on the outside there, that looks like to me to be Wakatipu, Amy Patterson and Lucy Clark. And I'll get Will to keep an eye on this because I think they're leading the field here at the moment, way on the outside here. And then down on the inside on second place is Timaru 11, Abby and Annabelle. Just back from them is the Nelson crew of Millie and Isla. They're probably sitting in fifth, I'm going to say. Fourth place, just up from them, is the Avon 51 crew, Caitlin White and Bridget Moore. Let's have a look in that red and black. That's North End, Georgia Cockburn and Lola Castles. They're sitting in third place. But it is indeed, Will's confirmed it for me, it is indeed in lane 8. That's the Wakatipu crew, coached by Shane Muir, Amy Patterson, Lucy Clark. They're moving along, and in fact, they've got a good, healthy lead there. They're moving along really quite, very controlled, moving well. They're looking back. They've got this absolutely in control. Probably 20 strokes to go. Hopefully the safety boat just gets out their way. He's quite close. That was nearly a Viking ram raid. Second place is Timaru in lane number 2. They've got this through, and again, it's the first 5. That's going to be Abby Hurst and Annabelle Talbot. They're quite comfortable. They're looking pretty relaxed as they come through the under-18 double sculls. Third place is North End at the moment. That's in lane 6. Georgia Cockburn and Lola Castles as our winners go through for that heat. Now, that's 1, 2, and 3. We know in North End. 4 and 5 is Nelson in lane 3, who are coming under considerable pressure from lane number 5. So lane 3 is Nelson, Millie and Isla, and lane 5, Avonside Girls, Sarah Webley and India Grace Leonard. And they've got their noses in front, so they're going to go through 4th. And Nelson, who were about a boat length ahead, something must have gone wrong there. They've just come through to take that. So let me pass you back to Will now, who'll pick up the next heat, which is heat number 2.
Yeah, so second heat of 2 coming through here. So this is girls under 18 double sculls. Top 5 go through the A final. Rest are eliminated, so pretty brutal there. Under 18 rowing, so this is the best of the high school crews. In lane number 2, Otago Girls number 1. In lane 3, Wanaka number 1. In lane 4, Wakatipu number 2. In lane 5, Avonside Girls High School number 2. In lane 6, Otago 11. In lane 7, Invercargill number 1. And in lane 8, Villa Maria College number 1. So currently right now, I'd say we are looking actually on the outside. That's Villa Maria. They're performing well in lane number 8. So they might be experiencing a bit of a crosswind there as well. So that's a pretty good performance coming from Scarlett Whiteside and India Taylor. This under 18 racing. So this is the best of the best when it comes to your high school age athletes. Then bit of a battle between Wakatipu and Otago Girls number 1. So those 2 and Villa Maria are well clear of the rest of the field here. So it'll be interesting as we see the battles for that 4th and 5th place come through as well. But currently, Villa Maria, absolutely dominant performance going through the last 100 there. They've got about 30 metres on the next crew, which will be Wakatipu number 2. Emma Andrew and Annika Arlett currently sitting in 2nd and just needing to watch that charge coming from Otago Girls number 1. They're currently sitting about a length up on that Otago Girls number 1 crew. Otago Girls will need to increase that rate if they want to get past those guys. I don't think they're going to do it. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Villa Maria goes through in first. Here we see Wakatipu in this crosswind. They're dealing with it well enough. Looks like they've got a good platform going in there. They're going to be getting 2nd clear water on that Otago Girls number 1 crew. And then just looking back a bit here, I only see 2 crews, so we might have gotten a scratching here. So we got lane number 5, and then we got the Wanaka crew. So Avonside Girls High School number 2. They're in the last 250 metres. They're going to be joined by Wanaka, who is in lane number 3. So those guys will both go through to the A final, I believe, if there's no other crews, unless I've missed one. So yeah, good performance coming from there. Just seeing the boys under 17 single sculls starting to come down now as they enter the second 1,000. Conditions still looking pretty good, just a slight headwind. I'll pass you over to Clive and he'll call out the next race.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of change there in the weather. We just got some gusts coming through. Hopefully we don't get another squall as we pick up race number 81. This is the boys under 17 single sculls, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a quick look who we've got here, as the field is a little bit spread and we are seeing the pattern of the weather changing on the lake there. We can see the wind having an impact as we watch the rest of the last of those boats coming across. So in the boys under 17 single sculls, it's heat 1. Just quickly check for you, see if we've got 2 or 3 heats. We've got 3 heats, 4 heats, 5 heats. Wow. Okay, this is going to be pretty competitive. So it's number 1 and 2 go to the A final. Number 3 and 4 go to the B final. The rest are scratched. So let's have a look here. In lane 2, Timaru, George Talbot. In lane 3, St. Thomas of Canterbury, Declan Ducey. Lane 4, Burnside High School, Riley McMoran. In 5, Otago Fall, Noah McCurbury. Lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School, Ricky Turvitt. In 7, from Cromwell 2, James White. In 8, Wakatipu 3, Louis Dela Cruz. And in lane 9, Otago 2 is William Light. So this will be an exciting race as we pick it up. Let's see who we got there. And it is the, in purple, that looks to me to be St. Thomas of Canterbury. I want to check it's lane 3. I might get Will just on the binoculars to check that while I look at the far side. That's definitely Wakatipu out there. That's Louis Dela Cruz. Sounds like he should be in the charts with a number 1 that's been there for 10 weeks. It'll probably be a Christmas special. It'll come back in 10 years' time. And it is St. Thomas of Canterbury who are sitting in second spot. That's Declan Ducey, coached by Paddy Dowling. They'll be he's just stopped a little bit in the water. I think he's just been impacted by the wind there, but he's going again, but he just got impacted a bit. There's a bit of a crosswind, which Will talked about earlier, but it is the Wakatipu rower who's bringing this home. It's the first 2 who go to the A final. And as we bring it in, as the cloud cover comes across, there's a good battle as well for 3rd and 4th out there on the far side. That's looking like Otago. That's William Light, who's out there in lane 9. And in the middle for in lane 5, that is Otago 4. So Otago 4, that's Noah. He's going to be coming 4th as it looks. Otago 2 is William Light. He's going to come in 3rd. But leading it home, well into the yellow boys now. Stretching quite nicely. Just being consistent in lane 8. That's Wakatipu, Louis Dela Cruz. He's making his way down. And he's going to take the buzzer in a second. There he goes over the line. St. Thomas of Canterbury is going to come second. There he's in the Coulthard boat in lane number 3. Declan Ducey, he takes second. There we have second. 3rd and 4th has closed up, but it is out on the outside lane in lane 9. Otago 2, William Light. He's held on by about a boat length. He comes 3rd and 4th place. Going over the line now in lane 5 is Otago 4. That's Noah McCorbury. So well done to all those on the boat. I think we've got one more coming through here who is going to unfortunately miss out. That is Christchurch Boys High in lane number 6. That's Ricky Turvitt. So they're moving through. I'll pass you back now to William, who will bring through the second heat of this boys under 17 singles.
All right, so that Heat 2 is underway. Again, looking at 1-2 to through the A final and then 3-4 through the B final. In lane 1, we have Wakatipu number 4, Finn Henderson. Lane 2, Burnside High School number 3, Mitch Cohen. Lane 3, Wakatipu number 5, Ollie Watson. Lane 4, Timaru 21, Harrison Seal. In lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Hunter Taylor. Lane 6, Otago 11, Alexander Hattrell. In lane 7, Wanaka number 2, Alex Peterson. In lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Cameron Buckingham. And in lane number 9, Otago Boys High School number 1, Ollie Scott. Okay, so just having a look in front of me, they've stopped crews from coming down. Might be stopping racing. Hopefully we'll get the second heat down. But I cannot see them. They're taking the crews into the bay. Yep, so it looks like racing might be on hold. They've taken that second heat of the under-17 single sculls into the bay. They're forcing these scullers to row back, turn around their boat. Conditions are very inconsistent so far. I would say, however, it is a slight improvement on the conditions last year. We did have boats sinking and coxswains turning blue. Don't think we've seen that yet so far, although we have seen a few crews tip. So you can get your Meridian Otago Rowing Championships programs from downstairs for $5 at the office, and as well as a free day sheet. That might be handy for those newer rowing parents who are just in their first years of watching these regattas. They can be a little bit confusing sometimes, not knowing where your crew's at, what lane they're in, so that can really help out with that. Racing does look to be on hold. Those last few races definitely were being halted by the wind before. Just like to thank High Country Motel and Backpackers for sponsoring this regatta. They were built in the 1960s to house the dam workers. High Country Lodge and Backpackers now offer unique motel and backpacker accommodation in the heart of Twizel. They're centrally located and set in sunny, spacious grounds, and they offer a wide range of accommodation. We'd also like to thank Foursquare Mackenzie. They're a local supermarket owned and operated by Greg and Susan Roberts. They're established in 2008 and have been providing the Mackenzie district with fresh produce for over 15 years. The store offers easy access, a great variety of groceries, a butchery, bakery, and a produce section. I'd also like to thank Kapanua, and this is rowing active wear, so they're selling row suits, rowing singlets, off-water apparel. They're fully customizable. There's extra length available in case you've got any massive rowers. No minimum order.
Sorry, a small technical issue there. I think what William actually meant was taller rowers. Oh dear, fantastic. Anyway, thank you for their continued support. Promo X 257 Hillside Road, South Dunedin. Screen printing, embroidery, apparel supplier and promotional gifts. And let's not forget City Podiatry. Specialists. Oh, sorry, Lauren McFadden. Treatment and management of all your foot and lower limb conditions. I think we'll just need to take a small break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just looking across, and I can see they've started to let some of the bigger boats row down, and definitely there's some of the crews being held in the bay area, and that's the area just past the 1,000-meter mark, where the coaches tend to gather to watch their crews coming through. So we'll update you as we can, but it is interesting to see that they've suddenly let some of the boats go through, and also it looks like one of the umpire boats, boat number 1, is just making its way down there. So they might have just put them on hold for a second. We'll try and get a call if they're going to run from the 1,000 or if they're going to go back to the 2,000. So back to that bay area. It's the area where the boats basically cruise down to in the transit lane, in lane 0, right by the side of the lake. And they can do their practice starts there. There's a chute where they can do their practice starts. And then there's a general warm-up area. And it's kind of a circular, imagine like a velodrome that they're going into. And then they come out around the side, and then they go into the actual chute right at the start before they get, obviously, into their lanes. So we'll come back to you in a minute. But there does appear to be a couple of umpire boats making their way down, and we'll give you more information as we have it. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're getting this race underway from the 1,000-meter mark. Now, if I'm not mistaken, and Will will just check for me, this is race number 82, the boys under 17 single sculls. Just wonder if we can get any numbers there. The race would be D1 through to D9. Yeah, we're pretty confident it is. We think it's the Wakatipu 4, Finn Henderson. And let's just, yeah, it is. There's D1. That is indeed. Finn Henderson, coached by John Morrison in lane number 1. We can see on the screen there, they're just getting himself lined up. Justin will be talking to them. We've got some fantastic new facilities down there, actually. They put in a new starter's hut, quite flash compared to the old thing, which was an old post box from the 1920s. The new one even has a heater, I've been led to believe, and a window. Oh yes, we have everything here. So let's have a look who's racing in this. I'll run through the crews and who's rowing, and then I'll pass you back to Will, who will bring you through for this Heat 2, with rowers number 1 and 2 going through to A final and 3 and 4 to the B final. So in lane 1, Wakatipu 4, Finn Henderson. Lane 2, Burnside High School 3, Mitch Cowan. Lane 3 is Wakatipu 5, Ollie Watson. In lane 4, Timaru 21, Harrison Searle. D5, St Thomas of Canterbury, Hunter Taylor. Lane 6, Otago 11, Alexander Hattrell. In 7, Wanaka 2, Alex Pedersen. In lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School, Cameron Buckingham. And in lane 9, Otago Boys High 1, Ollie Scott. So, here we go as we're coming through. We'll see they're getting lined up. Just looking at the screen, I can see they've given us the camera angle there from about the 500-meter mark, just by the gate there, which you see is always challenging on a bike to get through that. But anyway, at least we're managing to get the rowing. I think Will referred earlier last year, it was blown off pretty early in the Otagos last year, wasn't it, Will? Yeah, it was indeed. And I don't think we got any rowing at all on the Sunday. I think there was a wee bit, but then we were hitting the road pretty early. So, boys under 17 single schools, we've got 5 heats. This is heat 2. And they're still getting them sorted. I don't think we've come away yet. Just a reminder, obviously all your rubbish, make sure you pack that up and don't drop it on the floor. Find a bin or preferably take it away with you. There aren't many bins around the place these days. And a big shout out to the young chap in the Croatia football shirt. That's a fantastic strip. And yes, you sir, I had a great month in Croatia many years ago. So wonderful football team. Let's see if they're away yet. Will's just looking through the binoculars. They haven't moved anywhere yet. He's just going to check for me. Also, anyone with obviously dogs, please make sure you keep your dog on the lead, okay? Big shout out there to all the dog owners. So they're more than welcome, but please make sure you keep them on a lead, okay? Because we have had accidents before with dogs getting underneath bikes and then rowers hitting the deck, and that's the end of their rowing for that regatta, which is never good and normally involves tears before bedtime. So they're lining them up. Justin's getting them sorted. I'll see if we can get it back on the screen. So we are going to pick up the start for the boys under 17 single sculls. Slightly challenging weather today with those squalls coming through. And as always, you want to be making sure, I think they're away. Yes, they are away. They are away. See if we've got, yeah, good start there across the field. Inside has started pretty hard. So what I'm going to do is Will's going to have a quick look through the binoculars, and then I'm going to pass you back over to Will, and he's going to run you through this race. Boys under 17 single sculls, heat number 2. As he gets it away, here he comes.
All right, so I did see a pretty fast start coming from that Wakatipu rower in lane 1, Finn Henderson, but going with him was his fellow Wakatipu teammate in lane number 3, so that's Ollie Watson. So a bit of a battle between those scullers in the under 17 single scull. Those guys can both make the A final, but they'll be cutting off anyone else with the chance. Always got to look to these outside and inside lanes, can always cause a bit of an upset. We won't see that arrowhead effect too much today, but certainly see it tomorrow as those faster crews qualify for those middle lanes. Looks like the second 1,000 metres is much calmer than the first 1,000 metres. It does look to be those two Wakatipu rowers, lanes 1 and lanes 3, but look to Timaru 21 in lane 4, Harrison Seal, to try and get up into the mix. I'd also look one in from the outside. That's Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Cameron Buckingham. He's trying to get himself up into one of these places here. It's always tight racing with these under 17 singles. Anything can happen. These guys will be racing for a boat come Māori time. So if you win that race, you end up winning a boat, which you can row in the next year at school. Yeah. So Wakatipu, they're always known as a bit of a sculling school, and we're seeing that here. So lanes 1 and lanes 3 look just to be fighting against each other, a bit of internal competition, who's going to roll over and try and take out heat 2 of this boys under 17 single sculls. And then trying to go with them right on the outside is Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Cameron Buckingham. And when this happens, it's a bit tough because when you've got somebody right next to each other, you can sort of use them as a, what's the word I'm looking for? A gauge to how fast you're going, what you need to do. That Christchurch Boys rows all alone, so you won't be able to watch those Wakatipu rowers and see where they're at. But it looks to be the Wakatipu rower in lane 3, Ollie Watson, looks to be charging away with this. He's moved away from his fellow teammate Finn Henderson in lane number 1, but Cameron Buckingham, he's doing a great job there in lane number 8, all alone out there. He's rode past that rower in lane number 9, Otago Boys High School number 1, Ollie Scott. So watch the rower from Christchurch Boys. He's trying to take it out here. He might currently actually be in the lead. You can see he's in the red boat there. That's not quite usual for Christchurch Boys. They usually like their white boats. But we've got a red boat here in the single sculler. Cameron Buckingham's trying to take it out here. The rower from lane 3, Wakatipu, is trying to catch up, but I don't think he's going to get in time. Oh, but he's caught a crab. He's caught a crab. Lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School, now be under pressure, and that rower from Wakatipu is going to take that chance. Ollie Watson's going to move here. Going with him will be the rower from Timaru, Harrison Seal. He'll be trying to take that 1-2 place into the A final. That rower from Christchurch Boys has responded, though. He's got that rating right up, and he's breaking away to clear water. So great response from Christchurch Boys. That's what you want. After dealing with a difficult stroke, being able to respond like that is brilliant. He's going to take the place. Going with him is the rower from Wakatipu. Then Timaru 3rd, and the rower from Otago, Alexander Hatchell, will take that 4th spot into the B final. So that was a great race. Great response from Christchurch Boys. Looking at Heat 3 now.
So Heat 3, we pick up in the lane 2, Wakatipu 2, Cameron Hall. In lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School, Will Cunningham. In 4, Cromwell 1, Connor Haig. In 5, Cure Boating Club 1, Liam Barrett. In lane 6, Otago 1, Paddy Kennedy. In 7, Otago Boys High School 3, Jack McCaskill. In 8, Wakatipu 6, Mike Perry. In 9, Nelson 2, Harry Booker. So this is heat number 3. As the other heats, 1 and 2 go through to the A final, 3 and 4 through to the B final. And another 2 heats after this, so really, really competitive in the boys under 17 single sculls, which is wonderful to see. An absolute key event for New Zealand rowing, and we love the singles because they all have to work incredibly hard. They're on the water and they're coming down. Let's see if I can give you an early shout out why William gets his binoculars and keeps it up to date. Oh, there's some good racing here. Again, we're looking on the inside. Lanes number 1 and 2. That's Wakatipu and Christchurch. Sorry, lanes number 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Wakatipu, that's Cameron Hall. Christchurch Boys High School, Will Cullingham. And Cromwell 1, Connor Haig. They're absolutely in the mix and they're pushing each other along. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club, Liam Barrett has dropped back, as has lane number 6, which I think is Otago, Paddy Kennedy. Let me just make sure I've got that right. Over on the outside there, oh, again, it's always difficult when there's one rower out there on there. That's Nelson. Number 1 is in front by about a length, but out there in lane number 9, Harry Booker. He's definitely looking for a prize. Is lane number 1, and that looks to me like a Timaru. Oh, that's actually a Timaru rower then in lane number 1, isn't it? It's lane okay, right. Just let me just check on that. There might be a bit of somebody's been dragged through into that one, because that's definitely a Timaru rower, isn't it? Yeah. It is a Timaru rower. I don't have their number. Outside of them is the Wakatipu rower. And then coming outside Wakatipu, we have another, that looks like Christchurch Boys High, Will Cunningham. So we've got a ghost rower here, which is always all the fun of the fair. I'll try and get a number. I think he's probably from a different lane, has been thrown on the inside. C2. C2. It might be the heat. Yeah. Oh, there's Timber. It's George Talbot. No, he's rowing well. Let's have a look. C2. Oh, right. Yeah, they've put rower C2 in with the E race. So, George Talbot is rowing down and he's going to win this. He's in race number C2. Meanwhile, in race E is Wakatipu 2, lane number 2 there, and lane 3 is Christchurch Boys High. So, just to cause me a few headaches, that is George Talbot, isn't it? Yes, it was. Well done. Then Wakatipu coming over the line. That's in E2. E3 is Christchurch Boys High. That's got to be Will Cunningham. And then over on the far side, we have Nelson. That's E9. That is Harry Booker. So I'll let them sort that out downstairs. I don't quite know what happens there. But that's the E race. And with hindsight, I wish I'd have passed that over to Will earlier. But never mind. Race number 84. I'll pass over to Will to run this one.
So this is F. Hopefully everyone in this race is actually an F. Make it a bit easier for us. So it looks to be Twizel in front right now. Luca Mains Upson. I remember him from the R2K regatta. He performed pretty well. So in lane 2, Nelson number 1. Cooper Nichols, lane 3, Cure Boating Club number 2, Ethan McGrath, lane 4, Burnside High School number 1, Thomas Carey, lane 5, Twizel number 1, Luca Mains Upson, lane 6, Timaru 32, Louis O'Sullivan, lane 7, St Thomas of Canterbury number 3, Kero Horgan, lane 8, North End number 1, Alex McKeever, and in lane 9, Otago number 5, Oliver Coling. So coming into the last stretches here, we can see that winds come right down to the second 2,000 metres as well, but it's definitely the rower from Twizel. He's looking to take out Heat 4 pretty comfortably right now. I'd say the battle is right now for second, and it seems to be between lane 7, St Thomas, Kero Horgan, trying to move through. I think that's the rower from North End, just a bit. Yeah, so he's in lane 8, but he looks a bit more on the outside, so a bit of lane variation. So is Alex McKeever trying to get up over Kero Horgan? There goes Luca Mains Upson. He's going to win it. Watch this fight for second place. It's going to be close. Seeing a bit of a one coming from North End. Who's going to get it on the line? We'll try and line it up for you. Looks to be the rower from St Thomas just sitting about a canvas up. But here comes the rower from North End right on the line. Half a canvas. It's going to go to St Thomas. St Thomas takes that second spot. Then we'll see Alex Kiva, and then F4 is Burnside High School. Thomas Carey, he's going to go through the B final. Lovely effort there. And then Cure Boating Club, Ethan McGrath. Maybe it was on the inside there. Nelson number 1, Cooper Nichols. So that's heat 4 there done. Final heat coming down now. So this is heat number 5, final heat. Lane number 2, Oamaru number 2, Mana Fisalau. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Tukatahi Wetani. Lane 4, Otago number 3, Noah Hamilton. Lane 5, Otago Boys High School number 2, Tom Coley. Lane 6, Twizel number 2, Bryn Smith. Lane 7, Ashburn number 1, Caleb Armstrong. Lane 8, Wanaka number 1, William Pascoe. And lane 9, Wanaka number 3, Edward Ives. So Clive's just alerted me that it's the Ashburn rower. We're looking at lane number 7. Caleb Armstrong's had a strong race here in this 1K race. He's looking to take it out here. Take out this first place in heat number 5 of the boys under 17 single. I think we're seeing a bit of a challenge come from lane number 4. That's Otago number 3, Noah Hamilton. So those two are sitting pretty comfortable over the rest of the field. Maybe a bit of a battle between them to try and take that first place, but they'll just be for bragging rights. They'll both be through the A final. Potentially in third, I'd say we're looking at Otago and Twizel. So that might be Otago Boys High School, and then in lane number 5 and Twizel number 2, Bryn Smith. So G5 and G6 looking to take out the B final, make it through the B final. So that's Otago Boys High 2, Tom Coley, and Twizel 2, Bryn Smith. But good win's going to come from Ashburn number 1, Caleb Armstrong, lane number 7. He's taking it out pretty comfortable. Then we go to lane 4, Otago number 3, Noah Hamilton. That's going to be your 1-2 into the A final of the boys under 17 single. Watch the battle for this third place though. Looks to be Otago Boys High School, Tom Coley. But that rower from Twizel's trying to get through him. It's going to be bow for ball over the line. Twizel rower's moving here. I think he's going to try and take this place. It's going to be... That was ridiculously close. I'm not going to call that one. I want to take a punt on that. Shirley Boys High School in 5th. Go back on the outside. That will be Wanaka number 1. Rower from Oamaru. Then back out to another Wanaka rower right there on the outside. Next race is the boys under 18 single sculls. This is a prelim race, so they'll all be through the A final. Lane 3, Otago Boys High, number 4, Andre Adams. Lane 4, Nelson, number 1, Ollie Hawkins. Lane 5, Otago Boys High, number 2, Ben Thompson. Lane 6, St Thomas of Canterbury, number 1, Carter Baxter. Lane 7, Otago Boys High, number 1, Henry Lucas. And lane 8, Otago Boys High, number 3, Nicholas Tom. And it's St Thomas of Canterbury leading this one home. You can see, I've said this multiple times before, he's actually got his rating up quite high. Look at that body swing. He's really trying to use his shoulders there and use that body weight to his advantage to try and swing the bow ball across. So a bit of a different style coming from St Thomas, but definitely not wrong. It's working to his favour here. He's sitting about a length and a half up on the row from Nelson sitting in second, Ollie Hawkins. So Ollie Hawkins performing well there. Then we go the row from Otago Boys High in lane... Oh yeah, so Nelson gets second. Then we go to the Otago Boys High 1, so that's Henry Lucas. So then Otago Boys High number 2, Ben Thompson in lane 5. Then those other Otago rows, that's Andre Adams and Nicholas Tom rounding out the field there. And I'll pass you back over to Clive.
Okay, well, they're all coming through, obviously, thick and fast when they run from the 1,000 metres. One of the other benefits I've always thought is that it should speed it all up as well, but they don't seem to save too much time from what I'm told. So this is race number 87, and they're away. This is the girls under 16 Coxed quadruple schools. Just find my glasses. We've got Waihopai 1, Rangiruru Girls School 3, Avonside Girls High School 1, Timaru 11, Wakatipu 2, North End 1, Christchurch Girls High School 2, and Villa Maria College 3. So getting a look through the binoculars, and I'll get Will to do the same as well, just so he can give me a call on this as well. This is the under 16 Cox quadruple schools. 1, 2, and 3 go through to the A final, and the next fastest finisher, and 4, 5, and 6, and the next fastest finisher go through to the B final. So this is very competitive here. Let's see who we got coming out. Always a good spread on this, and again, it's North End's looking good. We're just getting a change in the weather again. Yeah, North End. Out on the far side there is Villa Maria. North End have just got their noses in front of what appears to be the Wakatipu and Timaru crews. Yeah, there's North End there. Then we have Timaru. Just alongside Timaru is Avonside Girls High School. They're about a length back. Then down on the, you've always got to check the sleeper lane. Down on the inside, Waihopai 1. They've got a length in front of Rangiruru Girls School. That's Rangiruru Girls School 3. So lane number 1, Waihopai. That red, white and green rowing strip is absolutely fantastic and great to call. Let's have a look there. Who's that? Yeah, they're looking really good. They're moving along nicely. And in the middle there, that is Timaru. It's difficult when they're right on the inside. I would say they're actually in front of them. And who's up with Timaru? That is the North End crew, who are about 2 lengths in front of Villa Maria College 3. So we've got a good race here. It's 1, 2, and 3 going through to the A final with the next fastest. Let's have a look at that next fastest, see if we can pick it. I think it is going to be, there's the boat, these Rangiruru, they've got themselves sorted. Rangi, or just outside of Rangi, will be the Wakatipu crew. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like Wakatipu crews. I think it's Avonside Girls High. What number have you got on it, Will? It is Avonside Girls. It's lane number 4. So they're having a great battle with Rangiruru. But in first place, lane number 2 is Waihopai. There, the coxswain looks across. She's got a smile on her face. She's happy. They are coming through. They've got clear water of about a boat length. They've gone away from Timaru. Timaru in lane 5. They're holding second, coming under a little bit of pressure. There we go. Waihopai take the win. Timaru are going to take second in lane 5. Lane 7, that is lane 7. That's North End. Oh, 4th place. Lane 3, I'm going to call it. It was very, very close over the Avonside Girls crew. Over on the far side, I think we're looking at Villa Maria there in lane 9. And then we come back to the Christchurch Girls High School in lane 8. Good racing. And that'll be great to watch. But again, this is over 1,000. So you've really got to go for it. Oh, this is a great looking race. I'm going to quickly go through the crews and then I'm going to pass you back to Will. So Will's going to get a handle on the race and what's happening. Then I'll hand back to him. Heat 2. Otago Girls 1. Villa Maria College 2. North End 3. Waihopai 2. Wakatipu 3. Ashburton 1. Rangiruru Girls School 2. And St Andrews College out in lane 9. And it is absolutely a belting race here. If you get chance, get a look at this. St Andrews are about a boat length back. There's a boat in yellow there and another boat in yellow. Oh, this is all come. I'm going to pass you on to Will, who's going to call this through.
So right now what I've been seeing is the 2 yellow boats. We're looking at Wakatipu number 3 as well as Ashburton number 1. So look for the battle between those two. I'd say it's right on the outside. So Ashburton number 1 in lane 7, looking good to try and take it out here. They've started to wind it up coming into this last 350 metres. Wakatipu's going to need to respond to that. And we're also seeing St Andrews College in lane number 9 performing pretty well. Watch that crew in lane number 2. That's Otago. That is Otago Girls at number 1. So they're trying to get up into the mix. You've got to be... Also Villa Maria. Yeah, Villa Maria is looking really good. So you've got to be 1, 2, 3 to make it through this A final in this race. Seeing a battle between the two yellows right now. So it's Ashburn, and Ashburn's currently leading over Wakatipu. They're the two sculling schools. Ashburn performed well in the under-18s at Marty last year. Wakatipu just a phenomenal sculling school all around, and these two are battling it out. But it looks to be Ashburn taking out the lead here. They've got about, what we call that, about half a length? Half a length to Ashburn College. They're starting to move away here, though. St Andrews College is holding third, so St Andrews College, usually known for their sweeping, but they're performing well in a sculling boat here. So that is Scarlett Alice, Sophia Legaius, Nina Freya, and Lauren Bolton. And Olive Steele is the cock, so Ash Cole's just moved away to clear water here. They're sitting in first, Wakatipu in second. The real battle is going to be between third. Watch Villa Maria on the inside versus St Andrews on the outside. Olive Steele is going to need to be watching the charge. I'd say they're sitting, what would you call that, about half length up. That St Andrews crew really just moving along. They're winding it. They're quick with the hands away. St Andrews is looking good to take out that third spot, but Villa Maria and Otago Girls trying to move up, but it will be St Andrews that take the third spot. Villa Maria got fourth. Otago Girls fifth. Rangiruru in sixth. And then we'll go to North End and then Waihopai rounding out the field. Okay. So final heat of the girls under 16. Cox quadruple sculls coming up. In lane 2 we have Marion College number 1. In lane 3 Rangiruru Girls High School number 1. Lane 4 Columba College number 1. Lane 5 North End number 2. Lane 6 Wakatipu number 1. In lane 7 Villa Maria College number 1. And in lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School. So we'll be looking at the top 3 here. So Clive's just alerted me to the crew down on the inside. It is Marion College number 1, looking to try and perform well here. These races are from the K, so we're looking for a bit more explosiveness. That looks like a Wakatipu crew. Yeah, so I think we're seeing a Wakatipu crew joining in on this girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls in this heat. We'll have to watch their lane number. Marion, though, is still performing well, so watch out for Marion. And then I'd say that might be Tuin from the outside as well, performing well. That's Wakatipu number 1. That crew's definitely meant to be there. So Wakatipu number 1 performing well. They actually might be well clear of the rest of the field. Yeah, so Wakatipu just taking that boat along, coming into the last 150 metres. Experience with sculling, I'll say it again, they know how to row these quads, doubles and singles. And then I'd say maybe a bit of a battle on the outside between Villa Maria and Christchurch Girls High School. They'll use each other and try and fight past each other, trying to walk the other crew, and that's going to actually bring them past the rest of the field. So watch Villa Maria and Christchurch Girls. As well as that crew from North End. They're a bit back on Wakatipu, but I'm not sure how far away they are from Villa or Christchurch Girls. So yeah, there's a mystery, another ghost boat. We're looking on that inside, lane number 1. They're not on our sheets, but they're certainly performing well. Certainly some good sculling coming from there. But lane number 6, who's definitely meant to be here, Wakatipu number 1, is performing well. Villa Maria's moving past Christchurch Girls, so good response from Ruby Kennedy, trying to get her girls up, trying to get her into this A final. Watch for Rangiruru as well, but they're just a bit back on this North End number 2 crew. Okay, so the race is K, and we've got an I boat in there, so they must have been the previous heat. Yeah, if I know my ABCs. So another Wakatipu crew just in the previous heat, but they're certainly contending here. So it's the two Wakatipu crews really trying to fight here. And Villa Maria currently sitting in that third spot. They've gone well past that Christchurch Girls crew on the inside. So lane number 7, Villa Maria College. Wakatipu's going to win by about 2 lengths, unless we include that other Wakatipu crew on the inside. They're about a length down on that number 1 crew. Then we go to Villa Maria taking out that third spot. Christchurch Girls currently being walked over by North End. Will they hold on? It's going to be tight. We'll need a response. I think Christchurch Girls will hold on. North End and Rangi tight together, back inside to Marion, and then rounding out the field will be Columba College. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, picking up here, let's see what we got. This is again the girls under 17. Sorry, this is now race 90, girls under 17 Cox quadruple schools. They're charging through Columba College 1, Dunstan Arm 1, Christchurch Girls High School 3, North End, white flag. There's a white flag out there. We'll see what call that's for. Christchurch Girls High School 3, Lane 5, North End 1, Lane 6, Waihopai 1, Lane 7, Villa Maria College 1, Lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School 2, and lane number 9 is Burnside High School. So they're well into the race here, and I'm just picking them up as we're getting them entering the yellow markers there. And again, in lane number 7, L7, we have Villa Maria College. They seem to be sitting in second place. First is Dunstan Arm. I'm trying to check all the numbers, the letters and numbers as we go through. That's Dunstan Arm 1. They've got their noses in front. So it is Dunstan Arm in first. It is Villa Maria in lane 7 in second. Third place, out on the far side, Will. He's given me a thumbs up there. That's lane number 8. That's Christchurch Girls High School 2. They're sitting in third. Always harder in those outside lanes. Dunstan Arm are going to come through and take this in lane 3. They've got a bit of clear water now, about a boat length. They've gone away from the Villa Maria crew in lane 7. There we go. There's our winners, Dunstan Arm over the line. Lane number 7 is Villa Maria College 1. Holding on in lane 8, and that's a good row from Christchurch Girls High School. They're going to take third, and fourth place is going to be L6 Waihopai. Waihopai. Then very close down here, we've got Columba College in those orange hats. I do love those orange hats. And then North End. So that really was a blast. Right. That was the girls under 17 Cox quadruple schools. And this is the next heat, race number 91. I'll get you through the crews, who's rowing, and then I'm going to pass over to Will, who's going to call the race through. So he gets a chance to have a look through binoculars and try and pick it up as I let him know who's rowing here. This is an M race. We've got Marion College in lane 2, St Andrews College 2 in lane 3, lane 4, Otago Girls 1, lane 5, St Andrew College 1, lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School 1, lane 7, Villa Maria College 2, in lane 8, Burnside High School 1. So, 1,000-metre races, they're getting them through. Well done to the organisers, to the race committee there, making that decision and keeping the racing going. Early season, everyone needs a blowout, so even though it's not the full 2,000, safety considerations must come into play. So well done to everyone involved. Great to see. As we pick up this race as it's coming down, I'll give Will a little bit of time just to try and make some of those early calls, and then I'll hand over to him. So, Marion College, St Andrews College, Otago Girls, St Andrews College, Christchurch Girls High School, Villa Maria College, and Burnside. So, Will, are you seeing anything yet? Let me hand over to you.
Pretty tough at the point of the race they're in right now, but I do see the two outside crews performing well. So that's Villa Maria College number 2, as well as Burnside High School number 1. But with these races, it's always important to watch the inside. So Marion College number 1 and St Andrews College number 2. We're looking at first 5 to go through here, so pretty friendly progression. And I'm just seeing now it looks to be St Andrews College number 2 in front by a canvas. Just a canvas over Otago Girls number 1. And then we go back inside to Marion College number 1. That's your 1, 2, 3. And then we go back outside to Burnside High School number 1 and Villa Maria College. That was a very useful camera shot right there. So it is St Andrews, but they're in a tight battle between Otago Girls. Those are the two I'd watch out for this final. Coming into the last round in 50 metres. So this would be the crew that is St Andrews College number 2. So this would be Emily Woodgate, Lucia Atz, Lucy McWhirter, and Alana Brooke. And Emily DeJoux would be coxing there. So she'll need to watch this charge coming from Otago Girls, as well as having to deal with the steering on the course. That's going to be very challenging as we get into a head cross, but it seems like the conditions are changing left, right, and centre from where I'm at. Very important to get a good start in these 1K races because there's just not much room to walk here. So St Andrews College and Otago girls, those are the crews to watch out for. So that would be in the Otago girls crew. It's Ariana Oswald, Harriet Rose, Sienna Nicholson, Millie Huerta, and Ruby Merriman is the Cox. So she's trying to get her girls up. She's trying to get them past the St Andrews crew, and they're definitely holding on. Otago girls not dropping off. St Andrews, though, are holding their own as well, so neither crew's backing off. And then we'd also look to the outside. That Burnside High School crew has definitely picked it up. They're looking to try and get this third place. But Marion College just dropped off from St Andrews and Otago, but they're looking to try and get that third place as well. Looking at it, it's St Andrews in front by canvas. They haven't walked away any further, but Otago girls are holding their own. They'll need to try and get a walk in this last 50 metres of this race. It's St Andrews. St Andrews walking up, trying to take over Otago girls. I think they're going to do it. St Andrews walking away to half-length lead over Otago girls. Good performance from those two crews. Then we go on the outside to Burnside High School. Then inside to Marion. That's third and fourth. Then we go to Villa Maria, taking out fifth. Then we're seeing that St Andrews quad in lane 5 get sixth. And back to Christchurch Girls High School in lane 6.
Here we go. This is the men's novice cock state. This is a preliminary race here, so they're all going through to the final. Let's have a look who we've got. We've got in lane 2, St Andrews College. Lane 3, Otago Boys High. Lane 4, St Thomas of Canterbury. Lane 5, Wakatipu. Lane 6, Shirley Boys High School. Lane 7, St Bede's College. And Lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School. We'll be handing over shortly to Frank from Invercargill. He was rowing earlier today, but he's had a shower. He did his yoga and Pilates. He's had a stretch. He only eats oranges and bananas, so he's had those, both for breakfast and for lunch. And he's just radiating at the moment. He's just absolutely fantastic. Great to see these 8s out here. Let's see if we can pick first of all what is happening. We can see St Andrews down on the inside. They're about a length back from Otago Boys High. Out neck and neck with Otago is St Thomas of Canterbury. Big shout out to St Thomas of Canterbury. Outside of St Thomas of Canterbury, we have Wakatipu. They, I think, have got the lead. They're definitely ahead of the Shirley Boys High School crew. But then there's St Bede's. I think St Bede's have got their noses in front, but it's all pretty close. The Otago Boys are definitely gone away from St Andrews. They look like they're in the lead. In the middle, we are looking at St Thomas of Canterbury, who are absolutely having a great ding-dong with Shirley Boys High School. St Bede's are still in the mix. Let's pick up St Bede's. There we see them going along. Always tougher in these outside lanes, but it is indeed down in the lane number 3, Otago Boys High. Let's see who we got in there. We've got George, Nicholas, Sam, Miles, Hunter, Charlie, Bede, Sullivan, and Connor Sinclair is coxing. This is a great race. It's all to play for. St Bede's are in the mix. They look like they're holding second. And there's a big charge there from the lane. Just make sure I get it right. Lane number 5. They're sitting in third. That is the Wakatipu crew. But down on the inside, Otago Boys High 1. They've got the lead. They've got about a boat length. And that's Otago Boys High 1. They're going to take this. They all get to come back and do this again tomorrow. St Bede's are just holding on to second, but there's not much in it. So, Otago Boys High, men's novice, Coxed 8. Otago have got this. Out on the far side, we're looking at St Bede's. St Bede's are holding on to second. Well done, Otago. They take the win. St Bede's come through and take second. Third place is Wakatipu. Wakatipu third. Fourth is lane number 4, St Thomas of Canterbury. Down on the inside, St Andrews, lane number 2. And then there's a crew there. That's Shirley, lane number 6. Wow, that's great. Right, I think we've done our stint. Thank you to Will. Some great commentary today and wonderful to have him part of the team. And now we're going to be handing you over to Frank, who will bring you through for the next hour. So we'll see you hopefully later, if not tomorrow.
Rightio, it's Frank is here. He's just adjusting his hair here. No, he's actually just adjusting his glasses. Not my hair, because my hair is about 1 millimetre wide, long, tall, whatever. Rightio, men's open coxless quad sculls race 94. What event's this? Don't know. Let's see. We've got 9 in this race. In lane 1, Avon 2. In lane 1, Avon 2. Cure, Wairau, Avon, Dunstan Arms 2, Dunstan Arms 1, Nelson 1, Dunstan Arms 3, and Whakatipu 1. And, no, hold on. Oh, did you turn this over? Looks like an 8's coming down. Well, I'm way ahead of me. That's the race that's coming behind. Looking like it's starting at the 1,000 metre mark. This is a... Sorry, everyone. This is clearly an 8 coming down. It is. It's the boys under 15 Cox State. So in lane 3, we've got Christchurch Boys. Lane 4, St Thomas of Canterbury, Christchurch Boys, Christ College, and Shirley Boys. And at this close, it's actually reasonably close. It certainly looks like Christchurch Boys are in lane 3 there, and the 2 Christchurch Boy teams have the lead. Oh, then the far side, Shirley Boys, back to St Thomas and Christ College. So it's almost like a 3 line up here. They're all hitting the yellows. No, I think Christchurch Boys 2. This is the inside lane. Christchurch Boys actually hit the yellows first, so they're slightly in the lead. But I'm talking half a canvas at the most, and I doubt that's going to last long. Remember, these under 15s, they're probably novices as well. That crew on the far side, the Shirley Boys crew, they've picked it up the rating. Yes, they definitely, you can see there's a splash there, a bit of movement, they're fastest through the water. And I would suspect that they look like they have... No, boy, this is going to be a toughie. This is going to... No, they've dropped back a bit because the Christchurch Boys in lane 5, Christchurch Boys 1, have put the foot down. They are pulling ahead. They're half a canvas over Shirley Boys on the far side, then maybe a half a boat back to Christchurch Boys on the inside lane. But it could be anything. Christchurch Boys on the inside lane. Christchurch Boys 2, they're putting the hammer down. Are they going to push them? Oh, they're coming up. They've now got, they're half a canvas away from Christchurch Boys 1. Who's going to take it? Oh, I've got my line up, and they did it. I picked at the inside lane of Christchurch Boys High School 2. That's Brody, Ben, Albie, Flynn, Lockie, Jonty, Freddie, Andrew, Cox by Ben Skelton. Took that race just over the other Christchurch Boys team in 1. Mark Cooper, Ben, Alex, Georg, Raph, Ben, Oliver, and Angus Mackay the clock. And on the far side with Cox. On the far side we had Sam, Luca, Josh, Fergus, Ethan, Luca, Callum, Zach, and Cox by Hexa Gabrielson in 3rd place. That was quite a good race. In the meantime, we've got the men's open Cox squad sculls, and I think they're starting in from the 1,000. And if you look up towards the 1,000 there, you can probably see these lines of crews. This is heat. Now, this is the preliminary race. And then after that, 8s again. Right, 8. Interesting, eh? Haven't heard about that change, but that's fine. Let's see, we've got here 9 crews in this event, as I mentioned earlier. And inside lane, Avon. Then we've got Cure, Wairau, Avon, Dunstan's Arm 2, Dunstan 1, Nelson 1, Dunstan 3, and Whakatipu. They're coming down now. They've probably gone through the 500 metre mark by the look of it. And who have we got in the lead? I think it's... I'm picking that's a Dunstan crew. So which one's that? That's inside 4, Dunstan 1. Dunstan 1. So if they name them by the top boat, then that would make sense that it's the leading boat. But it's Dunstan 1. But then on the inside lane here, we've got Cure Boating Club, Cure BC. And, oh no, just inside Cure, we've got Wairau. So it's that Wairau team, and the Dunstan 1 have pulled away. They've pulled away. Inside Dunstan 2, they're also now pushing it. So now we've got Dunstan 1 have put the foot down. They are moving away quite rapidly. They've got over a boat length now. Then we're coming back now to Dunstan 2, but what's sneaking up on the inside here? We've got Wairau. Wairau are really going for it. They're chasing Dunstan 2 down. They're chasing Dunstan 2 down, but inside of them we've got Cure. Cure Boating Club are now they're challenging Wairau. Wairau, can you look to your bow side? You've been challenged there, boys. They're probably focusing on beating this Dunstan Arms 2 crew, and I think they're taking Dunstan Arm 2. Wairau are lengthening the Wairau crew have got a faster rate, but the inside crew of Cure are lengthening out, and now Cure rolled over top into second place, Cure and then Wairau. So Dunstan Arm 1s took that race, followed by Cure in lane 2 and Wairau in lane 3. You can hear the buzzer going. That's really quick ending there. And we've got Nelson coming through now, and the buzzer will go for them. In the meantime, we've got 8s coming down. 8s. The big boats, the big boys. This is the men's club Coxed 8. So those you new to rowing, the sort of progression of rowing is, and it does depend on what events you win, but it's novice. But if you were just going up progression, novice, and then intermediate, and then if you won certain events in intermediate, I think it's certain finals or placed in certain finals and B finals, you move up into the club. So this could be a mix of adults and youngsters, and they're coming down here now. Men's club Coxed 8. There were 2 heats. So in heat 1, progression of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to final, there are 8 in it, in lane 2, St Bede's. Then we've got St Bede's again. Then we've got Christ College. Then we've got Christchurch Boys. Then we've got St Andrews College. Then we've got Christ College. And then we've got Oamaru 1 and Avon over the far side. It looks like what's happening now is that St Bede's 1 on this inside lane. It's St Bede's 1, probably Christchurch Boys High in lane 5. And then over the far side, is that Oamaru, maybe in 3rd place. Christchurch Boys High, look, they've got coming up to a boat length. They've just started lengthening out there. No, they haven't, but they definitely picked up a pace a bit. Yes, I can see them picking it up now. We've got the inside lane, St Bede's College. They are also starting to move it. They know that they've only got less than 100 metres to go. And on the far side of Oamaru, they're trying hard. They've rated up, but they're not actually making much movement. It's really this Christchurch Boys High School, Christchurch Boys School really coming down the middle. But I would say St Bede's are honking down. St Bede's are really coming. They've now got half a boat. They're walking the dog. And they're going to go. They've got half a boat. The bow's at number 2 seat. The bow is at number 1 seat. Are they going to do it? They are. Oh, yes. I think St Bede's 1 took that just over Christchurch Boys 1, and we've got Oamaru coming up in 3rd place, then back to St Bede's 2 in 4th. That was a quick race. That was a quick ending. That was very exciting. So we don't have our thing that tells us who actually. We usually our live feed's not working. A bit of technical issues here. So I can't confirm that win, but if you do go to row it, you'll find out. Let's have a quick look. I won't be up there yet. But row IT puts the information up reasonably quick. Boy, that was a storming finish by St Bede's. That was impressive. Length, strength, and speed. Have we got a result yet? No, we haven't. So what have we got happening now? We've got the second heat, the men's club 8. So in lane 2, 7 in this race. So in lane 2, we've got Avon. We've got St. Bede's 3, and then Dunstan Arm, then St. Andrews, then Christ College, then Avon, and then St. Andrews. So remember that 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all go through to the final. 1, 2, 3, and 5 all go through to the final. And looking at this race here, it's seeing that it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who's in lane? That lane 6, which is lane 7, Avon 2. I think Avon 2 there, just over Christ College 1. But then on this inside lane here, we've got Avon 1. So we've got the 2 Avon boats maybe sitting in first and second place at the moment. Back to Christ College, then possibly back to that Dunstan Arms team in lane 4. Dunstan Arms in lane 4. So Avon, but I think it's like the Avon 1 in the inside lane, lane 2. Avon 2 and lane 7 and Christ College in lane 6 are currently getting the first, second and third place. Then back to Dunstan Arms. It looks like Dunstan Arms are starting to pick it up a bit. The blades are flashing a bit faster and they are pushing well, but Christ College are responding. Actually, everyone is now starting to go. They know they've got less than about 100 to go. They need to do it now in an 8 to get it moving. In the meantime, the 2 Avons are dragging away. They're starting to pull away from the Christ College and Dunstan Arms. The 2 Avon boats, they're racing it out. So it looks like Avon 2, I think, has rolled over Avon 1. Have they rolled over them? Ooh, yes. I think they have. In fact, now they've got almost a boat on them. In the meantime, Christ College is also starting to push it through. They might be a bit late for an 8. No, they're probably still a boat length behind. And Dunstan Arms is also trying hard to get up into that third place spot. They may get past Christ College. Oh, Avon 1. Avon 1 is coming back on Avon 2. Avon 1's coming back on Avon 2. They are responding. Avon 2 are pushing hard through. And Avon 1, yes, they took it back. They've won by number 2 seat, followed by Avon 2. And, is Dunstan Arms going to get Christ College? No. Dunstan Arms, Christ College. And then we come down to St. Andrews College on the far side. Unless St. Andrews College may be taken by St. Andrews College 2, St. Andrews College 1 has just rode past St. Andrews College 2. And then we're back to St. Bede's 3 coming through here into the final spot. That was some pretty exciting racing. What have we got going on? So the rain's out there. Can see a bit of drizzle. We've got nice flat water, so no complaints coming from here. Mind you, I'm not rowing it. Okay, women's open single. Lane 3. There are 6 in this race, 6 athletes. We've got 6 athletes in lane 3. We've got Cure, Sasha Robinson, Dunstan Arms, Dunstan 2, Emily Spittle, Canterbury, Becky Chook, Dunstan 3, Freddie, Cure, Madison Neal, and Dunstan Arm 1, Olivia Key. 3 Dunstan crews. A Cure, Canterbury. Cure and Canterbury going to ruin this Dunstan party? We'll find out. In this race, it's a preliminary, so I think it's basically whoever gets through first. Tugging down now, they're coming up to the 250, I think. Does seem to me that Cure in lane 1, then maybe over to Dunstan 3 there over in lane 6, and then on the far side, Dunstan Arms 1. So we've got 2 Dunstans up there in those first, second spot, third spot, and Cure in the meantime down here. Thinking that it looks like Dunstan Arms 3 in the middle there, that's Freddie Todhunter. Looks like she's just ahead of Sasha from Cure and Olivia from Dunstan Arms on the far side. So she's at the head of the arrow coming through. In fact, I think she's moved forward quite nicely. Who's going to hit the yellow boys first? Yes, Dunstan Arm, Cure, Dunstan 3. So at this stage, we've got Freddie Todhunter's in the lead, followed by Sasha Robinson and Dunstan Arm 1, Olivia Key. Then we come back to Dunstan Arm 2, Cure 2, and then just behind them Canterbury 1. But Dunstan Arms 3, Freddie, she's made a move. She's reaching out now. Long pushing strokes. Definitely moving ahead. In the meantime, I think Dunstan arm won. Olivia Key on the far side. She's still maybe half a boat length behind Sasha Robinson. So Sasha Robinson, I think she just took a glance out the side. She can see that. She knows what's coming. She'll try and hold her off. She's probably out of contention now to take off that first spot. She's about 3 boat lengths back, but she'll see the pressure. Dunstan arm 3. She'll be trying. Dunstan arm 1. Sorry, be trying to take it, but no. So we've got Dunstan arms 3. Freddie comes through in the first spot. Cure in second. Cure 1 and Dunstan 1 through in third. Followed by Dunstan 2. Cure. And then Canterbury's just coming through, and you'll hear the buzzer shortly. Rightio. So after that, we've got the girls under 15 double sculls. The girls under 15 double sculls. And I think these ones are sponsored by High Country Lodge, which I drove past before when I had a break. Well, it's actually quite impressive. Like quite a nice backpacker stay. There are two heats in this event, the girls under 15 double scull. The progression is 1 to 5 go through to the A final, the rest to the B final. So there's 10 in this event, there's 10 in this, and there is 9 in the next. 1 to 5 go through. So in lane 1, we've got Otago girls. In fact, they haven't even started. They're still lined up at the 1,000 there. So obviously, I didn't realise maybe they've shortened the racing to get the day through. So they're all lined up there. There I go through. So in lane 1, we've got Otago 1, Tony Haraka and Maggie Londell. Then it's Whakatipu, Posey Manson and Caitlin Roberts. Then Villa Maria, Charlotte Moriarty and Isla Whitestone. Then North End 2, Amelia Busted and Marley Hoare. North End, so that was North End 2, wasn't it? Dunstan's 1, Millie O'Connor and Charlotte Crosby. North End 1, Indian Garden and Isla Turner. Timaru, Amia De Ruyter and Nev Callahan. Avon, Isla Missouri and Chloe Cricure. Then Marion College 1, Olivia Walker and Taylor Vile. And in North End on the far 10, lane 10, Grace Waddle and Isla Thompson. The under 15 double sculls. And remember, a lot of these are probably novices as well. So it looks like they're still lining them up. They've all lined up. Oh no, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like Timaru, Avon, Timaru and North End just need to touch up a little. We'll line them up. They're getting like, we'll see if we can get, oh, there we go. They're touching themselves up. They're going to drift, and they're away. Very nice start from the inside lane here. Who was that? That might have been Whakatipu. Looked very nice little kick off there. Kicked it off beautifully, yes. Whakatipu and Otago Girls High. Side by side, then Villa Maria in lane 3. Kicked off very nicely. Does look like there's one of those far, and I bet there'll be a Dunstan crew in this. Dunstan crew somewhere in here. There's been a few. Oh my goodness, you look out here and you see all these double sculls. It's like looking at a lake full of midges. Who can we see? Can we see who would be in the lead right now? Early days yet. Couple of boats there looking a bit close together. Does look like that Whakatipu crew have got a nice wee handy move. 2, 3, 4. I'd say Whakatipu. North End 2 and lane 4. North End 2 and lane 4 are looking quite promising. And then we go across to North End 1 and lane 6. So the 2 North End crews up there. Over the far side, North End 5. North End 5. So looking like a North End party at the moment. Struggling a bit there over on the far side. They are novices. A bit close to the coach boat. Not coach boat, is it? Safety umpire boat. Meanwhile, Whakatipu are looking nice. Otago Girls 1 and lane 1 have dropped back a bit. I would still be picking Whakatipu. And then the North End 2. No, actually. It's Dunstan's Arms. It's Dunstan's Arms there. I think someone's missing from this race. When I look at it, I can see Otago. Whakatipu. And then we've got North End. No, North End are back there. So where's Villa Maria? There should be a Villa Maria in there, but there isn't. There's Dunstan. So yes, the North End crews are actually back behind. a crew missing, so the placement fooled me a bit. So now it looks like it's, is that Marion College, the two Dunstan Arm crews. Starting to clear now. There's definitely a Dunstan Arms crew there has got a good lead. That'll be Dunstan Arm 1 in the middle. We go across to Timaru. Timaru and the blue crosses there, so they'll be in second place over there in what would be lane 7. And then on the inside here, we've got a... there they go. Villa Maria. So Villa Maria potentially in third and being challenged by Whakatipu for that third position. 1 and 5 go through. So at this stage, we've got a Dunstan Arm crew. They've got a clear dominance there. They've passed through the boys into the yellow boys. They're probably about a boat length over the Timaru boat, was it? Over the Timaru boat. Maybe just a boat length. That's settling out for the first, and in third place here we have the Marion College crew holding off the Whakatipu crew. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and I would say the fifth boat in this event would be the North End crew, North End 1, India Garden and Isla Turner there, just back in fifth place. There's probably about 5 boat lengths back to the next contender, so they're out of it. Remember, the first 1 to 5 are going through to the A final. Then the 5 behind them, the 4 behind them, because there's the boat missing, will be heading through to the B final. Strong finish here from Dunstan. Good push. They've got really good push. I can just see them hit the water and boof, the boat moves. Far side of them, Timaru, rowing strong. Meanwhile, Whakatipu and Villa Maria having a wee tussle here for the third. They want the once the line liners, better spot in the final. And I think is Whakatipu going to make it up? No. Villa Maria has really just held them off. Then we come through to North End 1. So this is the top 5. There's quite a gap back, and then we've got coming through Otago Girls, North End. Over the far side there, the Avon and Marion College. So there must have been one of the North End cruisers scratched. And they'll go through to the B final. That's Heat 1. That was Heat 1 of the double sculls. So Heat 2 is already underway of the girls under 15 double sculls. Heat 2. And this is 9 in this race, supposedly. I better check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I can only see 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So who's dropped out? Well, theoretically, there should be Dunstan Arms 2, North End 6, Whakatipu 2, North End 4, Marion College 2, Timaru 12, Christchurch Girls 1, North End 3, and Timaru on the far side. So I can just see who we've got. If I can. Dunstan Arms crew there on the inside lane. North End crew. Going back to, I know, the Whakatipu crew. So there's 3 crews there, Dunstan, North End, Whakatipu, side by side. Then we go back to another North End crew. And then we come across to, is that Marion College and College maybe, and Christchurch Girls. That could be the current placing coming on down the course now. Yes, I think it is. Over the far side there. North End, a lot of North End in this race. So over the far side, I think that's North End 3. There'll be Sophie Palmer and Ruby Anderson. Sophie Palmer and Ruby Anderson. So they're tussling there for their first, second spot with, is that St Andrews? No, Timaru. No, it can't be Timaru. Because there isn't. Oh, yes, there is Timaru. One of the Timaru crews. That would be Timaru 12. Looks like we've got a clear 5 that are going to go through to the A final here, but it's a matter of sorting out who will get the best spot, who's going to come through the fastest. At the moment, it looks like the two North End 6 and North End 4. North End 4. No, North End 4 are back there. They're having some struggles. It must be North End 3. No, North End 3's back there. Oh, here we go. Lost my place there. That's Timaru. So Timaru must have swapped in lanes because they're not where I was expecting to be. So Timaru, and we've got, recognise that. They have swapped around. U3, Whakatipu is way over there. So Timaru, Whakatipu, oh, there's a crew way over there. I didn't even see them sneak past me on the far side. This is a very confusing race. U7, that is Christchurch Girls. So it looks like Christchurch Girls High School 1, Emily Shearer and Amelia Scromagor is going to come through in first place. So they're kind of now heading off in a different direction. So hopefully they'll make it across before, because they would have crossed the extra distance to do that. Then we've got in number 2 spot was the North End crew, North End 2. And then I think it was Whakatipu came through in 3rd. And then we've got the Dunstan Arms and it'll be Timaru are all through to the A final. And then we can see the remaining crews are going to the B final. I'm not sure. One of them is really off course over the far side there. The North End crew. North End 3 over there. Change their course. They're actually like they might heading for the buoy. You can see the difference it makes going in the wrong direction, how much space they're losing, because they're actually going to be pipped by their colleagues, their athlete friends from North End 4 by the time they straighten up if they don't hurry up. And then we come back to another Timaru crew, is it? U9, yes, Timaru. Brooke Taylor and Sophie Brokowski. Well, I'm sorry, that was a bit of poor commentating. You know, I got quite mixed up with some of these positions had changed around, so it kind of threw me. But anyway, it's moving on. Moving on to the women's intermediate double sculls. There are 1, 2, 3 heats in this. Heat 1 is already in progression. Now progression is 1, 2, and 3, and the next fastest time goes through the first fastest time goes through the A final. 4, 5, and 6, and second fastest 2 go through the B final. In lane, we've got 8 in this race. Lane 1, Otago 11, Maya Still and Olivia Duffel. Villa Maria College, Victoria Talbot and Camelia Tarrell. North End 2, Brianna Patterson and Annie Tosha. Dunstan Arm 2, Alia Cunningham and Charlotte McKenzie. Otago Girls 1, Jamie Stebby and Melia Hill. Burnside 1, Amy Munchester and Evie Nathan. Whakatipu 2, Gemma Wood and Evie Brewer and Colombo College on the far side, Hannah Bloxham and Katie Nelson. Coming through probably to the 5,000, and from this it's looking like to me that potentially Burnside 1, Amy and Evie could be in a good position there. They'll be in that top 3, I'm thinking. And then if we just, yes, I think they are. And then we go across to, is it perhaps North End? Love the North End colours, very easy to see. I think so, North End 2, Brianna and Annie Tosha. Them and Burnside are probably the leading ones at the moment. The North End crew look like they've actually picked it up a bit and they're starting to move away. That Burnside crew, they could be under, is it Burnside? He says to himself. Not sure if it is. Yes, it is. It is Burnside. that Burnside Crew in second. Now, a third's going to be really hard because I can see quite a lot of boats quite close together here. We've got potentially Dunstan Arms 2 there. On the far side, Whakatipu 2. Could also be in third. But then there's inside lanes here. Not a time, but Villa Maria 1. Victoria and Camellia. They're just pushing along there. They do need to pick it up a little, I think. But they've got issues with North End 2. Putting a bit of heat on them. Can't be North End 2. There's a bit of swapping around going on again. Marie, but in the start at the front here, we've definitely got the North End 2. I definitely got the lead here. In lane 7 there, Burnside High School have pulled themselves well into a good solid second spot. They may even get a first if they just put it up a bit, though. North End are really starting to motor it now. Oh, it was a very nice stroke from North End. They just seem to lift. And they pulled ahead already by a length. Burnside are just holding on. They don't appear to increase their rating, but they're moving very nicely. And then we've got to come back to third spot, which looks like it will go to Dunstan. Excuse me. Alia and Charlotte. They look like they might have it there. Just on the inside, Otago here, just coming through. Otago and Whakatipu, they're going to be battling out for the 4th position. But remember, it's the next fastest time that'll get them through into the A final. Very close inning there. That was Dunstan just coming through into 3rd. I think Otago came through to 4th. Ooh, and that would say, I think it's Otago, Villa Maria, and Otago Girls actually might have bet Whakatipu. But North End came through there first. They've got that. North End, Dunstan, and Burnside have got the A final event to look forward to, and the rest are moving. Oh, not the rest. Perhaps one other from that event, otherwise the rest might be going through to the B final. In the meantime, we've got the second heats already heading down the track. So there's supposedly 8 boats in this race. I can only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boats. But anyway, I just have to go through them all until I know which ones they are. So in lane 1, North End 3, Lucy Horrell and Rose Hurley. Wanaka 1, Lila Garrett and Peter Craig. Whakatipu 1, Ellie Day, Eva Pagan. Ashburton 1, Georgie Scammell and Zara McGillan. Dunstan 1, Dana Leishman and Summer Phillips. Villa Maria 2, Ruby Lee Holmes and Izzy Mott. Amaru 1, Sky Frank and Rose Frank, sisters I'm guessing. And Avon 1, Faya Wayman and Bethany Mitchell. And this is looking quite even as well. Looks like there are 3 that are potential league contenders here. And I'm seeing that North End. So what do we got? We've got a Dunstan. So we've got a Dunstan. What are they doing there? Oh, that's Whakatipu. We've got a Whakatipu. Probably an Ashburton. And yes, we've got a Dunstan. Dunstan featuring quite prominently at this regatta, as they have for a number of years now. So the 2 Central Otago clubs up against one of the coastal ones, one of the East Coast clubs in Ashburton. Ashburton and Whakatipu, both with the gold boats. Stage I'm thinking, maybe they're coming up to the... I think Dunstan over the far side may just have a little bit on the other 2. 2 gold boats side by side reasonably well. Who's going to hit the yellow first? Although I wouldn't discount on the inside. No, I'm thinking that the Ashburton boat has pulled themselves ahead. Yes, they seem to just seem to be ahead. The tip of the arrow of them and Dunstan. Though Dunstan's really putting the pressure on to come back at them. On the inside lane, though, we've got, is it Wanaka? Yes, Wanaka are holding on to 4th place at the moment. Can they pick it up and pull off? But the other 2 boats, the 2 gold boats from Ashburton and Whakatipu and the Dunstan have just gone up another level, especially that Ashburton boat. It's gone up a level. Whakatipu has responded. Dunstan Arms, they've slit slow and responded. They're not quite responding as well, I believe. It looks like Ashburton are now pulling away. They've got a boat length over Whakatipu. Remember, it's 1, 2 and 3, so these 3 will go through if they can hold off the rest of the race, because we go back to Wanaka there and they're just a bit too far back. But Ashburton has got themselves a good clear water now, so we've got a boat and a half back to the inside crew of Whakatipu and then the far side Dunstan. Don't think those positions will change. Oh, Dunstan having another, not Dunstan, Whakatipu having another go at Ashburton. Yes, they are. Look, are they? No, Ashburton saying, no, you're not having us today, friends. We'll see you tomorrow in the A final, along with Dunstan. Mind you, that was Ashburton, Whakatipu, and Dunstan coming through now, and then just in lane 4, Wanaka. They may have left it a bit late. Perhaps if they'd pushed it a bit earlier, they might have had a chance. Then we're coming back to on the far side, lane 7. We've got Ruby Lee Holmes and Izzy Mott from Villa Maria coming through, followed by to Wanaka. Oh, Fab Wanaka. Who's that over the far side? Lane 8, Oamaru just finishing up now because we've got the next heat, the last heat, coming down now. 7 in this heat. We've got Whakatipu 3, Evie McGee and Aria Saxton. Burnside 2, Miranda Young and Julia Mitchell. North End 1, Olivia Adam and Jordan Eckerhoff. Hopai 1, Caitlin Whitaker and Thea Hoyle. Wanaka 2, Chantal Thurston and Aliana Hay. Ashburton 2, Tegan Merritt and Charlotte Cox. And Dunstan Arms 3, Elizabeth Ingerstorm and Michaela Oliver. And it's looking very much like the Waihopai 2 of Hopai 1, I should say, of Caitlin Whitaker and Thea Hoyle. They've been rowing a while now, but this is the intermediates. Got this first place position, and they've got good clear water. They must have about 4 boat lengths back. Who have we got coming up in second? Oh, let's take a pick here. We're going to say, I say Burnside in there too. That looks like Burnside colours. Burnside 2. Miranda Young and Julia Mitchell. They may have second, but then way over on the far side there, is that the old Dunstan Arm crew? You can never discount a Dunstan Arm crew, I'll tell you. Yep, no, it's a Dunstan Arm crew. In third, them and Burnside might have a little tussle here. Dunstan Arm, are they going to try and get themselves into a better lane for tomorrow by just rolling over the Burnside too? I don't think they will manage it, but you never know. Don't look like they're picking up suddenly, and Burnside look like they're stretching out. I hope I'm taking it easy. Some beautiful timing there. These two have rowed together along for quite some time. They know they've got it, so they're not busting a gut, as they say. Burnside 2 are clearly just powering away from Dunstan. They're going to take the second. Don't think any challenges for Dunstan for 3, for third position. So it's well done, Waihopai. You've crossed over the line. Burnside are coming up. Dunstan, then we'll go back to the, must be the Ashburton crew, Tegan and Charlotte. They'll be coming through in the 4th position. And then on the inside here, Whakatipu, Evie and Aria are going to come through into the 5th. Closing this off will be North End. Olivia Adam and Jordan Eckelhoff. There are a few North Ends in this race, a few in these last few heats. Well done, guys. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's just a crew at the back of Wanaka. Chantal Thurston and Aliana Hay. A little bit back of the Trafalgar to go. They'll be coming through. I'm going to go away from that one now. We're going to look at the Women's Club Coxless Sculls. So what do I have just the one crew in this event? Yes, that looks like just the one crew. One crew, I should say. One event. Who have we got here? 1, 2, 3... 7 crews in it. So inside lane, we've got Cure with Sophie Alexandra, Perry and Ella. Canterbury 2, Meredith, Chelsea, Lauren and Libby. Canterbury 1, Toby, Georgia, Kate and Stella. Dunstan Arm 2, Amur, Mackenzie, Lola and Maggie. Dunstan 3, Kate, Ellie, Mikhail and Naomi. Avon 1, Julia, Jessica, Emma and Cara. And Dunstan Arm 1, Drew Thomas, India Nichols, Olivia Olenshaw and Bella Breen. 3 Dunstan crews, 2 Canterbury, 1 Avon. Oh, and 1 Cure. Looking reasonably set. So who... Oh no, there's still quite close stuff going on here. So we've got Cure, Lightly seem to get these inside lanes, and they actually seem to come up on them. I've noticed that in a few races. That's pretty fortunate they get that lane. I'd say it's Canterbury 1 there, but Canterbury 1 and Dunstan 2. They're having words. You can see it. They're having words side by side. Who's going to cut through first? It's going to be one of these. I think it'll be Dunstan. They're going to hit the yellow boys first. Ooh. No. So they've just cut through the yellow boys together. So these two are back. Oh, on the far side, we've got, is that another Dunstan Arms team? Yes, it is. The gold caps. Dunstan Arms 1. They're powering down there. They're going to have to move if they want to get that third spot. I think they've already got the third spot over Cure here. What's the finish like? Need to pick it up a bit. They're only a bit short. This Canterbury crew though, this Canterbury 1 are just tearing down. They're holding off Dunstan. They're holding off Dunstan 2. Dunstan 2 going to respond. They don't. Oh, they've just picked up their rate, but so have Canterbury. They're not silly. They've seen them. Actually, I think Canterbury are actually, the rate's a bit higher, but Dunstan Arms are maintaining their position, so they must be putting a little bit more pressure on. But Canterbury are going to take this across the line. And first, yes, so we're talking half a canvas back to Dunstan. And then who's going to, I think, Cure. Yep, Cure took that over the Dunstan Arm 1 team on the far side. Then we have another Dunstan team go through. Yes, and then coming through is Avon and Canterbury 2. Canterbury 2. And the good times keep rolling. Boys under 17 quad sculls coming down the track. We should be 10 in this event. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10, but they're well spread, reasonably spread out. We've got some lines across though. Let's see, our inside lane. We've got, anyway, running quickly through lane 1. Otago Boys 2, Christchurch Boys 1, Otago Boys 1, Christ College 1, St Thomas 1 in lane 5, Otago 1, North End 1, Timaru 3, Shirley Boys and Whakatipu in lane 10. Lane 10 on the inside lane. We've got Christchurch Boys 1. Looks like them saying a few, making a statement that they want to take this one. And I think it's, is it perhaps St Thomas of Canterbury, a fellow school? Over in the middle lane there. They're up here as well at the moment. So we've got St Thomas of Canterbury. Christchurch Boys High 1 and 2 spots, but they're not that far ahead. And over the far side, that far side Whakatipu crew could come through quite quickly. They are starting to come through, but I think it's St Thomas of Canterbury now. Declan Hunter, Ben and James have moved up. Yes. They've moved away. They've moved away from Christchurch Boys and coming outside of Otago 1 who are putting the heat on Canterbury. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Christchurch Boys have responded. Ricky, I guess it's Ricky in the stroke seat there. They've got a coxswain as well, the coxswain Hunter. He'll be putting the word on them. Watch out, St Thomas. You better keep an eye out because they're coming through. And I didn't actually see that one. That was tough. And then Otago Boys through in third. On the far side, we've got Whakatipu in fourth. Then is it crew came through in fifth there. That would be 8. That's Timaru. Followed by Otago Boys. Another Otago Boys. Followed by, yes, the other Otago Boys. Come through to Christ College. And it looks like a North End crew there just finished. Oh, no, they're not. There's just a crew way at the back there. Look, they're having problems. Yes, the crew at the back there. You can just see that there's only 3 of them rowing. They went right off the radar. Who was that? Like the number 2 seats got issues. In fact, I can't see an oar on this side, so I'm thinking maybe their bow side all broke. Or perhaps broke. rowing kind of carefully there. That will be Shirley Boys. Shirley Boys. Jack, Finn, Brennan and Logan. Coxed by James Watson. Yeah, failure. Nothing. Makes you grumpy. No. Rightio, now, gosh, moving on. We've got girls under 18, Cox Quad Sculls. Heat 1. How many heats are there? There are 2 heats. 2 heats. And the progression is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the final, and the rest eliminated. There is 7 in this event, and then the following heat there is 6. So we've got Lane 2, Twizel, then we've got North End 1, then we've got Timaru 12, then we've got Marion College 1, then we've got Christchurch Girls 1, Waihopai 1, and Cure Boating Club 1. And at this point, it looks like it's potentially, I think, Twizel here on the inside lane in the lead, then Marion College maybe there in lane 5. And perhaps Cure there over in the far lane. Oh, they're in a far lane for a change. Whenever I've been up here, they've always been these inside 1 or 2 lanes. So they're on the far side there. And I think it looks like from my angle here, that Timaru, Marion College. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's, 2 will be eliminated. So a good chance to go through. Back in the 4th spot, who have we got back in 4th spot there? Side Marion College, we've got, that will be Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls 1. Go back to Waihopai. 2 other crews back there, which would be North End and Timaru. So we've got a bit of a race starting up now. The end's coming. They haven't got far to go. They've got under 100. So we've got Twizel here and Marion College. But on the far side there, Cure are making a move. Twizel definitely making a move. Marion College, I don't think they're responding. They don't look like they're picking up the rating. It doesn't mean they're not. Oh, yes, they've gone now. They've picked it up. It doesn't mean they're not going hard, though. Cure. So now we've got Cure, Marion College, and Twizel. And Twizel here, I think, from this angle here, they look like they've rolled over top of Marion College. And I'll tell you, if Marion College may get rolled by Cure, no, I think they've got enough. They've got half a boat on them, but Twizel is definitely rolled over top there. Annabelle Scott, the cock, she'll be giving them the word. She'll be wanting them to go clean through. So they've got half a boat as they come through, followed by Marion College, followed by Cure, and then inside them, that was Christchurch Girls. So that's the top 4. So North End are going to come through now and make the number 5th. That'll go through to the final. Ranging crews of Timaru and Waihopai are eliminated. Right. Race 106. That'll be Heat 2. Heat 2 of the girls under 18 Cox Quad. The Waihopai girls coming through now. Heat 2. There's only 1, 2, 3, 6 in this event, so only 1 will miss out. So in lane 1 we've got Waihopai 2. Then we've got Otago Girls 1. We've got Nelson, Timaru, and Whakatipu and Avonside Girls High School 1. And actually reasonably even here, actually. At this stage, I would say the one crew that might miss out is Avonside Girls High School 1, way back on the far side there. I think they're out of it, so the rest of them are probably going to get through. Inside them, we've got Whakatipu are not in the lead. It looks like it's Timaru, and perhaps Waihopai 2 up on this inside lane here. So the 1, 2, and 3 could be Waihopai 2, so that's Stacey, Sophie, Charlotte, Holly, Cox by Lila, Carstensen, Timaru, Isla Crawford, Emily, Lily, Annabelle, Cox by Tessa Westgate, and Whakatipu, Anika, Emma, Amy, Lucy, Cox by Amelia D. I think actually looks like Waihopai's dropped back a bit since I said that, because now we've got Nelson crew coming up. It looks like it's possibly no, not Nelson. It'll be Otago Girls. Otago Girls coming through now to get that 3rd position. it's that only one person gets to miss out. So it's definitely Otago girls in the third position. But Timaru are now stamping their authority on this event, on this race, I should say. Taking themselves out to a length over Whakatipu. I don't believe they'll let them get back in. They're rowing quite steadily. Oh, they just upped themselves then. Bush, boom. Yep, and they're clearly pulling away. Whakatipu have tried to respond. In the meantime, we've got Otago girls here. Otago girls, well, I hope are coming Otago girls now. They've picked it up. Otago girls perhaps hold them off. But Timaru are just steadily pulling away from Whakatipu. Whakatipu are going to get second well and truly. Timaru are coming through now. Whakatipu boat and a half behind them. Wahaupai are making a last-minute shot. They're really pushing up against Otago there, but she's walking the dog. They were up to the number 3 seat at the bow, but it's just not enough. So that's Otago girls. Millie, Katie, Liesel, and Kate Merriman, Cox by Meg Tuma, have came through in third and fourth. Oh, sorry, Wahaupai in fourth. And then we come through the fifth crew, which was Nelson, Zoe, Margot, Gracie, Isla, Cox by Brianna Williams. So they're the top 5 that go through to the final. And it's not going to be Avonside Girls' Day today. Meantime, men's Masters Cox 4 is coming down. There's only 2 crews in this. There's Dunstan Arm 1 is a Union composite. So it's a composite of Avon and Union. And Dunstan Arm 1, we've got Wayne, Globe, and they're both E grade. They're both the same grade. So for those who don't know, Masters have grades. So based on your age, you're in a grade, and the grades race against each other. And when there's different grades, so a higher grade, which is an older person, they get a handicap. So they'll start with a handicap. In this race, they're both E grade. Oh, no, they're not, sorry. Dunstan Arm 1 was F and Union was an E grade. So Dunstan Arm would have gone first, and then Union would have had to, composite would have had to wait so many seconds before they were released. So Dunstan Arm, anyway, we've got Wayne Gloag, Quinton Innan, Andrew Jolly, and Phil Newsom. And the Union Avon composite, we've got Ian Macbeth, Simon Taylor, Nick Scott, and Chris Brooks. Ian and Simon are from Avon, and Nick and Chris are from Union. And I'd say this Union crew have got it by the look of it. Oh no, it's the Dunstan crew. No, the Dunstan crew, I'd say, have it over the composite crew at this stage. They would have been released, as I said, a few seconds earlier. Not sure what the difference is that they would have been released, so 7 seconds or something, because they're an older crew. Oh, here we go. It says here 5 seconds. So Union would have gone 5 seconds after this Dunstan crew. They haven't managed to crawl them back. In fact, I think they probably dropped back beyond 5 seconds. And looking strong. The yellow boys. Coming through strongly here. Got about 4 or 5 boat lengths on the composite crew. Look at that beautiful technique. These guys have been rowing. Some of these guys have been rowing for years. Dunstan finished with a bit of a flourish there, a bit of drive. For the Union crew, but while we're doing that, we've got the Women's Masters double sculls coming down now. There's 4 in this event. There's Avon 1, Grade D, Charlotte Flowerday and Jill Caruth. Wanaka 2, Grade E, Sandra Reed and Elizabeth Ritchie. Wanaka 1, Grade B, Victoria Shute and Chelsea Lodge. Union 1, Grade C, Amanda Richards and Tanya McDonald. So when these crews were released, Wanaka 2 would have gone on go. 5 seconds later, Avon 1 on the inside lane here, lane 3 would have gone. 7 more seconds later, so a total of 12, Wanaka 1 on lane 5 would have gone. Oh, sorry, no, before them, Union 1 in 9 seconds would have gone, and then Wanaka 1 at 12 seconds. Fairly even actually at the moment. I've rode against some of these crews before, I'm sure, at some of the Masters regattas. Some of those names sound familiar names. Maybe the young ones. You can see, so with Masters grade, Masters start at 26. So someone can be Master at 26. Grade A is 26 through to, I think, 33. Then from 34 to 43 it might be. Oh no, it might be 26 to 35. And then 36 to 45, it's B grade. 45 to 50 is C. 50 to 55 is D. 55 to 60 is E, and so on. A composite boat like this with Masters, so they take the age. So, for example, the combined age of Charlotte and Jill, this is an Avon 1 here, then divided by the number of seats in the boats, which is a double, 2, will give you, that tells you that they fall within the D grade, which was that 50 to 55 age group. Read themselves out here. It looks like this Wanaka crew. Wanaka crew, Wanaka 1 and Union 1, so Victoria and Chelsea, and Wanaka up against Amanda and Tanya. They're battling this out. So the Wanaka crew, slightly younger crew, they would have started behind 5 seconds behind this Union crew. So they have managed to drag them down and pass them. Then we come back to the Avon crew of Charlotte and Jill, and then Wanaka 2, Sandra Reid and Elizabeth Ritchie. Stage Avon and the second Wanaka crew will be fighting to see who gets the third spot. Also just row 1,000 in case you wanted to know. It's far enough for us. Sometimes they, as the age comes on, you don't maybe not row as fast, but your technique and everything really starts counting. And these Wanaka crew have got a nice technique there. They've obviously trained together quite a bit. Same with this Union crew on the far side. Union's made up a lot of Masters. Meanwhile, Avon and Wanaka 2 here. It looks like Avon's just got the wood over Charlotte, and Jill have got the wood over Sandra and Elizabeth. Just heard then that Wanaka 1 went through, Union 1 went through. Avon are holding off Wanaka 2 a little bit further, and yes, I think they've got that for third, and Wanaka 2 takes the fourth slot. Right. That's great. That's good, good. Right. Oh, women's novice double sculls coming down. Oh, they're lining them up at 1,000. Takes a little bit longer to get novices sorted. Just have a look in the chart. They're still lining them up. So, there are how many? 3 heats in this. 3 heats, 10 lanes. Assuming they're all there, we've got in lane 1, North End. Just going to watch the start actually. Lane 1, we've got North End, Lila and Amelia. Lane 2, Whakatipu, Xanthia and Mimi. Lane 3, Villa Maria, Nev and Isabella. Oamaru, it's Oamaru 1, Molly and Scarlett. Ashburton, Evie and Gretchen Ross. Canterbury 3, Charlotte and Monique. And lane 7, North End. Oh, and they're away. Oh, the North End crew in lane 1, they caught a crab. Oh, that'll upset them. But they looks like they're back into Whakatipu had a really nice start. Then so did that North End crew. North End 1 and lane 7 looked like they had a nice start as well. But hopefully that North End 3 crew that were in lane 1 here, they had a dodgy start. They can get themselves sorted and they'll be on the way. Yes, it looks like they have. They've got themselves going. But that North End 1 crew really took off, and that Whakatipu crew really took off very nicely for novices. So there's been a bit of practice going there. It's always good. the meantime, we've got a Whakatipu crew in the middle. No, it must be Ashburton. Lane 5, Ashburton and Lane 5. Are they the ones that might have a bit of lead here? And we've got a novice crew that is going somewhere. I think that might be Canterbury 3. They've switched lanes now, so they're coming towards us as opposed to down the track. They'll sort that. Villa Maria College, there's actually reasonably, there's some boats that pulled out ahead, so the far side we've got another North End 6. Boy, where are these North End crews coming from? Goodness me. North End 6, and looks like Burnside 1. Got themselves into a handy position there. So we're possibly looking at Burnside 1, Ashburton. Not sure if that's Burnside or not. Definitely Ashburton, they're doing well, and I think this is Villa Maria here. So we might have Whakatipu 1, Ashburton 1, Villa Maria and Whakatipu. Got to 1 and second and third place. And by the way, the progression here is 1, 2 and 3. So you want to be in the top 3. You're guaranteed to get to the A final. And then the next fastest goes to the A final. 4, 5 and 6, and then the next 2 fastest go to the B final. So you really want to be in those top 3 to guarantee that spot. Otherwise, you want a really fast time. Sometimes the time of a race can depend on the overall competition in the race, can really push it along. Trying to see if that's a Burnside crew over there, because I think they've got the lead at the moment. No, it's 1, 2. Really hard to tell because they did a bit of swapping around. No, that's definitely Burnside. So I think Burnside may have the lead here. Burnside 1. Oh, now we've got a problem. Oh, my goodness, they don't want to do that. Oh, that's a real shame. Looks like Villa Maria went off course there quite badly. As you can see, they're coming right across now. They're losing so much ground. I'm really sorry to see that. Come on, guys, get back in it. Yeah, they've sort of lined up again, but now they're sitting right behind. They're probably in the same lane as that Ashburton crew, which is battling with Whakatipu for second place, because this Burnside novice crew is burning them off, if you excuse the pun. Yep, so Burnside and Ashburton now. Whakatipu 1. Villa Maria have cut. Oh, now they're cutting across the north end. Villa Maria are really off course. They've lost. They were doing so well earlier on. Are they going to cut right in front of that north end crew? They've definitely lost their chance to get that third position unless they really put it on. Maybe they can catch up with this Whakatipu crew. Whakatipu 1 are in third place. But Burnside are looking very nice and very tidy over there, those novices. A lot of the high waving of the oars that you get with novices in the early stages of the training. But look, they are just pushing it away. Ashburton are looking quite strong as well. Got second now, locked and loaded, and Whakatipu 1 on the inside lane here of Xanthia and Mimi. I think they will hold on to third. Of course, with novices, there's always a chance of a crab or something, or like Villa Maria, who went way off course and continue to go off course, which is a real shame because they were in contention for third spot. But they still might get fourth if they can line up. But then, of course, 1, 2 and 3 go through. That was Burnside 1. Courtney and Harriet, good job there. Then we've got was Ashburton 1, who also went off course. They're now the other side of Burnside, which I thought they were going to get pipped by Whakatipu. So, yeah, she's all over the place. And now Villa Maria come into fourth place. They've lost so much ground because they started off in lane 3 and now they're in lane 8, 9. And we have North End. North Ends, a couple of North Ends just happy to have finished, I'd say, by the look at that. Another North End crew coming through, and then just coming up here. Finish off this event is Oamaru. Meanwhile, the second heat of novices are getting themselves lined up there. Oh, man. That was a topsy-turvy race to the steering and stuff, but Oh, no, did I just see there's a crew? Is that a crew over the far side? Were they late to the start, maybe? Like an Avon crew. I don't see any Avon crews in there. Avonside girls, maybe? They have a problem, but they were in the next race. Can't really see what their number is. In the meantime, we've got the next lot of boats lining up. It's supposed to be 10 in that event, but I think I can only count 9, so maybe it's Avonside. But anyway, we've got inside lane, we've got Otago girls, then we've got Otago girls of Ali and Kira, then we've got North End 4, Jess and Olive, and then we've got Ashburton 2, Harper and Summer, Oamaru 2, Bella and Ava, Wanaka 1, Millie and Emma, Avonside girls, which I think that's that crew over the far side, maybe. Of Kate and Kira, we've got Canterbury 1, Natalie Walsh and Lily Davidson, Canterbury 2, Lauren and Georgia, 2 Canterbury crews right beside each other, Burnside 2, Olivia Blackmore Mahan and Hannah Watson, and then in the final lane 10, North End 7, Lila McCall and Eliza Edwards. Boy, there are a lot of novices coming out of North End. That's really exciting for their future. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm pretty sure I can only count 9 boats in the 1,000, and I think that is Avonside girls there. Maybe they've had some kit problem and they've had to come. Let's go and check. Not so certain on the colour. I've got Millsy here. Could probably, just by the glint from here, he'd probably be able to tell me which club that is. Oh, maybe it's not Avonside. What's that club over there? What, they've got white and the red. Lining up at the 1,000 metre mark. Jules is going to let me know which club it is that's sitting over, just coming in outside the lanes there. In fact, I think only one of them's rowing. There's only one rowing, so that sounds like a kit problem. Yeah. So the other novices, the novice Heat 2, E6. Canterbury 3. Okay, that was Canterbury 3. Clearly wasn't Avonside. Canterbury 3. And they're off. Off from the 1,000. This is the women's novice double sculls. Heat 2. 1, 2 and 3, and the next fastest go through the A final. 4, 5 and 6 go to the B final. So we've got lane 1, Otago girls. North End 4, Ashburton 2, Oamaru 2, Wanaka 1, lane 5, Avonside girls in lane 6, Canterbury 1 in lane 7, Canterbury 2 in lane 8, Burnside in lane 9, and North End 7 in lane 10. I didn't see the start, so I can't let you know how quickly they pulled off there. Pretty hard to tell. There's a lot of boats out here at the moment. So look, see if we can see who's coming down. Well, it looks fairly even at this stage. Three Ashburton, or maybe Ashburton lane 3 there. Oh, what's this inside? Otago girls 2. Ayla and Kira. So these are on the inside lane. So they're looking like they're up there well and truly. And then perhaps Oamaru 2 in lane 4. What's these two over the far side here? They're Canterbury 1 and 2. I think Canterbury 1 and 2 are making a strong showing as well. North End on the far side. North End 7. They're back a bit. Canterbury 1 and 2. Out there in lane 7 and 8, that's Natalie Walsh, and Lila Davidson, and Lauren Hitt, and Georgia Williams. Of course, they'll probably be, the urge to be on to beat each other. That actually might motivate them on just to go that little bit faster. Then on the inside lane, we've got Otago girls, and we've got Oamaru in lane 4. Oamaru in lane 4. And we've got another boat going somewhere. It's a golden boat. That would be the Ashburton boat, I would think, because it's not a Whakatipu crew. Looks like they've now shifted themselves into lane 3. Just beside that Oamaru, though, there's Wanaka 1 there. Wanaka 1. I think that is Wanaka 1. Oamaru, no, it's Oamaru. Over the very, very far side. Looks like the Canterbury 2 team, Canterbury 2 crew. Lauren and Georgia have just taken. Oh no, you see, there's a pole in the road, but there's the Otago girls here in lane 1. Ellie and Kira. They're sneaking along up there in lane 1, nice and quiet. Otherwise, it's fairly even for third place at this stage. There's quite a bunch in the middle there from Oamaru, Wanaka, Avonside girls, and Canterbury 1. Oamaru 2, Bella and Ava, I reckon, are possibly the third place holders at the moment up against Canterbury 1. So any one of them two. But I can see now the Otago girls here in lane 1, they've got some distance. They're about to hit the yellows. They've hit the yellows now. And yes, over the far side, no. Canterbury 2. All right, still a few strokes away from the yellow boys. So it looks like Otago girls are now coming through. Probably got a good 2 or 3 boat lengths, and they're just picking it up. Running a bit short maybe for me, but they're definitely putting the effort in and driving that boat through the water. Rate's gone up. Far side, Canterbury 2. But this middle lane here, we've got this Oamaru crew. They looked, oh yes, the stroke looked across. You can see that Canterbury crew. Is she thinking, I've got to take this? 1, 2, and 3 go through. They can probably hold off Canterbury 1 there. They can probably hold off Natalie and Lila. Bella and Ava from Oamaru going for third. But it looks like Otago girls, barring any injury incidents, I should say, knocking on wood, Ali and Kira are going to cleanly take this race for the novice double sculls heat 2. After this race, I'm going to hand over to Millsies, who's going to take you through to the end of the day. Oh, actually, I hope I hadn't bewitched that Otago crew. They just about had a little incident there, caught a crab. Oamaru is now powering away. They're holding off. They're not really powering away. They're just holding off Canterbury 2. No, they're now moving. They've moved very nicely. They've just suddenly lifted up a gear. You can see them. They're stretched out to a boat length. They'll take second place, and Canterbury 2 will come in for third. Excuse me. Oh, Canterbury 2 come in for third. Canterbury 1 into fourth. Then we've come back to Wanaka 1, who I think actually stopped before the buzzer, come through in fifth. So reasonably fast race, so that might have helped some of those rowers that came in fourth get through to the A final. The Whakatipu come through now, and I think they need to row. In fact, they're about to bang because they switched into the lane. The girls in front of them, the Oamaru girls, should have carried on to clear themselves out. North End's coming through. Oh, they're only one rower now. No, they've had a problem. No, they're both rowing now. This would be the North End 4 crew, and then we're coming back to the other North End crew, North End 7. Boy, they had 7 or 8 novices crew. That's pretty good. I'm not sure. Here we go. Vent 66 is now. I'll just take you over to Millsies now, who will just take you through. I just want to mention that.
Thanks, Frank. Yeah, kind sponsor is the CNR Insurance based in Alexandra, helping their customers provide insurance for all types of lines. We're up to race 111, which I think is the Neville Devil's number, is it? The Women's Novice Double Sculls. This is the third heat, with the first 3 going through from each of the other 2 heats. And then we go to the next fastest time out of those 3 heats will go through. Everyone's aware that they are racing them from the 1,000-metre peg, of course, so you know what's going on there as far as that is concerned. The North End colours showing down inside the gold boat of Wakatips in the middle, alongside them Wakatip, the 2 Wakatip crews Doing some seat racing out there for their coaches, of course, for the novice double. Pretty impressive win by Otago girls in that second heat. Then we go out very, very wide. We've got the crew from Invercargill by the look of it. An Invercargill combination out there just on the inside of them, Timaru. Those two outside crews creeping along very nicely. Right in the middle of the course, just inside those is Villa Maria from Wakatip. North End, Timaru out there, Villa Maria in the middle of the course. Not a great deal separating the whole lot of them as they come down through this beautiful, beautiful water conditions here on the Lake of the Two Monsters. The old tail is whacked around a wee bit today with the wind. It's come from all different directions. So this now, it's coming from Ashburton now. But it's still the gold boat of Wakatipu. Wakatipu out in front. They're just about ready to hit that gold buoy. It's 250 metres to go. Villa Maria Stroke Girl looks across. We'll go and take a look across with her. It's Wakatip's second crew. And then right down the very inside, North End. That's one of the crews from St Hilda's. And St Hilda's again down on the inside. All the looking around from these novice crews. Man, that's dangerous stuff. There's looking going everywhere. Oh, another head goes around. It was like The Exorcist. Click, click, click. All the way around the heads are going. Your wee beauty, that's the way it should be at this time of the year, but boy, not doing it towards the end of the season. Right out wide, Timaru. Timaru, right out wide, Invercargill, right there with them. Invercargill's crept up alongside Timaru and put their nose in front. Wakatip in the middle of the course. They're trying to pick them up as well, and then right down the inside is the North End combination, Wakatip. Wakatip's in front. Invercargill shifted up into second position now. We're looking at three only to qualify. Timaru with them, and I think you'll find that's the three crews that have sorted themselves out. Villa Maria's chasing. They'll be looking with the stopwatch to see if they got into a fast heat, along with the second North End crew and the third North End crew and the second Wakatip crew. And then we go back to the second Timaru crew, and that's as far back as we go. Right, we're over to race 112 of about 139 races. We're getting through the program inside the last hour and a half. We're going to be exactly an hour behind at the end of the day. Boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. We're looking to take 5 from each of the 2 heats through straight to the final. The rest are eliminated, and it's cutthroat stuff. You just got to have another race to row in and another couple of races to row in, that's for sure. Out of lane number 2, Shirley Boys. Down lane 3's Christ Colleges 2, Christchurch Boys 3, St Bede's, Christchurch Boys 2, Wakatipu and St Thomas at Canterbury 2. The chief starters, Mr Justin Walls and Barry Clydesdale, are absolutely ripping them out of the 1,000-metre peg. Shirley Boys down on the inside. They're going along pretty well, but you've got to go right out the far side to the gold boat of Wakatipu's. So it's Wakatip. Off Lake Hayes in the Lakes District. Wakatip out in front. They're halfway through that course. They're way over halfway through that course already. So they are burning up the track with that slight tailwind. Down on the inside, Shirley Boys doing the chase. We're looking for 5 crews to go through. Top side of Shirley Boys, 2 out from them is Christchurch Boys 3. Christchurch Boys 3 trying to bring Christ College with them. Right in the middle of the course, St Bede's number 1. You wait until they have their training camp and St Bede's will really put the pressure on some crews. Christchurch Boys 2 on their right-hand shoulder, 2 lengths down from that. But it's Wakatipu. That's the crew that has into the gold boys already. Shirley boys trying to bridge the gap down on the inside. They'll hit the goal boys. Wakatips through the goal boys. Shirley boys this time now. Then we go on the right shoulder of Shirley boys, which is Christ College's number. No, it's in the dark shades. It must be Christchurch boys 3. I can't see Christ College. Then we have on the top side of them, the right, there's only a half a length away. It's the crew from Christchurch boys. Oh, that's Christ College there, I think, with their jumpsuits on and the black blades. So that's where Christ College is. Back inside the 100-metre buoy line they go, and it is Wakatip said goodbye to the rest of the field. Shirley boys doing the chasing. Then we'll have Christ College up into third place as they go through the goal boys on their right shoulder. They bring in Christchurch boys with them. There's your first 4, and then out wide we go to a second. Christchurch boys. Out wide is the crew from St Thomas of Canterbury. And they're your qualifiers. Unfortunately, the other 2 crews hopefully have got other events to row in. Otherwise, you know the story, you're out the back de-rigging boats. Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. Shouldn't be allowed. I've got to be careful what I say, haven't I? Top dress. Okay, that second heat with 5 to go through. It looks like we've got a scratching out of lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury. Burnside High School's down in lane 2. Christchurch Boys 1 crew and 3. St Bede's 2 crew and 4. Timaru's out in lane 6. Christ College is in 7. And Otago out in lane number 8. Beautiful line up at the 1,000-metre peg. You can see the next heat coming through straight after them, but they're halfway through the course now. And the action's on from Otago. Otago out wide are going well. So is Timaru in the middle. The white with the blue laces from Timaru. That's the crew that's sitting out in front. And then right down on the very inside out of lane number 2, which is Burnside. Burnside's on the inside. It is Timaru. So Timaru in this second heat of the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. They are right in the middle of the course. That's where they want to be tomorrow. They want to be in that lane number 5 tomorrow. And they need the fast time out of these 2 heats on the right-hand shoulder, but 2 out from them is the crew from Otago. Otago's getting along very nicely out there. Let's see who's doing the coxing for, give the Cox a bit of a push along, which is Cameron Lane doing the coxing for the Otago boys, the St Johnny's boys out wide. Down on the inside though, that's the crew that is up into about first equal as they head inside the last 350 metres. It's down on the inside. Burnside's really putting some pressure on Timaru. There would only be about a length in it. Timaru still holding off that length lead over down on the inside. Burnside on the outside. Otago trying to split the 2 of them, but quite some way back in the dark shades is Christ College by the look of it. The black Christ College into a qualifying position. Those 4 crews, and then we go back about 3 or 4 more lengths to St Bede's, and then unfortunately the crew that's going to miss out is the crew coming out of lane 3 by the look of it. It's Christchurch boys. They've got 2 races coming through the 1,000-metre peg. We'll in the one go, so we'll take this one through for you. The qualifiers only. Timaru will be the first qualifier. Then we go Burnside. Then we go Otago. And then we go down to Christ College and St Bede's, and there's your qualifiers for the second heat. That's immediately followed up by the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls, the same qualifications again. The first 5 of each of the 2 heats will go through to the final. And we're halfway through the Oamaru going well. They had good novices Oamaru last year. It looks like we've got good novices coming out of the Oamaru shed again this year. Otago boys, we saw them go well at the St. Otago Champs. They were in the middle of the course. And then we go out to Timaru, on Timaru's left shoulder, but the crew that's in front of them is the crew from St. Thomas of Canterbury. Why, gosh, they've had a great regatta, St. Thomas of Canterbury. So, Paddy Dowling, you're doing a good job with your novices. So it is St. Thomas of Canterbury. They're trying to bridge the gap on Oamaru. Oamaru still with this lead. Their left-hand shoulders, Wakatip. Pressure's going on Otago boys. Then we go back to Dunstan Composite with Cromwell. Then we go back to St. Bede's. That's the field. Somebody's going to miss out. A couple of crews. We want 5 to go through. Oamaru. Oamaru's the crew that's sitting in front. St. Thomas of Canterbury trying to chase them. St. Thomas of Canterbury crank their hands up now. They want to get a little bit closer to Oamaru. There's only about a length difference in it. Oamaru are happy to just keep their rating at the same. Go through and get the buzzer. St. Thomas of Canterbury under pressure from Timaru. They've still got a length lead over Timaru. Then we go back to, in the middle of the course, Otago boys locked up with Wakatipu down on the inside. And that's the way that the 5 qualifying crews are going to go to the tape. Unfortunately, the St. Bede's Composite crew and the Dunstan Cromwell Composite crew, it's not St. Bede's Composite, but Dunstan Cromwell Composite will go through other events. Right, your second heat has St. Andrews down the inside. Then we've got Avon, Cure, Wanaka, Otago boys, St. Thomas of Canterbury, and Shirley boys. And she's a tidier climb up here. We're really on here for qualifiers. Okay, from the inside. We've got St. Andrews down on the inside, and they just back off the pace a little bit. So that leaves it open for Avon. It's Avon, Cure Boating Club on their right-hand shoulder, only about a half a length away. Another half length back to Wanaka. There's a gap back to Otago boys of about 2 lengths, and ahead of Otago boys is St. Thomas of Canterbury and Shirley boys right out the far side. It's coming from the middle of the course. It's coming from Avon, Cure, Wanaka and Shirley boys out wide as they head towards the yellow boys. See if there's any cranking ups. As novices, they really most likely haven't done a lot of hand speed at this stage. It's a matter of keeping your boat moving and try and keep your timing together at these early regattas. And that's what's happening. Nobody has cranked it up yet. But just in saying that, I think Cure look as if they are showing a bit of urgency to try and pick up the crew. It looked like from the crew down the inside, which is Avon. Can't be Avon. It's not showing Avon colours. Yeah, it is Avon. So it's Avon. Avon holding off Cure and the pressure from Wanaka. Wanaka putting some real pressure on Cure, moving up alongside them, and Shirley right out wide. Shirley boys is St. Thomas of Canterbury's back off the pace. Shirley boys trying to pick them up as they go down to the line. It is still the Avon crew in front. Nothing now between Wanaka and Cure. They'll lock together, and also Shirley boys all locked together. That's 4 of them that are qualified. Tighter racing there, and the 5th qualifier looks like it's going to be St. Thomas of Canterbury. The novice quad, of course, is kindly sponsored by Lion Foundation. We appreciate your sponsorship, guys, the Lion Foundation. They're obviously having a few problems getting the next event away. It's away now, though, and it's a full field of 8 packers. Women's Open Coxed 8s. It's a preliminary race. That just means they're going to race it today and come back and race it tomorrow as a final with different lanes. So it's if you've got a one of those cameras on your cell phone, turn around and take a photo as they come straight down the thing. As they come down through the lake, it's a great sight as they go out of the racing start from the 1,000-metre peg. Get these big 8-packers up and running. The men's open, it's the women's Open Cox States. Columba College on the inside. Avon, Rangiruru 1, Rangiruru 2. Avon 3, Avon 4, Nelson 1, Dunstan Arm 1. Wow, star-studded lineup of Open 8s. The Open 8s have been kindly sponsored by Lions Foundation. Again, we appreciate your full sponsorship. Take a shot with your camera. Like I says, what a great shot that coming down the lake. There wouldn't be a great deal separating all crews at this stage. It's coming from the middle of the course for the look of it. It's Avon. Avon and Avon together. They're seat racing right in the middle, eyeballing each other, only about a canvas between the two of them. The right shoulder of them is Nelson. Nelson of Avon 2. And then we go back right out the outside, Dunstan Arm as well. And then the 4 crews on the inside from there is Rangi 1, Rangi 2, Avon 1 and Columba College. As they head through, it's Avon, I think Avon number 3 it is. Coming out of lane 6, it's Avon number 3. They've got about a half, maybe 3/4 of a length on their right-hand shoulder over Avon number 2. And Avon number 2 would only have 3/4 of a length over Dunstan Arm out wide. Dunstan Arm squeezing between them is Nelson. Down the inside, Columba College off the pace a little bit. We've got Avon 1, Rangiruru 1 and Rangiruru 2 eyeballing each other. Down Avon. Got them rating on about 34.5 by the look of it, 34. Through the yellow buoys they go. There's some power in that boat because the hand speed hasn't come up at all yet. They're just going to do it with sheer power. They're not going to do it with speed with the handwork. Trying to drag their number 3 crew. That's the number 2 crew with them. And Dunstan Arm putting pressure over that Avon number 2 crew. And then we come down to Rangi Ruru. Rangi Ruru, and alongside Rangi Ruru is a crew, another crew from Avon, and then the second Rangi Ruru crew and Nelson, and then Columba College. Down towards the 3/4 of a length clear is Avon number 3. Dunstan putting real pressure on Avon 2. It's down to about a canvas now. Dunstan got third at canvas. Then we go Rangi Ruru, Avon again, Nelson, Rangi Ruru, and Columba College. And that's the way you'll see the big 8-packers. It's very unusual to see so many crews entered in the Women's Open 8s at the Otago Rowing Championships here. So the open class crews, a lot of them are school crews that are in the open class crew, of course, but it's really, really good to see so many open class crews entered. Right, the men's club coxless quadruple sculls. Kapanua Rowing Active Wear, of course, are the sponsors. And we have Avon 4, Dunstan Arm 2, Otago Boys 1, Nelson 1, Avon 3, Oamaru 1, Canterbury 1. They're right down on the top of us, and it's the first 5 going straight through out of the 2 heats going through to the final. And it looks like it's the white out wide with Canterbury with Oamaru inside them. They're the 2 that are in the first 2 positions of this stage, and then she's a line up to qualify after that. In the centre of the course, there's Otago Boys trying to qualify, Dunstan Arm trying to qualify, Avon second crew, and Nelson. That's where it's all going to be, and it's coming from, the big finish from Otago Boys, big finish. They've come out of the bunch, they've brought Dunstan Arm with them. So it looks like the 2 outside crews are going to, it's Canterbury and Oamaru, they'll qualify. Then it's Otago Boys, then it is right-hand shoulder of Otago Boys, which is Nelson, then Dunstan, and I think you'll find that, somebody's missed out anyway, I tell you. Couldn't quite pick the colours up at a glance there. He's really putting pressure on us now, the second heat now. We've got the 5 went through. I just didn't see who got the 5th qualifying shot, but you'll get it on the row side. Dunstan Arm 1, Wakatipu 1, Canterbury 2, Twizel 1, Avon 1, Nelson 2, Avon 2. That's your second heat, and they are well down through the course. And again, we see the Avon colours. Gosh, they are a luxury of premier and senior rowers. Avon out wide. Nelson trying to slick between the 2 of them, but about 2.5 lengths back. Then we come down to Twizel. Then right on the inside, Dunstan Arm. Sitting out in front is this crew from Avon. See what lane they're in, we'll tell you what Avon crew it is. They're out of lane number 6, which is the Avon number 1 crew. Avon number 1 crew, and then we come down 2, maybe 2.5 lengths back to Dunstan. Dunstan getting pressure put on them from Wakatipu, the 2 lakes trained crews, eyeballing each other there. We're looking for 5 to go through, then we go back out to the that's the Avon number 2 crew out wide. And where's Twizel? They were in the firing line for a bit too. Wakatip's coming right over the top of Dunstan. Dunstan have just worked it out that the Wakatip's there. And they're coming home too. They'll all qualify, these 3. And then Avon will be the 4th qualifier. And it looks like Twizel. Twizel will take that 5th qualifying spot to go through over Canterbury. And on the right shoulder of Twizel is the crew from Nelson. Well, your regatta program moves on to the boys under 18 coxless pairs, been kindly sponsored by Sharon Bennett Photography. Thank you, Sharon. Sharon Bennett Photography for all your photos, I would imagine. You just pop along and see her. It's race 119 of 139, so we are going to get this regatta over and done with. We're going to be less than an hour short at the end of it, so the starters have done a brilliant job from the 1,000-metre peg. We're looking at 5. There's 2 heats, and the rest eliminated. For the first 5 of each heat through to the final, the rest eliminated. Christ College out of 1, St. Bede's, or out of 3 it is, St. Bede's, then Christchurch Boys, and then St. Andrews, Timaru, and St. Thomas of Canterbury. Again, we say it's the elite class at school level. This is the event you need to be in to get selectors looking at you. St. Andrews number 2 crew, but there is a crew right out wide on the right-hand side, which is again St. Thomas of Canterbury. Gosh, what a great regatta they're having. St. Thomas of Canterbury, you could just see last year in some of the results that they were on the move and starting to come to the top. St. Thomas of Canterbury swinging along very nicely. They haven't got an overly big lead. 2 other crews chasing them. There's not a group separating the 3 crews. St. Andrews in the middle and St. Bede's. That's all beautiful water conditions coming into the Gold Boys. They're all 3 crews into the Gold Boys now. And the water conditions are just the monsters. The 2 monsters there are well locked up down the bottom of the lake. That's where they're going to stay for the rest of the regatta, and racing tomorrow, you'll see, will be in brilliant conditions on brilliant water. So St. Thomas of Canterbury, this very strong combination of Noah and Flynn. So Paddy Dallin again, another one of his crews out there doing a good job. They're rating about 36, 37, 37 and a half. So they're sprinting home. They're not going to let anyone get anywhere near them. St. Andrews putting pressure on St. Bede's. St. Bede's just realised that is. They've got a nice run on their boat, St. Bede's. They're going to hold them out. They go out to a canvas lead over St. Andrews that were getting very close to them. We're looking at 2 more to qualify. These are 3 qualifiers, and Christchurch Boys will qualify along with Timaru. Right, that second heat, it looks like it's going to be just as tight by the look of it as it's got a second St. Andrews crew in there, and right on their right-hand shoulder is the crew from Shirley Boys. Don't look like Shirley Boys colours, though. It looks like Christchurch Boys. Shirley Boys don't look to be there. Unless they've gone off course and they're down on the inside. We'll go down to the inside as well. And we've got the crew from St. Bede's down on the inside, and Christchurch Boys are ahead of them, and down right on the inside is the St. Thomas of Canterbury's number 1 crew. So it looks like St. Thomas of Canterbury are aiming to put 2 crews into the final. Coming out of that second inside lane, Christchurch Boys, Harry and Ollie. Coaching team again doing a good job from Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys, we go out wide to Christchurch Boys. Then we come into St. Andrews. We're looking at a length and a half back to St. Andrews. Maybe just slightly ahead of St. Andrews is the crew from the inside. St. Thomas of Canterbury 1. They'll be up in the 3rd place, and they're bringing with them St. Bede's 2. And then we go to St. Andrews. All 5 crews are going to make the final. So who's bluffing and who's not bluffing? So there's a crank up coming from the crew from Christchurch Boys. They want to win it. They want to show the crew out wide, which is Christchurch Boys, number 3 crew. So the 2 Christchurch Boys going to go 1 and 2. And then we come down the inside to St Thomas of Canterbury. That's their second crew through to the final. In the centre, St Andrews. Nothing between St Andrews and St Bede's. And may I say, all crews are off the Avon River in Christchurch. Boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Heat number 1. Progression is 1 to 5 straight through to the A final. The rest to the B final. Race 121 on your day sheet. Kindly sponsored by Nelson Kellerman. That's where you get your row gear from. Under the normal rules of the day, they would have been coming out of the starting blocks at about 3:40. And they've gone out of the starting blocks exactly 4:40, so they're exactly an hour behind time. What a great job they have done. They were an hour and a quarter behind time. Bringing it back to the 1,000 metres, they've made it nice and easy and picked up a quarter hour. So you won't be late home for tea after all, guys. Otago Boys going well in the middle of the course, and away out wide is the dark of St Thomas of Canterbury again. I think that's them out wide. Yeah, that's them out wide. Otago Boys, not much between these two. Trying to get in between them. There's the white of the crew from St Andrews. But these two are sitting out in front here in this, the first heat of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Nothing separating the two. St Thomas of Canterbury and Otago Boys. Otago Boys really on a move as well. They are showing some real class at the Central Otago Champs and also at this regatta. So Thomas and the team doing a pretty good job out of Otago Boys. Then we come down to the crew out of lane 4, which is the crew for St Bede's. That's the St Bede's number 1 crew on their right-hand shoulder. We've got Otago. Gosh, there's nothing between those two as well. We're looking for 5 to qualify and then something down the second Christchurch Boys crew. That's there, and they have got Christ College. They're about a length and a half away from the qualifiers. We've got 4 out in front. I think they've all sorted themselves out. The only tussle can come from the 2 inside lanes, 1 and 2, to get that 4th, 5th qualifier. Christ College and Christchurch Boys. Who's going to take it out of those two? The rest of them have sorted themselves out wide. Also some pressure coming on white, right out, very wide, which is Canterbury. Oh no, St Thomas of Canterbury it is. Targa trying to put some pressure on St Bede's in the middle, but the two have been sitting out in front since we picked them up. Otago Boys and St Thomas of Canterbury. There's your 1 and 2 qualifiers. Then we'll come down to St Bede's and Otago. There's your 4 qualifiers, and your 5th qualifier, I'm pretty sure, is going to come out of the second lane, which is Christchurch Boys High School number 1 crew. Only got that half length in that 5th qualifying position though. 1, 2, 3, the other 3, 4 crews you'll find will have to go through to the B final, which is North End, Christ College. Well, Christ College got through. St Andrews it would be, and St Bede's 3. Christ College 3 it is. That second heat has Shirley Boys out of 2, Wakatipu out of 3, St Bede's 2 out of 4, St Thomas's 2 out of 5, Christchurch Boys 2 out of 6, Timaru is out of 7, Christ College is 2 out of 8, and St Bede's 3 out of 9. So great line up again already, and they've just gone through that final 500. The gold boat of Wakatip, we can always pick them up straight away. And Shirley Boys down on the inside. Wakatipu's only got about 3/4 of a length over Shirley Boys. These are the first two down on the inside. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to that lane number 3, which is St. Bede's number 2. They're just back off the pace a little bit. Ahead of them is St. Thomas of Canterbury 2. And back off the pace is Christchurch Boys number 2 crew a wee way. And out wide there's nothing between Christ College 2 and St. Bede's crew. Where is that Timaru crew? Don't see Timaru crew. So it's Shirley Boys, Wakatipu. Wakatipu's got a slight advantage over Shirley Boys. Looking for 5 to qualify. Inside to the inside goes the gold boys, goes the gold boat of Wakatipu's. Pulled along. Shirley Boys getting pulled along. These two coxswains will know exactly where's in front. Shirley Boys is the first to wind up. Shirley Boys, coxswain says, let's go. We're going to wind her up inside the yellow boys, and the coxswain is Verdum Fricker. And he just asked his crew to crank up their hands, and immediately they went up and levelled up with Wakatip. Wakatip trying to fall, but the little Ferdin is keeping this Shirley Boys crew true as they head down towards the finish line. They've only got a couple of feet advantage over Wakatip. Wakatip trying to come back at them, but Shirley Boys done the damage when they hit the gold boys. They quicken their hands up. Wakatip's coming back at them now. It's only down to about 2 feet as they go down to the line. 1 foot, bow ball, Wakatip, bow ball, Shirley, bow ball, Wakatip, Shirley Boys. I think, only I think, and we don't have our computer going, so I can't tell you what it is, but they're both qualified anyway. St. Thomas of Canterbury, St. Bede's, and then we go out to Christ College, or is it St. Andrews? It's Christ College. There's all your qualifiers. Promo X are the kind sponsors of event number 73, which is the girls under 16 double sculls. We're looking at 3 from 3 heats. 3 of each heat will give you 9 crews, and the next fastest time out of those 3, 4, 5 and 6 go through, and the next 2 fastest to the B final. Out of lane 1 we have Wanaka, Burnside alongside them. North End 4 in the middle of the course. Avon 2 in lane number 4. Timaru's in 5. Villa Maria 2's in 6. Wakatipu 3 and 7. Wahopai 1 and 8. North End 3 and 9. Blue boat as well, so coming out of lane number 2 is the crew from Burnside. It's going along well. We'll just field, I think that's the crew that's in front. On their right hand shoulder in the blue boat, that would be North End. The North End number 2 crew. Now they're just off the pace a little bit, and along with North End off the pace a wee bit is the North End from Avonside. We go out wide, though. It could be the crew that's out wide that's in front. So it's one in from the outside. Of course, should be Waihopai if they're in their right lane. So it is Waihopai. Girls under 16 double scull. We can just about guarantee Russell Jenkins does the coaching of this crew from Waihopai out wide. And they have that very, very slight advantage over the crew right on the inside. So we've got the crew on the inside, the crew on the outside. So that's Burnside. Wanaka just back off it right on the inside. The crew's in the middle of the course. The next one up in line, up into about 3rd place now, is the crew from Timaru by the look of it. Then we have the blue of Villa Maria, and then the gold boat of Wakatipu. Oh, the Wakatipu stroke almost put that head around. We almost heard the click as she spun it right around. Then the gold boat way over further is the crew from North End. So they're inside the goal, boys, and it is nothing between out wide and down on the inside. It's Burnside and Waihopai. They're going to go 1-2. Waihopai off the mighty Aridi River down south, the Burt Munro area where the pineapples are growing. And then we have down on the inside, we've got Burnside off the Avon River where you catch all the whitebait. And then in the middle, who's going to be the next qualifier? You guarantee it. It's out wide that's got it. It's Waihopai that's in front out wide. So Russell will be pretty happy with the performance of his under-16 double scull. They'll go through and get the buzzer over Burnside. Then we go Timaru. Timaru will be the third qualifier. Wakatip the fourth qualifier. And maybe right down on the inside, Wanaka might get up for a qualifier. We'll take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's Villa Maria in the middle. Wakatip, unfortunately, will be sitting back with a stopwatch looking for time. Then going through to the B final will be then Wakatip, North End, Otago Girls, by the look at the lane 4 it is. It's Avonside. All those crews will go through to the B final. Right, your second heat of the girls under 16 double sculls. North End, Waihopai 3, Ashburton, Otago Girls, Timaru, Oamaru, Columba College, Wakatipu, North End 2. Timaru in the middle of the course. The Gold of Oamaru are 2 or 3 lengths back from there. We go out wide. And we see the gold boat of who's out wide, but the gold boat of Wakatip who's out wide. North End 2's well back from there. I don't see Columba College. And then we come down to lane number 3, which is Ashburton. Waihopai 3's on their left, a couple of lengths down and locked up with North End right on the inside lane. So it's in the centre. It's Timaru. Timaru, and then we go to Wakatip, the yellow boat of Wakatip's. Oh, it's Ashburton. They have yellow boats as well. So it's Timaru and Ashburton. So it's Ashburton on Ashburton's left-hand shoulder. Waihopai 3. They're going along pretty well again. We're looking for 3 only to go through. That Waihopai crew, Russell, if they can really crank it up. Now you might get your second crew through. Right alongside them on the inside is North End number 1. Jazz, if you can get your crew to crank it up, they might get through as well, but they have to go. They have to go. We've got 3 crews that have got themselves sorted out in front. Timaru, Wakatip right out the far side, and Ashburton. So we're looking for 3 to go through, and then we're looking for the next fastest time. So if you can't go through, you've got to be closer than that. It's right in the middle. It's Timaru. Timaru over Wakatip, maybe over Ashburton. Ashburton and then Wakatip. Oh, there's nothing between them. I think it's Ashburton, ever so slightly Ashburton into second over Wakatip. Wakatip trying to come back at them. There's only a couple of feet in it. Timaru's got the buzzer. Yep, it looks like it's Ashburton. There's the 3. Well, I hope we'll go through to the B final. I can't see them being close enough for times. And then the crew inside them, which is North End in the middle again. And the other 2 crews we just hadn't picked up for you, which is out of lane number 9 and out of lane number 7. So 9 was North End 2 and 7 was Columba College. Right, they're ripping through them. We're up to race 125. It's Ashburton 2 in the inside. This is the 3rd heat of the under 16 double sculls. North End 5 and 2, Waihopai 2 and 3. Villa Maria's out there in 4. That's their number 1 crew. Oamaru's number 1 crew in 5. Avonside's 1 crew in 6. Wakatipu's number 2 crew in 7. Waihopi's 4 crew in 8. and Otago Girls 2 crew in 9. Well, Villa Maria, I think that's their colours. We'll just see, yep. We'll just see who's out there for Villa Maria. Sophie and Natalie out there. Kevin and Phoebe does the coaching for these two young ladies out of Villa Maria College on the Avon River. They look as if we'll just spread the field and see the yellow boat down the inside. There's Ashburton's number 2 crew by the look of it, and out in the middle of the course at Waihopai. It's not Waihopai, it's Avonside. The competition, forget about the leader, they've got it sewn up. We have to go out wide from there, which is Wakatipu and Avonside have both got a chance. And then right down on the inside, that's the second crew from Ashburton. They've got a chance as well, but they're going to have to put on the old turbos because I think Wakatipu want a chance with their number 2 crew as well. And then we have to go back through the field to Oamaru, Avonside it is, Waihopai 4, Otago 2, Otago Girls 2, North End 5. Villa Maria, they'll go through and take it. That's Avonside will take the second buzzer. Wakatipu the third buzzer. Ashburton the fourth buzzer. And the fifth buzzer's going to go to Waihopai. I got a funny feeling Waihopai have got 3 crews through to the final. Well done, Russell. Girls under 17 double always follow the under 16s. Avon, Columba College, Dunstan Arm, Marion College, Villa Maria, Waihopai, Cure, Burnside, Villa Maria and Timaru. They're right down on top of us and we see those classy colours of Dunstan Arm sitting out in front. This will be young Ruby and Bella, I would say. Bella Breen in the stroke seat and Ruby Smith in the bow seat. Both these two girls are, I think, gold medalists at the Mardi Cup Regatta last year. If they weren't gold, they were medalists. We're looking at 5 to go through. Then we go out wide to Avonside. Avonside as well, so Dunstan's got it sewn up. Burnside, it is not Avonside, and we've got the wrong side there. And then the third qualifier, it looks like sneaking on it looks like Cure Boating Club. And then we're looking for 2 more, and it's the 2 in the middle of the course. 2 crews in the middle of the course was Waihopai's one of them, and Villa Maria's the other one. And unfortunately, we'll have to go out wide to lane number 10, which is Timaru, outside there. And the other crews will have to go through to the B final, lanes 4, which is the Marion College, that's their number 2 crew, the white for Columba College, and we're looking for one other one, which is Avon down on the inside. And that's the way they'll qualify there. This is the second heat, which has got Villa Maria's 1 crew in it, Wakatipu's 1 crew out in 2, Cure Boating Club's 2 crew in 3, Twisel's in the middle of the course, Waihopai 1 crew in 5, Timaru has got their crew in lane 6, North End in 7, Marion's College number 1 crew in 8, Burnside's 2 crew in 9, and Oamaru out there in lane number 10. Away out there, we'll be rowing 10 boat finals for a lot of these events. So it's going to be a nightmare for the commentators. It'll be a great experience for young Will Trevendale having his first regatta commentaries. So it's Waihopai. Danny Young would be happy with his senior squad coming off the Reedy River. He's just got 1 qualified through in the under 18 or under 17s, and now he's going to have a second one qualify through. They're sitting in the middle of the course, watching everybody try and pick them up. Wakatipu stroke bow girl looks across. We go to the other side, which is Villa Maria. So Villa Maria's up into 3rd place as well. Who's going to go from there? top side of Waihopai as Timaru's got a chance of qualifying as well. They're going to bring North End with them, and out wide is the second North End crew. Burnside across the far side. Oamaru, there's only a length back. Then there's Twizel and Cure Boating Club. So down towards the line in beautiful water conditions, Wakatip's got the lead off Waihopai. Wakatip cranked her up going into the yellow boys and put their nose in front and have gone out to about a half a length lead over Waihopai as they go down to get the buzzer. 5 crews we're looking for. Then we come down out as Villa Maria crew. They're the third buzzer. Then into the middle of the course we go. It's Timaru's got the 4th buzzer, and right out wide to lane number 8, I think you'll find will qualify, which is Marion College number 1 crew. And unfortunately, the rest are looking for a chance in the B final. Girls under 15, Cox Quadruple Skull. Girls under 15, Target Community Trust. That double skull, the under 17 double skull, was New Zealand Community Trust that were the kind sponsors, the Target Community Trust and the Target Community Trust, Lions Foundation and the Bendigo Valley Foundation. They're all there together, grouped together for Otago rowing. I want to thank the following foundation, trust and sponsors of the continued support of rowing in Otago. Well done, guys. Out of lane number 2, we should have Villa Maria 2. Lane 3 should have Christchurch Girls High School, North End out of 4, Avon out of 5, North End's 4 crew out of 6, Dunstanam out of lane number 7, Wakatipu out of 8, North End's number 2 crew out of 9. Just having a few problems. They've got boats all over the lake at the 1,000-metre peg. Just bringing all crews into line now. They're just backing one up. Bringing one forward, backing one up. 3 inside crews look as if they're in a good line. They're all being backed up. All crews are being backed up now. There's only one crew on the outside lane that is on the start line. Over the years, I've had numerous experience of this happening. And if you're a cheeky little coxswain, you might be able to get away before the buzzer goes. Well, you could in those days, but I doubt that you can get away with it now. Certainly won't get this one away 4 minutes at a 4-minute intervals. They're just having problems getting them away by the look of it. Villa Maria's ready to go. Just off course with the crew on their right shoulder, which is Christchurch Girls. They haven't got their boat online yet. North End's alongside them. North End's just back off. They'll be asked to bring it up. We've still got to get Christchurch Girls back in line yet. Oh, there must be a wee bit of wind up there. There's quite a few boats. One's got 2 of them heading towards Christchurch. Want to get home for an early session at Christchurch. I've let them go. They'll go away from that start around 40 strokes per minute if you're a novice spectator. Those boats just sit low in the water. They've got to come up out of the water and go moving. And to do that, they do a racing start at 40 odd strokes per minute. What's great is this. This is under 15s. Maybe not the under 15s will be at 40 strokes per minute. Not at this stage of the game, I wouldn't think. So they went away pretty good in the end. A lot of the crews that look like they're offline is the heat and behind them that's all lined up. So the big blue boat in the middle of the course, I think out of lane number 5, which is could be Avon. North end on either side of Avon, so all those dark colours together there. Dunstan Arm, they've got a really good start there under 15s. They've gone away pretty quickly. They're through that first 400 metres. They're still about 622 metres out. The yellow boat of Wakatip's gone out with Dunstan, and then on the top side of Wakatip in the dark colours is North End. So Dunstan, Wakatip, North End, 2. They're all in the firing line. In fact, they look as if they're the first 3 at this stage. Then we come down right to the very inside. Villa Maria on the inside. We go 2 out from them to North End's number 1 crew. And then we go out another one to Avon. But it's the 3 crews on the outside, especially the 2 crews, both over North End. So it's Wakatipu and Dunstan Arm, the 2 lakes trained crews, have got an advantage over North End's number 2 crew in lane number 9. These are the 3 crews. We're looking at 5 to go through. From there, we've got most likely about 3.5 lengths back to Villa Maria down on the inside. I think that's their number 2 crew. They could be up 2 out from them. Christchurch Girls just back off the pace a wee bit, and North End number 1 crew has got a chance of qualifying as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, here they are. They're in qualifying position as well. That's the crew from St Hilda's. Or may not be St Hilda's. Yeah, it is St Hilda's. So Villa Maria will qualify as well. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we go out wide, and we've now got ourselves a clear leader that's taken over, which is Wakatip. Wakatip taken over most likely about a length and 3/4 back to Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm in turn have only got a length advantage over North End 2. North End 2 have most likely got 2.5 lengths advantage over Villa Maria on the inside lane. So there's your first 4. And then between there, we're going to go North End's. We'll go to North End number 1 crew, I think. Also up into qualifying position, but there's pressure going on them from Christchurch Girls on one side and Avon on the other side. Down inside the 100-metre buoy line they go, the big gold boat of Wakatipu's. They've got still a 1 3/4 length advantage over Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm have only got about a length and a bit over the crew from North End number 1. Villa Maria up into 4th qualifying. Then we go to North End's number 1 crew. Pressure on them from Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls would need to really wind it, but they're under 15s and they most likely haven't done a lot of hand speed yet. So that's who's going to qualify. It's going to be the 2nd North End crew. Unfortunately, the rest are eliminated. That means Christchurch Girls and the blue boat in the middle of Avon's will be looking for an extra event to get a row in. Your second heat is on its way. It's got Christchurch Girls 2 out of 2, Columba College out of 3, North End 5 out of 4, North End 3 out of 5, Wakatip 2 out of 6, Timaru out of 7, and Villa Maria's number 1 crew out of lane number 8. Big surge into rowers in the novice grades by the look of it. There's a big surge coming out of Otago boys. out of Dunedin, and a big surgeon of girls coming out of St Hilda's. Coming out of lane number 6, which looks like Wakatipu. It's Wakatipu's number 2 crew. Annie, Liberty, Kiera, Caitlin, and the Cox is Jessie. They look as if the crew that's sitting in front, this under 15 Cox quadruple skull, are they under any pressure from anyone? They are. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, out of lane number 4. Which is North End's 5 crew, Livy, Brooke, Ashley, Brianna, and Riley in the coxswain seat. They're going to try and put a little bit of pressure on them. We're looking for 5 to go. On the top side of the leader of Wakatipu is Timaru, and right locked up with Timaru is Villa Maria, but both these two crews are about 2.5 lengths away from the leading crew. Down on the inside, 2 in from the Wakatipu's North End's 5 crew. Where's Columba College? Back off the pace a little bit. Christchurch Girls number 2 crew have got a chance of qualifying. At this stage, they're in qualifying position. The only ones that can put pressure on them is Columba College. When you get up to the big regattas, the New Zealand Nationals and the South Island Schools and Mardi Cup guys, you'll see them really start to crank up when they're about 300 out. And if you don't crank up 300 out, you're not going to get on that dais. You have got to go early. You don't wait till those yellow boys. You go before the yellow boys. And if you don't, we're going to see tears at the end. Numerous occasions we've seen crews out in front. They haven't decided to crank their hands up until they realised that somebody was getting close to them. And that somebody started winding at the 300-metre peg, and they had a good run on their boat, and they've shot right past them, and the crew that was expected to win the gold medal hasn't won it. You've got to crank up. 100-metre buoy line. Wakatipu staying in front. Over the crew, it looks very much like it's North End colours, so it's North End out of lane 4. That's the number 5 crew. That crew's gone well, Jazz, with the 2 young coaches you got with you. And then over the top side, Timaru. There's your 3rd qualifier. Timaru will be just slightly ahead of North End. Back in the middle of the course, we go to Timaru. That was Villa Maria across the far side. So Villa Maria got 2 crews through. Timaru, there's 4, and then the 5th qualifier is going to be down here on the inside, which is Christchurch Girls. Unfortunately, the other 2 crews will be eliminated again. I just hope they have got another event that they'll be able to qualify in. If not, guys, if you haven't qualified, it's only under 15 in novice grade. You've got ample chances to do it. Remember what the Bible says, blessed are the losers, for they create the winners. Woman Sharon Bennett Photography. Sharon, you've sponsored quite a few races today at Ruataniwha. We appreciate that. That's event number 76. Race 130, the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. There will be 3 heats, 3 of each heat, and the next fastest time will go to the A final, 4, 5 and 6, and the next 2 fastest times will go to the B final. In the starters' hands, we should have Christchurch Girls number 2 crew out of lane 2. Wakatipu's 1 crew out of 3. Columba College's 2 crew out of 4. Avenside's 1 crew out of 5. St Andrews 1 crew out of 6. Invercargill's 2 crew out of 7. Villa Maria's out of 8. And Meridian College out of lane number 9. Don't forget, the end of the day, guys, if you've been having a little bit of a picnic on the grass frontage, don't leave your paper hang lying around, please pick it up and take it with you. There's still a chance to get a coffee from Erina. Good afternoon, Erina. I haven't been down to see you today. I hope that you've had a busy day. You will have. I don't see Drew down there, so she's all yours today, Erina. Don't forget, if you're using a barbecue tonight for supper or anything like that, or tea, you've got to have a fire extinguisher with you. Pretty sure Peter will be down to check on everybody that's got barbecues going later on. Don't know if the canteen shop's still open, but if it is, you can support the canteen shop and the row shop and the coffee shop and the row shop. Just having a few problems getting the novices away on a standing start. They're quite possibly not used to a freestand start. Hence, that's why they're taking a little bit longer to get them on the way. We'll come on here the minute they go out of the blocks. Unfortunately, this might go us out to about an hour and a quarter behind by the end of the day. Just a little bit more difficult getting novice crews. Ideally, with a novice crew, you want your experienced coxswain. Your most experienced coxswain should be out with your novice crews, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. A lot of schools and a lot of clubs put novice coxswains out with novice crews. And it's very difficult if they're doing 1,000-metre racing where they don't have handholds and they're just doing a free start. It's quite difficult for the novice crews to be able to handle that. But if they've got a good coxswain there, they should be right. But by the look of what's going on out there, I don't think there's any experienced coxswains out there. But they have let them go, and they've let them go out very wide on the course. So it's going to be, they won't be in their lanes. So it's going to be a guess of what's going. So we know we've got Christchurch will be in the dark, Wakatip in the yellow boat, Columba College in the white. Avonside, we won't be able to pick them up. St Andrews in the white, we might be able to. Invercargill, Villa Maria and Marion out wide. St Andrews gone away pretty good. Oh, it's Invercargill. It's Invercargill. It's gone away good. From this Invercargill. No, it's not. Could be Timaru. Timaru, Villa Maria just back off the pace a wee bit. The dark there of Marion, I think you'll find. Trying to identify colours because they're certainly not in their lanes. Columba College has got a couple of crews behind it. One's the Invercargill crew, one's the Christchurch Girls crew, and then we have to go quite a wee way back to a second crew. 1:30 cancelled. Okay, cheers. That one. Okay, that's good. I was wondering why. Okay. Okay, we've just had word through that the 1:30 has been cancelled. That's the race that's coming down. They're coming down the outside, so they're actually not racing. So it's 1:30, race 1:30. That's them coming down the outside. That's what the commentator was having problems with. And they have cancelled that race. I know the reason, and I would imagine some coaches will be asking the reason as well. And I'm not going to tell you guys out there, but if you tap me on the shoulder, I might let you know on the way home. And a lot of it's most likely what I was talking about. You should be having your most experienced coxswain out with novice crews. Right, the second heat then, if they get them underway, should have Rangiruru 2 in lane 2, Wanaka in 3, Columba College in 4, 5 goes to Otago Girls 2, 6 goes to Christchurch Girls 3, Ashburton in 7, and North End out in lane number 8. Again, it looks like they're having huge troubles trying to line up these novice crews. Like I say, if they have had any racing up until now, they've mostly, especially on Twizel, they've been in handhelds. They've been held at the 2,000 metre peg. This is a totally different kettle of fish altogether when you're going to do free starting. And I don't think the starters will be wanting to hang around for very long trying to get them in line if they can't. Yeah, we do apologise, guys, for you guys that are hanging around. It makes you true spectators when you hang around. There's no hold up or anything. There's just can't get the novice crews lined up properly. If you were going to the races and the horse wouldn't go into the starting gates, then they would send them back to the birdcage. That's what they might do with this lot as well. Looks like they've got them in some sort of a line now. No, they haven't. Looks like they're going to send them home. Sending those novice fours out to the outside of the course. So he'll bring the next event through, I would imagine. Next race up was the third heat of that, so I'd imagine they'll send them away as well. So it will be very interesting to see what happens. We'll keep you in touch as soon as we got something. So I can tell you that the second heat's been sent down the course anyway. And it's down the outside of the course, which tells me just what we're talking about. If you don't go into the starting gates, you're back to the bird cage. Well, it looks very much like they're going to try and get the third heat away, that's for sure. So that's heat 1 and heat 2 of the novice quads for the females. We'll see if they're going to have a go at getting the third heat away. So that should have Canterbury, Otago girls, Invercargill, Rangi, Ruru, Christchurch girls, Oamaru and Burnside will come on air the minute they go out of the 1,000-metre blocks. Looks very much like they're sending the third heat down the outside as well. So they're away back to the bird cage. So that's all three heats of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Unfortunately, haven't been rode. But what they do, we're really not too sure, but you'll obviously get to know what'll happen about that. So your program now will move on to race 133. So there's only 2 or 3 more races to go, guys. Thanks very much for the people putting crews on the water. I don't think I've heard of any crew that's missed the start because they never got up there on time today. So they've done a really good job out at the boat park. And the spectators down there at the 350. 3 heats. Okay. Right, we just got word through that all 3 heats have been cancelled and they'll row them tomorrow. Okay, well, so just take that on board. All the 3 heats of the women's novice cox quadruple sculls, they'll row them tomorrow. And anybody that's involved, especially coaches and that out there, take on board that you need experienced coxswains in your novice crews. Right, they'll be bringing the boys under 15 cox octables. They'll shoot through this quarter-mile course in about 3 minutes 50, 3 minutes 45. If they can let them go. Christchurch boys out of 2, Wakatip out of 3, Christ College out of 4, St. Bede's out of 5, Otago boys out of 6, St. Andrews out of 7, and Christchurch boys 2 crew out of 8. It has been kindly sponsored by Nelson Kellerman. And I would be get them lined up as soon as possible and they'll be on the way. Again, we're looking at under 15, slightly inexperienced crews, but there'll be plenty of room between them to bring them into line. That's immediately followed up by the men's open cock stakes. We won't have any problems there, putting 9 boats alongside each other for the men's open cock state, and that will finish off the regatta with race 135, the women's open coxless quadruple sculls. They won't have any problems getting them away from the 1,000-metre start. You'll notice the water down this end of the course is quite calm, but I'm pretty sure there's quite a strong breeze going across that 1,000-metre start. You can see it quite lively from the 1,000-metre back to the 2,000-metre peg. So I'd say that's had something to do with not being able to line those boats up as well. And of course, they want to be as fair as they can, so it looks like tomorrow will go. I doubt that they'll end up being a final or a B final, but that's only my idea on it. Get these octos on the go. I even believe they're having problems getting the octos into line as well. Huge problems. I've got 1, 2, 3 boats, 4 boats heading towards Faisal. Right, they're on their way down through the course in the octos. I've let them go from the start, and we see the gold. Okay, that's Wakatipu right in the middle of the course. Wakatipu really got a blistering start by the look of it. Down on the inside of them, but quite a few lengths back is the crew from Christchurch Boys High School. Christ College are also back off the pace a bit. Wakatipu look quite sharp with their under 15s at the St. Otago Rowing Championships and look as if they're out there in the octo. Then we go 2 out from there, Christ College at St. Bede's. St. Bede's octo up into second place. They're bringing with them Otago boys, and then away out wide on the back side of that, it looks like Christchurch Boys. I don't see St. Andrews. Yes, that's St. Andrews inside them. No, that's Otago Boys. So it'd go back to Wakatipu. Wakatipu in the big octos, down through that first 500 metres of this 1,000-metre shortened course. It is, and they're out in front by about a length and a half now over St. Bede's. St. Bede's in turn's got 2 lengths over the crew from Otago Boys. Otago Boys has got 3 lengths over the white in the middle of this Christ College, and Christ College has got about 3 to 4 lengths over the crew from Christchurch Boys. And down the inside is the second Christchurch Boys crew. Hit the yellow boys, we'll call them through for you. Wakatipu up to the yellow boys they go. Through the yellow boys this time now. St. Bede's go through the yellow boys this time now. Now it's going to be outside them. It's going to be Otago Boys now. And then we go for the white of Christ College now. Out wide, we then go quite a wee distance back to Christchurch Boys right out on that far side. And then we go to the second Christchurch Boys crew. And then I think that is St. Andrews way back. And St. Andrews, yeah, I couldn't see them in that first 500. They must have been on a handicap. Wakatipu will go through and get the buzzer. They'll come back and do it tomorrow. They'll get the fast lane. They'll get lane number 4 tomorrow. That's followed up by St. Bede's. Christ College, Otago Boys, Christchurch Boys and St. Andrews. Right, the Open Men's Premier, the Guns, 134, the second last race of the regatta. 4:32 they were to finish if they were under the normal time. It looks like they're finishing 5:32. They're not far off an hour behind, just over an hour behind. St. Bede's in lane 1, North End in 2, Christ College in 3, Oamaru in 4, Avon 1 and 5, St. Andrews in 6, Avon 3 and 7, St. Thomas of Canterbury and Dunstan Arm. Wow, what a good lineup we've got here too. I tell you what, nobody's gone out here at any stage. I thought maybe Avon might have been the dominant crew here, but they're certainly not the dominant crew. They are in front. A real pressure's going to go on them for their club mates down out in the second lane and from the inside. That's where it's going to go, Avon, and then Avon again out wide, and then the St. Thomas of Canterbury, Dunstan Arm with their gold hats. Their uniform looks very smart out there. They're in the firing line as well, so it's Avon, Dunstan Arm, and then Avon again, and then the white right in the middle of the crew from St. Andrews. St Andrews, oh, it's Christ College trying to bring Oamaru with them down on the inside, and St Bede's down on the inside. Go back to the leaders, Avon in the middle of the course. The second crew down here in the lane number 2, and out wide Dunstan are absolutely flying outside. And just inside Dunstan, St Thomas of Canterbury alongside the third Avon crew. In the middle is Christ College. Christ College trying to clean out Avon and St Thomas of Canterbury's, and St Bede's are coming with them. Oamaru back another couple of lengths, and also St Andrews back a little bit down towards the buzzer. It is Avon, the number 1 crew, Avon over the number 2 crew. Avon, they've only got a half a length over Dunstan, the number 2 crew. Avon's got the buzzer. A canvas back to Avon 2, half a length back to Dunstan. Then a lek back to Christ College. The 2 crews on the far side, Avon 3, St Thomas of Canterbury. Nothing in it. Fine display of open class rowing, guys. Oamaru not that far away as well. And alongside Oamaru, St Andrews, they were all in the firing line. City Podiatry was the sponsors of that open race. Well done. You've got your money's worth there, guys. City Podiatry, I'm pretty sure Lauren Farden's involved with that. She's one of the, she's the chief judge here for this regatta. And then Meridian Energy, the sponsors of the last race, the Women's Coxless Quads Open. That'll be the day, and we'll come back and do it all again tomorrow, and I'm sure that the monsters will stay down on the bottom of the lake. And we'll get racing away on time and finished on time. Oh, they have sent that last race away by the look of it. All field as they come down in Invercargill, Avon Cure, Avon Dunstanarm, Avon Nelson and Dunstanarm. Dunstanarm out wide, Dunstanarm in the middle of the course, Dunstanarm showing the colours over Avon here, almost bold Avon in the big eights, Avon eights, and the two Dunstanarm crews sitting out in front over the Avon crews here. So it's two Dunstanarm, two Avon crews. And the crew on the inside of Avon into the air, this is the Avon, that's the third crew. We just see Invercargill back off the pace a bit, that's understandable. This is a star-studded lineup. In behind the two Dunstan crews, we've got Nelson, and alongside them, slightly ahead of them, is the third Avon crew. Crew from lane number 4, which is Cure Boating Club, they're having an exceptionally good row as well. So we've got Avon, Cure Boating Club, Avon, Dunstanarm, Nelson, and Invercargill as they head inside the yellow boys. It is the number 1 crew. By gosh, they're getting some real pressure put on them from the number 2 crew. Dunstan's number 2 crew, and this is a young crew. This is a very young crew from Dunstanarm out there in their number 2 crew in lane number 6, and they've got their nose in front of their number 1 crew. I think Simon will be pretty happy with that performance. And then we come back to Cure Boating Club. But a good row from Cure Boating Club. They're about a length and a half down off the two Dunstan crews that are virtually locked together. But the number 2 crew's got the slight advantage. The young girls, I think there's a young girl in there that's only 15 years of age stroking that number 2 crew. Then we go Cure. Then we go Avon, Nelson ahead of Avon, and Avon again, and Invercargill. And that's the way that the final day. So congratulations to all the crews that have got through to the final. Congratulations to all crews that competed to make it a good regatta. And a special thanks to the ladies in the canteen that kept the volunteers fed throughout the day, and the volunteers that are out there in the boats.